whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. Tonight, let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. Got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song.
I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh yeah, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you, yeah. Tell me everything's gonna be alright. Tell me that you're never gonna need spotlight. Just say how you feeling, I don't wanna waste time. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh yeah, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I've been thinking about us, but you know better than anybody around me, yeah. You know I think we both need a break from this thing called love. All love ain't the thing to question, it's all love. I got plenty problems and no shoulder. Last night on the tour, ain't no tour bus. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh yeah. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us.
Putting out the fires, my head calls me a liar. Sick of breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, embrace a little harder. Yeah, every time we're not wrong, it's like we're walking on water. Oh, too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on water. It's like we're walking on water. we're walking on water.
DJ, turn the music up, put the lights down low. All the worries we had, we just let them go. Wasn't looking for love, I was happy alone. When you put your arms around me, how was I to know? You got me feeling things I never felt before. We get lost in the music on the dance floor. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You turn me on, how could I turn you down? I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You got me spinning around, spinning,
I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. Broken letters, broken pain, breathing every now and then. Getting hurt but never learn. I'm falling short of hope again. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, taken from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 Stone days never end. Words I knew you couldn't say. We pretend we're more than this. Make believe that it's okay. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? lasts as long as forever. When it's love, but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, taken from the clouds in mid-flight. Never lives as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 I think I'll sleep till it's over.
Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Under lock, under key, and I'm doing time. Someone just save me, turn on the light. I don't know what is wrong, but it just feels right. Won't you break me out? Won't you break me out? Like a bad dream, but I can't sleep. Seems like I just can't get past me. Oh, 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 oh. Won't you break me out? You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Oh, won't you break me out?
Wanna wake up in my bedroom with you right next to me, holding my hand. Something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. There's nothing like this feeling. Could look at you for hours, don't mind me. Didn't know how much I needed to have you by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are, forever.
here in our arms you'll stay till you can find your own way. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. The day you pick up all your bags, lay down your toys. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy.
身も蓋もないわねマジでメール既読無視でもてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだなんて細い指先が僕を指す Please come this way ピンヒールで突き刺す血の味が欲しいまで純粋だと思ったばかりねゴー赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつねゴー通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも民がひれ伏す農場の世界へようこそ落とし穴に落ちたあなた Please come this way ピールで突き刺す血の味が欲しい前に 純粋だと思ったバカねゴー赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつねゴー通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも
Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm balling out, yeah. But my heart plays loud, yeah. And I'm all freaked out, cause I got nothing to say to you. But will I be down, yeah, when you come around, yeah. So let's get right down, cause we ain't got much time. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Yeah, we could take time to work things out, oh, yeah. But I want you in my life so we could have each other, yeah. I know it seems hard to shine, but you're a million stars at all the same time, yeah. And you know I really mean it. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now.
Different energies I bring, only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab Mike and a chap on the ting, I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I'll split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it when they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. They ain't even got no energy. They don't wanna be my enemy. I got a different energy. I got a different energy.
So I got my education in the old school, surfing on a wave and playing by my own rules. Come on, let's take this downtown. Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with the Cali sun and give me good vibrations. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks, getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. You don't wanna kill my vibe with the wrong beat. If you wanna feel alive, you gotta move your feet. Come on, let's take this downtown. Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with a little Supreme and give into temptation. Do you feel what I feel? 'Cause I'm feeling alive. I'll be real deal. 'Cause I'm feeling alive. Do you feel what I feel? 'Cause I'm feeling alive. I'll be real deal. 'Cause I'm feeling alive. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks, getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do. Come on, let's take this downtown. Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with the Cali sun. Give me good vibrations. Give me good vibrations. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks, getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do.
so fast. Looking straight ahead, I don't think of the past. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me. Birds fly, fill the trees like it's always spring. White clouds high above, I know just what I mean. Your smile, this love are an endless road. And I'll walk, I'll run, anywhere it goes. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me.
Tell me what you're dreaming of, waiting for your fate to come. There goes another day of sacrifice. Are you never gonna try to fail? Never gonna stop to give in? Never gonna try to reach up for the stars? You gotta fight with all of your life. For the doubt change, show me your name. You gotta hit that warning light. Are you done with the waiting on why? Oh, why? You better run now, run before you hit the end of your line.
just as boring as it has ever been. But I will still adore you. It's what you mean to me. Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? I'm here waiting for you. I'm lay across our path. I'm still spinning out all your words in my head. I don't wanna fight tonight. 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 I don't wanna fight.
It's in my blood to lift it up and hang my halo on a miracle. And you don't see the scars in me. I defeated the demons of recovery. Every inch I was resting in the rubble. Never gave up, I weathered every trouble. I'm a hero, a diamond in my own right. Every inch I was resting in the rubble. Never gave up, I weathered every trouble. I'm a hero, a diamond in my own right. Empire, welcome to my empire. Rising up from the hellfire, I take it down to the wire. Welcome to my empire. Rising up
开场动作越玩越花，大批粉丝现场吃瓜，积分第一被拉下马，观赛指南蓄势待发。观众朋友们，又是你们的阿南。随着 AL 战胜 WE， 本赛季的 LPL 食物链也完成了闭环。废话少说，直入正题。答应我爱看比赛的请划走。这个周末比赛的主题只有一个 ，The Shy 和他的前队友们。本周的第一场重磅对决来自摁刷小精灵 vs 指出并说明。RNG 这边尽管一波3连胜，貌似找回状态，但看看他的对手，软粉们恐怕很难乐观。反观近4场比赛3胜1负的 TT， 他们对手的含金量明显高出不少。北川与 Yoko 的发挥固然亮眼，但显然换风才是赛后的焦点。请指出下路不能做事的原因，并说明为什么是说完亚军前队友，再看看冠军前队友 UP 与 TES 将在本周6先后登场。你很难想象一场双 C 都拿5杀的比赛 ，MVP 却给到了打野的宁王。
师傅，你是做什么工作的？
至于他们本周的对手 EDG， 阿乐在被 YSKM 上课之后痛定思痛，一度发挥稳定，但也许是在小布、小猪茶水和外卖的伺候中迷失了自我。上周与晴天的上路对决中落入了下风，这次如果不能重拾自我，恐怕小猪的抱抱你是等不来喽。在战胜 EDG 之后 ，TES 已经迎来了年后5连胜，人川双戟依旧锋利，季霸们的发挥也算稳定。作为本赛季 LPL 含冠量最高的战队 TES 总算拿出了粉丝们期待的成绩。面对状态起伏的 JDG， 若能完成去年下决的复仇，那么只有 Knight 受伤的世界就达成了。如今的京东在这段时间中下接连出事，合力贡献一波2连败。目前看来，在 JDG 最稳定的还是他们的做饭阿姨。好消息是，帅哥队友们越来越稳定了。坏消息是，前任，而他和现队友们也将在周日的压轴大战中挑战 LNG。WBG 最近的表现略显抽象，他们可以掀翻 JDG， 碾压 UP 与 IG， 却被 TT 打得没有还手之力。队内美人也都有亮眼发挥，下路灯皇还会化身峡谷战鹰，突出一手加你。作为本赛季至今的最大黑马 ，LNG 完成了仅保留核心Tarzan一人的全面重建。粉丝们希望的是，别说他们还没打强队，就算打了也不怂。阿南，我从不带以最好的善意提醒你，再这样，我可要说说去年7比0的故事啦。嘿嘿。总之，现今的 LPL 扑朔迷离，几天不看格局大变。关注阿南，关注观赛指南，否则，嘿嘿，你砸老醉了。
Welcome one and all to the LPL Spring Split 2023. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Kitty today, and what a wonderful way to intro us. Kitty, did you follow along a little bit of that craziness?
Yeah, that was a pretty funny video. I mean, a lot of memes, a lot of recapping from the previous weeks. And my favorite bit was probably just the little reference to how Ala had not the best time up against YSKM. I'm sure he's still looking out for his revenge.
Mine's the little sneaky Doonby smile face that just like jumps in at your face really quick. But we did have some games to cover yesterday, while we did have some bangers actually between some struggling teams, would say the least. NIP did take over a 2-1 victory over Anyone's Legend, and WE took a 2-1 over RA, where there was a more middle of the standings fight.
Yeah, I think NIP up against AL, although it went to a 3-game series, I have pretty high hopes for NIP. I think they've definitely shown moments of greatness. They just really need to stable out that mid to late game. And obviously the last series also went to a 3-game series. We had a very, very long night last broadcast.
And now we get to look at the updated standings, at least, where we still have some very contentious spots. LNG sitting pretty there at number 1. Well, we are still seeing the kind of rise to the occasion of RNG.
Yeah, LNG sitting nice and pretty in that first place, but we need to remember that although match of the week is tonight, which will be between JDG and Top Esports, LNG and Weibo Gaming is pretty close to be contender for match of the week. It might even be better. I'm not too sure. This is just biased opinions, but I think LNG, they've gone up against a lot of these good teams already, and they've shown why they deserve to be at the very top right there.
It's I just love seeing our top 3 teams. They're so contentious. But we got to look at today's matches, as we do have our Super Saturday of week number 6. It starts off with RNG versus TT. Then we got Ultra Prime versus EDG. And then our match of the week, JDG versus Top Esports.
But I've been waiting for an entire week to witness Rookie vs. Knight. This has been the most anticipated matchup for me until this week. We're at the week 6 mark now.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, these games are going by fast. But yeah, I've got a lot of mixed opinions on who the better mid laner will be, but we'll have to find out later tonight.
Indeed, but we got to look at our first matchup of the night. It is RNG versus TT. Both teams in that middle of the pack, right? RNG are now on a 3-win streak, could make it 4, and trying to redeem themselves after a really rough start to the split, Kitty.
Yeah, pretty rough split, but it's really nice to see them revive after the now that Angel has fitted in quite nicely. Like you said, 3 series win streak, but I do need to highlight that they did get a pretty easy schedule. So those wins were up against FPX, WE, and Laogandia. So when it does come to this series up against TT, where they're realistically sitting above RNG, I think this will be their first real big challenge.
And on the other side, TT themselves trying to stop the up and down roller coaster here, try to get to that 2-win streak here for themselves after coming off a win over NIP as we get to hit the stadium. I think TT's story has been really interesting and one of a lot of surprise coming into this.
Yeah, TT's definitely caught all the casters off by surprise. I think they're in a really weird spot because we've seen how well they do up against these super teams. They obviously 2-0'd Weibo Gaming, which was the biggest upset we've ever seen. And on the other hand, they also got 2-0'd by OMG, so I'm not really sure what to expect out of this TT team, but as we approach playoffs, you have to just start stabilizing yourself, and up against RNG, that is a huge, if they do win, this is going to be a huge morale boost.
Crazy that we're getting to the end of week number 6, but we are there, and the 10 weeks are coming down to an end as we get RNG coming out onto the stage here. Nothing too crazy just yet, but I love that wave sign. But, you know, as you were kind of mentioning earlier, it has been really interesting to watch that man right there on your screen, Angel, come into this roster and try to fill a strategical hole in the mid lane, it feels like, since Xiaohu's gone. It's been really nice to see him kind of come into his own in sort of a facilitation role now.
Yeah, Angel has a really interesting pull coming into patch 13.3 because we've seen a lot of mages available in that mid lane pool. However, we saw the TF from him, also sometimes the Talia, but we need to remember that his opponent for tonight is Yucal, and I think they just share such opposite champion pools where Angel is that utility-based mid laner that loves roaming and providing those resources to his side lanes. On the other hand, Yucal, he loves his AD carry champions like the Jace, like the Yone, and he is that soul carry of TT.
Yeah, he is. I think something else interesting with Angel is the one-off times that you do get him on, like, the likes of the Akali. He still shows that mechanical skill, right? But it has felt a lot more natural when he's in those facilitation roles for RNG to really help Wei. And honestly, the commanding from Ming has been really nice. But there's Yucal. A little bit of fun there as we get into it here, but love to see this team as they come into their own, and especially this kind of surprise that we were talking about. That spice from Yucal has been a big part of the fuel that's been lighting the TT fire.
Yeah, I think TT's entire team identity right now is pretty interesting because of how Yucal pilots these AD champions. It does force a lot of demand onto Beichuan, where his entire champion pool, obviously you have to make up for that lack of AP, and that sometimes bring out the champion like Elise, and we've seen how Elise is done in the LPL. You're on a ticking time bomb and you have to make those early forces get there, or TT's team comp, I mean, I'm a little bit scared.
So I'll be really interested. Obviously, we are in 13.3. Appreciate that. Just to kick us off. A calm before the storm, if you will. But we are in 13.3 now. We've obviously seen some adjustments in these last couple days in the LPL competitive meta, at least. But I think a dueling point that we were circling around coming into this one was, of course, the Angel versus Yucal matchup. But then how these top laners are going to kind of deal with this, right? It is Breathe versus Hoya, where Hoya has had some incredible performances against some top-tier top laners in the LPL recently, and Breathe himself, I guess you're just going to always say he's Breathe. He does have that strength in the top side, especially when you can find those carry-centered moments.
Yeah, most definitely. And the solo laners are going to be super interesting. Not to say that the ADC matchup isn't interesting. Every lane, I think, coming into this
It
next
is the
series
LPL,
will be
isn't it?
very, very fun to watch. But yeah, now that we're approaching we are in patch 13.3, God bless, the cat is officially dead. But that also means that Cassante received a little bit of nerfs. And looking at both the top laners champion pool, we have 7 games on Hoya, specifically on this Cassante pick. Breathe just as many games, I believe 5, but not as many. So it'll be really interesting to see what they pick out for this next game, because champions like the Renekton, the Gnar, and Jax, Sion's still very viable as well, will be seen a lot more in the LPL.
Yeah, I think Sion will have a lot of ban priorities tonight at least, and we'll see what trickles down from there. I would hope we get maybe some side lane action between the two so you can carry a little bit harder in the side lane. But again, I think we'll get that handshake of bot lane. Gala and Huanfeng, can't talk enough about the history between these two guys in their own rights, but they are those late game carries, right? Like, we have seen an adaptation in the meta. We have seen Huanfeng have some unique picks of his own and try to up in that bot lane handshake, but I can expect in this matchup specifically that we could get that handshake bot lane and focus on these solo lanes early on.
Yeah, both ADCs being international winners. I believe RNG winning that MSI champion. I mean, 4 of the members are still the core members that they won the MSI championship with. The 4 members, I believe, other than Angel. So just the amount of expectations going up in this 2023 split was immense. And with how they started, it wasn't the best, and a lot of fans were getting a little bit worried, but I'm really happy that Angel has picked up his game and is fitting in extremely nicely. But on the other hand, Huanfeng is also pretty big point to look out for TT. He is a very big carry player, but the interesting thing between these two ADCs is that Huanfeng likes picking the Ziggs. And we don't see a lot of people playing that Ziggs champion, and I just think when champions like the Zeri and Lucian are taken off and your ADC is that AD player, well, specifically for TT, I think the Ziggs will be a little bit of an interesting pick.
And that's where I was kind of skirting around the decision of, like, do we get those just, hey, we're going to see each other late game in a team fight, let's wait till then, Huanfeng versus Gala, or are we going to get something that spices it up on the bot lane? I guess we'll find out probably pretty early into the draft. We are getting those very, very targeted bans on RNG's side, on the blue side, with that Jace and the Yone ban versus UCal. That Caitlyn ban, though, specific one against Gala and Ming, where they just like to down smash lane. That Annie as well, the support Annie, being banned away.
Yeah, we also see this Annie pick being flexed to both mid and support. Glad that it's been taken off. I think this champion in patch 13.3 should honestly be pick or ban. Definitely seen in the LCK. I'm not too sure about the LPL just quite yet. We haven't seen too many Annies, but I think with TT banning out this Caitlyn, their main focus is towards this bot lane, specifically Gala, because he is still that superstar carry that RNG relies on. However, this early game really depends on how Wei paths around these lanes and how he impacts for the carry of RNG.
I like some of these final bans at least coming through. The Jax, obviously, and then that Maokai is very, very meta bans. The Sion actually didn't get banned in the first phase. See if he does in the second. But that is the Ashe first pick for RNG, and a lot of utility from that pick, but also that flexibility.
Yeah, the Ashe does get first picked away. I think Ashe is probably still the best support to blind for any team in the LPL, but the Varus is going to get locked in to deny that Varus Ashe combo. But when it does come to this bot lane matchup, I think Zeri Lulu is still very viable, although I know everyone's really sick of Zeri and how she's been dominating the LPL for ages. I actually looked at the statistic where I believe Zeri was 66% win rate, where most people respond with the Lucian, and that Lucian pick is 44. So come on, guys. I think Lucian, you know, we put it back, we leave it down to the past. But with TT locking in that Varus does mean the jungle is still very much open. Sejuani, Vibe, Wukong is still very popular, and Beige1 picks the Elise.
So, still setting up for maybe a AD mid. If we maybe get the Tristana sneaking in here for UCal. Yeah, let's play that one for. We'll see as we get in the second phase, or maybe even that last pick here in the first phase. But that Elise does set the trend for TT. Beige1 is going to be aggressive, and it has to be a response from Wei.
that means Wei has to be just as aggressive, and I've been saying that Wei really dictates the tempo for RNG in this early game. But when you're up against an Elise, that does mean UCal is still trying to look for something that is super aggressive in that mid lane, and that kind of just goes back to our point between this mid lane matchup where Angel is such a utility player. I'm afraid that if he's not able to match the aggressiveness or the lane party that UCal provides for the side of TT in this early game, then Beitron on this Elise pick can just get things rolling very early on in the game.
Well, we do get the beauty there, the Tristana for UCal. And Akali there, though, nicely banned away against Angel. We did see him pop off recently on that pick, but I do want to kind of circle in on this bot lane for RNG so far, at least coming from this first phase, because giving Gala Zeri always feels like a bad time.
I mean, I think any ADC in the LPL loves playing that Zeri, but having that E button available just means very scary things as we approach this game 1. But yeah, this blind Tristana going up against Angel and taking off this Akali is forcing him into a corner where UCal is pretty much saying, hey, I know that you only play mages or utility and I already have a good matchup. I'm banning this Akali, which is one of the only aggressive picks that Angel has up his sleeves, and hopefully RNG plays into this drafting phase of TT.
I love these final bans from RNG as well, though. They do target that Nautilus, the tried and true potential combo with the engage and roam heavy support, maybe even get those kills between both ADCs they're going to be packing. But as well as Renekton towards Hoya, not giving that one up, not giving the option for there to be that strength in the top side. And I do see the Leona here. I see the pretty big strength for Yao Yao to especially have that forward presence. It's a very, like, let's go forward and try to get as many kills here for TT.
Most definitely. I mean, our Nara is still up for both RNG and TT to take, but with this Leona getting locked in, there's just so much CC for the side of TT already.
It has to be.
CC and TT, they sound pretty good together. What do you think, Lizelle?
They do. I think they go hand in hand. See if they actually do get a final piece of CC. What if they just... I guess Tristana has the buster shot. There's the last one. But Sion is the pickup for RNG. We expected this. We knew it was coming. It's the unstoppable onslaught of Sion in the LPL. And it is the Azir, actually, that comes through for Angel.
Yep, it is going to be the final Azir lock-in for the side of RNG. But Hoya, I mean, having this counter pick available when Breathe is going to be on Sion duty for this game 1. Hoya hovering the Gwen. I think him on this Gwen pick, I do know he's played it once. It didn't go so well because I believe that TT's weak point is probably just communication when it comes to those team fights, and Hoya was really struggling to find angles onto the backline of the enemy team on this Gwen pick. So I'm expecting a lot of early aggression from TT's composition. We have the Varus Leona for this bottom lane paired alongside Elise, who will be getting a lot of push and lane party from that Tristana versus Azir matchup. So this early game, I mean, Elise is going to pop off and Wei needs to respond to that.
Wei's got to be there to react, or maybe even try to get the aggressive hand and force the hand. But I guess the hardest thing for me to see, and I guess that also plays to the fact that you have a little bit of scaling for TT, but if they don't get off the ground running, I mean, I see team fights later on, and you're looking how much utility and setup and spacing that RNG have, it's going to be very difficult to pilot those.
Yeah, most definitely. And RNG going with a very traditional team comp for this game 1. We had the Azir and Zeri being locked in, both very good scales into the late game. I mean, even Sion for that top lane, just a traditional front to back team composition. But I'm afraid that when you are dealing up with champions like this Elise and Leona, you can't be playing too aggressively in that early game and trading those summoners, because once your flash is offline, let's say you don't have a cleanse available other than the ADC, then you're going to get consistently punished where you might not even be able to reach that late game team fight.
That's a difficult thing, but something that execution is going to be the key of. Now, when we're looking at both these two teams, obviously RNG are in a come-up of sorts, maybe a renaissance, if you will, because they started the season off very, very roughly. But now they find themselves on that 3-win streak. They're trying to continue this against an opponent that sits right above them in the standings, in TT, who have been an honest surprise in the LPL, building off of a little bit of what they had last year with UCal being a centerpiece and coming into this one as well. This is a tight matchup between RNG and TT. Both teams needing to hit the ground running here in this best of 3, and TT especially with the kind of composition that they've drafted for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, like you've been saying, TT sitting nice and comfortably in the 6th position. I need to remind the audience that they are sitting directly below Weibo Gaming on that 5-3 scoreline. So it was definitely a big shocker for a team that we didn't expect too much out of, where RNG, they need to keep the ball rolling with this 3-game series win streak. And up against TT, I mean, this is going to be a very close match. But with these two team compositions going into this game 1, very opposite. We already see the idea of what these guys want to accomplish. What is that face of Wei there? He's looking a little bit angry.
That's a great question. I swear, I've loved the intros, but some of these fan sides have been my favorite part of watching the audience, because some of them are just like callback photos to a lot of players, and it's just actually hilarious. I'm sure there is an issue going on stage. I'm sure that we will get it solved as soon as possible. And until then, it sounds like I just got an update as well. So it looks like Huanfeng and Yao Yao said that they could not switch their champions, so they have to remake champion select. Will all remain the same. They just have to remake it and get into game.
Hey, I wouldn't be mad if that Varus went to support. We've already seen a ton of ADCs on that support position. Honestly, still dominating the meta, although I believe Umbral Glaive did get changed for those ranged champions where you no longer one-hit control, not control wards, but normal wards. I believe you have to at least 2-hit them now because it only gets rid of 2 stacks. So we won't be seeing too much of Ashe support, but it is still very high priority because I think this champion, every time she has that ultimate available every 30 seconds, I mean, it's just a kill in your pockets.
I just think the amount of we all have seen how important vision is, especially early on in the LPL, but around the world in the meta, right? But especially like some early vision does so much, and when you start getting that hawk shot, and especially when you put it in the hands of the right support or even the right ADC, you get so much vision control and are allowing your jungler to play a lot more comfortable. And I think that's so important in this meta that we found ourselves in the last like 2-3 years, where jungle is just that important.
Yep, most definitely. And I guess competitive spirit has always been jungle support synergy is the top priority, because I just love how these support players will play alongside these junglers and set up these ganks and vision control before major objectives and making these huge macro plays. But it's really nice to see Ming back with Wei, where they've been just together for years, and I'm really happy that Ming is finally, you know, grabbing wins with RNG, getting them out of the dust, honestly. And this is going to be a huge turning point for RNG, where they have only 4 weeks left until playoffs.
Well, we're getting into it now, I believe. So you've set a little bit of the stakes between, especially with Wei. I've always seen as kind of the sword of RNG. And with Ming, the general, back in place, he's ready to wield that sword. And Wei has found his own advantages a lot of times this split as well. So we're getting into it now. We have a very forward-pressing composition from TT, where RNG are kind of trying to react and deal with the blows that TT are trying to acquire and get that early advantage for themselves.
Yeah, my eyes are definitely going to be on the solo laners of this game. I mean, we have some very exciting matchups, the Tristana versus Zir, and something like the Leon also coming in for this game 1. A lot of action is going to be happening in the first 5 minutes for sure.
We're getting into RNG versus TT. RNG still trying to make a little bit of push as the Gyos ring.
I want to get one of those little flappy sticks.
The Thunder Sticks?
Are they called Thunder Sticks?
That's what I call them. I was
call
about
them
to say
flappy
we. I was going to
sticks.
say, I don't know who we is. I do. You call them Flappy Sticks. Well, I think that's a better name, so I think that's what I'm going to stick with. Is that what they call them in Australia? Flappy Sticks? Or is that just what
I
you
don't
call
think
them?
this is an Australian thing. I think
No, it's just you.
it's just a me thing. They just look very flappable.
Makes
But
sense.
we
makes
do have
sense.
some wards getting placed down in that bottom side jungle. A blue ward has been placed in Wei's blue buff just to make sure that Beichan doesn't do anything sneaky. What is Ming
I love
up
to see that. A little bit of cheekiness. He did. Oh, gets a little flash. Oh my
Double
gosh,
flash?
Beichuan?
Beichuan's
That's a
just
first
dead.
blood. They are so disgusting. And then on the other side of the map,
Ming's still top lane.
Breed did not buy items. They're going for the full cheese, and he is taking the camp so that they can't try and get a counterplay.
Breed's been watching the ball so where he's taking that red buff right now, where Ming and Wei just go over to the enemy red buff to harass Beichuan of his first red buff and kills him, trades flash for flash. I mean, Ashe and Zeri are in this top side where they've swapped lanes, Mazel.
This is actually so big brain from RNG, changing things up, and they are keeping it for now as well, as Breathe is walking his big ol' behind down to the bot lane. And I at this point, Beichuan needs to kind of find an answer. You've seen UCal being very aggressive mid lane, but with that early death and a little bit of that control going over RNG, it feels like a landslide.
Yeah, this is the second time we've seen a lane swap in the LPL. I believe first time done by IG. Hoya sitting on at least, I believe, 0 CS.
Hoya,
He's getting done.
Hoya, I'm sorry. UCal's coming. Hoya.
He's dead.
Oh, man. It's shot by Wei, though, UCal. In some trouble. He does have one more shot, though. Gets
Jump
one
away.
back, and he has the jump away. Nicely done. A capitalization from TT gets them back on the board. Hoya will have to burn that TP, though.
That wasn't too bad of a trade. Of course, UCal does come in with that TP and picks up the red buff, so he's going to get that health regen back in mid lane now. 1-for-1 trade, but Hoya getting 3-man dove at level 1. He had to burn the TP to catch his 3 built-up waves in this top side. But Yaoyao is now rotating towards this top side because Hoya is just unable to ever walk up in this lane, but oh my god, I don't know if I'll ever get time to explain why this lane swap isn't as good.
UCal doesn't have much, but they have the CC. There's the chain. Beichuan is on the board here, back alive again. The spider legs are kicking.
There's just so much action. Mazel already 4 kills in 3 minutes. We haven't even hit the 4-minute mark. And we see a lane swap, 4 kills, and so many summoners being spent on around the entire map. But yeah, back to my original point where we saw the lane swap introduced from IG for this 2023 year, but IG lost with that team with that idea. And I think a huge point is because you can't commit ever. It's just always for that level 1 to 3 cheese to get that kill ahead and putting the Gwen in this instance behind, because you can't ever commit to those tower plates because the top and mid towers does have extra resistance. So it's really nice to see that Gala and Ming has already rotated towards bot lane and, you know, come back from the play. Because if they continued, Huangfeng and Yaya were just going to have a banger of a time in this bot lane getting those plates.
Speaking of who is not having a banger time, it's Angel in the mid lane, who keeps having to deal with the rocket jumps forward from UCal. Now with a little bit more stability on the map, the chaos has subsided to some extent. We're looking mid lane for TT.
Angel had to burn that flash early on from that gank, but the proactiveness from this Elise and Leona, I mean, this is exactly what we wanted from TT, and it's nice to see them executing on the game plan. But since Beichuan died very early on, even burning the flash level 1 from the RNG cheese, it does set them behind a little bit. But UCal,
Angel! That's a huge pickup, a second kill for UCal.
UCal on this Tristana pick. Why have we already seen this before? Gala does get caught a little bit getting rid of some of that vision planted down by TT, but UCal on this Tristana pick, something that he's very comfortable on. I believe even dropping 14 kills in one game, 14-0 with that scoreline. You definitely don't want to have UCal ahead on this Tristana pick because you really see the amount of pressure that he's providing towards the side of RNG as that mid lane is consistently pushed in.
That pickaxe pickup there, huge in terms of the damage, and it all started off with a little spiderling. That's how Beichuan got the assist, and UCal with the flash rocket jump. Nicely done.
Yeah, Angel was just trying to sniff some XP in that mid lane because he was zoned off from the Elise earlier. But unfortunately, caught off guard, and UCal, very aggressive, just straight up flashes onto Angel's face because he does know Azir doesn't have the flash available from earlier. And that is another kill going into the 3-kill participation Tristana.
It's going to be a big lead, and something you definitely needed with the TT comp here. We do see Wei getting a bit of a response with an aggressive play onto the vision game on top side of the map at least. But I do wonder where RNG, they had the craziness, they have a little bit of late game scaling for themselves, but now I'm looking at way for that kind of reactiveness to come through and continue kind of being there for the lanes now that Beichuan is going to be back out on the prowl.
Yeah, most definitely. And RNG really needs to cut this bleeding that is happening in this mid lane 1v1. I think Wei should definitely be hovering a lot more around this mid lane. Angel doesn't have his flash available for another 30 seconds, so Beichuan definitely trying to make something happen there as well. As long as Hwanton doesn't die, I mean, this Tristana is just going to solo carry you to that win.
True. You see how much damage they're doing with just a little bit of poke from RNG on the bottom side as well. Hwanfeng and Yao Yao trying to defend as they can. One tower plate has not gone down there just yet. I do see actually Beichuan hovering up towards top side. A Hawkshot has gone across, so I do wonder if they're going to get actually a little bit of vision here. It does look like so. So Breeze should play a little bit more easy, and we should see Wei feeling comfortable to continue clearing that side of the map.
We also see RNG's balling consistently being pushed up. I mean, Yukao picking up that Noon Quiver at 7 minutes into the game. He's just gonna have a very happy time as he does so much damage for this first Herald
Here's
fight.
that roam. Oh, beautifully done in the middle of the rocket jump. Although, Wei, nicely communicated. RNG, they're firing on all cylinders now.
Yukao definitely getting a little bit too comfortable in this mid lane, and Angel responds with an ulti to the face. I mean, even Ming says, I'm gonna ult you from the bottom lane.
Just
that
to make sure, I mean.
No TP from the mid laner of Yukao. So this Herald's going to get started up by RNG.
I do see some movement from TT, and actually the entire team are kind of bolting down here. I think Hwanfeng holding back for just a moment. We should see TT be able to secure this one. RNG going to give it up. And again, I think they're fine with that, right? It is TT that we've put in the point of, you know, proactivity in this game, and RNG are just trying to kind of dissuade a lot of the frontal aggression that they're getting.
Yep, Angel ults here, and it just nicely cancels the jump from Yukao, and that's his only escape. He doesn't have the flash available, and he doesn't even commit the ultimate. I mean, he just gets 3 ults just thrown onto his face, so he just dies there. But I believe the Herald still goes over to the side of TT.
Beichuan did get that Rift Herald there. Now, we saw in the picture-in-picture, I just wanted to make note of it, that Bree TP'd to his ward in the tri-bush and then ulted back behind to get back to his wave in front of the tower. Thought it was hilarious, but also does mean kind of TP down, ulti down from Breathe. We're looking back mid, though, with a little bit of movement from Wei.
The tables have turned now. The RNG jungler is just consistently hovering this mid lane. Another Ash Arrow. Is it going to hit?
The communication! Oh, he gets it. Nice mechanics, at least, to have that heads-up play from Yukao.
Didn't buffer it the first time, but he's definitely going to learn his lesson and buffer this the second time. The dragon is going to be spawning in 1 minute, and that is the Ashe ultimate down for 40 seconds. So now Beichuan, I mean, he had a tough early game, or tough start to the early game. He can potentially look for some picks, or at least get the vision when you do have Leona hitting that level 6.
I love that they're moving together. I think this is an important duo to the success of TT, at least. They have so much CC with both of them. They're going to try to use it on the Angel. Nice Emperor's Divide flashing out of the Solar Flare. And Angel gets away.
Angel gets away scotch-free, but that is going to be the Herald being dropped in this mid lane.
Oh,
Another flash!
He doesn't have flash anymore, and now they are flashing onto him. Angel, you stepped 1 step too close to the sun.
Just how many flashes have been burnt in this 10-minute mark, Mazel? I love LPL.
I can't believe it's only 11 minutes in, honestly. I feel like we're in like a 30-minute game right now. It's intense.
I mean, I love LPL, but I'm sure Angel doesn't like this game in particular. He's getting a little bit bullied.
It's like, you really had to bring out the Tristana. Like, we could just be, you know, gentlemen. We could just have some fun. But Yukao's sitting over there laughing maniacally, like, ha ha ha. I get to have some fun in my own lane. I get to play ADC, and now we actually see a little bit of that priority maybe given to RNG here to try to contest the dragon.
Vision's already been preemptively set up from the side of TT, however, and the TP from Yukao. Kraken available for this dragon fight.
Oh, we fighting.
Fighting for some more vision for now. I haven't seen much action in that bottom lane, but Gala does have that 1 kill from the previous top dive. Very peaceful, however.
So I think this is definitely more prominent of an objective need for TT, as we do want them to have that proactivity, obviously. But stacking dragons early would be really, really good for them, as they will get their second dragon here. RNG are not around.
Yep, this was the initial play where Herald gets dropped, but Angel got a little bit too greedy with the way he parts here, and Beichuan sees his angle and just instantly commits 2 flashes onto Angel. And I mean, Wei was just kind of staring from the blue side, it's like, hey yo, you're dead? Huh?
Just feels bad, man, honestly. There's the Hextech Dragon on the Rift here. We do have our first item completions also coming online, at least across the board to some extent. Do see a little bit of movement here, and this is where Ming and Wei, that connection we were talking about on the other side for TT, but on RNG side, is so lethal. And they will be able to find out vision and angles here as they look for an angle on the UCAL, but he's just too quick. The man's got fingers made of lightning.
UCAL smells Ming on this Ashe around this mid lane. I mean, they're just purely focusing on killing UCAL for this first early game. And Huanfeng, I mean, the plates are getting shredded by Gala, so he is definitely way more up in that gold department. But back into this mid jungle, I mean, both mythics have been picked up for TT and already have two dragons in the pockets of TT for this early game. Oh yeah, getting very close there. Not enough though.
See, Gala realizing there might be a little bit of trouble there. Should be the backs completed. Actually not from top side. So Breathe is sticking around. Seeing that last turret play, if they can push it. Looks like Breathe will eventually just end up backing. Should have. Okay, guess he's not going to realize that cannon. I need it.
Breathe?
He might be in a little bit of trouble here. He has the ulti, doesn't have, I believe, the mana for it though, and just trying to survive under tower. Hoya says, I don't want whatever you're trying to cheese me with.
I need the type of confidence that Breathe has in this top lane. Literally 300 HP, no mana, up against a full HP Gwen, and he decides to ego it and take that wave under tower. But that does mean the Riftmaker is going to be in Hoya's pockets now, where that 1v1 is going to be a lot more lethal for the side of RNG's top laner.
Ooh, Beichuan actually spotted out there as well. Still waiting on Angel to get that mythic item completed here for him in the mid lane to have any sort of presence with Wei in that connection. We're hoping that once these towers break in bottom side, maybe you can go ahead and bring Gala up here in mid lane. Ming is already roaming, and TT are set up for a play around mid or even towards this Rift Herald spawning in 20 seconds.
It does look like RNG is just going to give the priority from this Herald. Gala is still in this bottom lane where TT has already committed 4 players to this topside jungle. I mean, Yaya's just putting wards everywhere while Gala is going to get the tier 1 tower in this bottom lane. But a lot of major objectives going into the hands of TT. I'm getting a little bit worried for RNG's scaling composition.
Angel, I know you sniffed something. See what's going to happen. See if you can get those awards. See if you can get those minions. The tower does get traded back by TT, but as he said, starting to worry to some extent. I think obviously everybody knows how strong Tristana is late. Gwen becomes immune after a certain amount of time, but RNG are trying to put the pedal to the metal here and take a tier 2 in bottom side. Doesn't look like they'll be able to, and a Rift Herald on the other side claimed up.
Surely they look for a dive here. I mean, you are just losing way too much on the other side of the map.
Oh, Hoya dodges out of the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Still goes down to Gala, who goes up 2-0.
I guess Hoya just didn't expect the amount of damage that Gala was going to provide. Ming misses his Ashe ultimate, and that is just -1 ult, but Hoya still falls as a result of that. 2 bottom tier towers going in the hands of RNG as TT gets a response play on the other side, getting rid of that mid tower, and of course the Herald into Beichuan's pocket again. Definitely don't think Hoya should have died there. It was a little bit greedy. He maybe thought he could outplay, but just with so many ultimates committed, especially versing a Wukong where he can get into a little circle, he was just getting CC'd as well.
Now, I do see Beichuan out on the map now. Want to see where he wants to drop the Rift Herald at least. Mid tower's already broken. Probably looking at the outer tower here, the bottom or the top side, I guess. But especially with Dragon coming up a third in a row potentially for TT, they are setting themselves up with some really good late game insurance policies.
Yeah, I mean, Gala is that late game insurance policy as well for the side of RNG, but throwing it back to what just happened 30 seconds ago, all the gold went into the pockets of Gala, where even though the kills are even, we need to look at the gold lead that RNG has generated. Already 2k, not too significant, but I'm sure that 2k is in the hands of the ADC of RNG.
You see the Rift Herald used in bottom lane. At least not going to get the full crash there, but RNG are front and center to defend against this Dragon take.
Gala really needs to play carefully up against this Tristana. I mean, just the amount of CC. He only has cleanse once, so he can't misplay, as this is the third Dragon Soul point for TT. Although Chemtech, I mean, has received a little bit of a buff where the statistics are, I believe, plus 1% to the soul healing and shielding power. Yukao just trying to catch that bottom wave as well, fixing the wave before this third dragon fight. I mean, Huanfeng still pushed in, potentially can regain some vision here.
Looks like TT might just want to give this one. Actually, they're going to TP. Never mind. I spoke too soon as TT are coming in to collapse against RNG. Taking a little bit of vision down. Hoya has arrived, getting a bit of a shield up. And now we're getting the TP from Angel. They've already gotten a little bit of an engage. The Chains of Corruption goes through on a Huanfeng. Cleanse does go down. Breathe is tanking up, but he's not tanking for long. He does go into zombie mode, and Gala goes into ham mode as he hits that lightning crash, and it falls all around TT. I thought you were supposed to hold the thunder attack, but Gala has the lightning that's needed here. Yao Yao. He should get shaded down here under the base, under the eyes of RNG. And they find a wonky team fight, but a beautifully aggressive pilot from Gala.
That was such a beautiful choke for RNG to opt into. Angel landing the two-man ultimate onto the AD carry and top lane of TT, where Gala was just able to jump over the wall and start DPSing as no one was threatening him the entire fight. I mean, Yukao trying his best to at least get someone dead on the backline of RNG, but RNG successfully denies the soul point from TT, and they revive back into the game.
Huge stuff from RNG, and that's why you can never count them out. Gala will be that carry. I mean, we've seen this combo of Ming and Gala do so many incredible things, even Wei as well, and I want to see this kind of duo come to life in these moments, in these little skirmishes, and it all comes down to just great execution and decisiveness in the moment.
A lot of spells committed to this Scion, where if you just, you know, use all your abilities onto the tank of RNG, Gala just gets to do whatever he wants. I mean, such a beautiful choke for RNG to fight, where all the CC from Azir and Wukong gets used up in this particular team fight. And Yukao, I mean, everyone just kited away from him, where he wasn't able to kill anyone. And RNG taking the game back into their own hands, while Angel had such a terrible early game.
Yeah, I mean, Gala is now on 2.5 items already at 20 minutes, and looks like it's going to be that IE third potentially, so a lot of damage coming down. And I would expect that team fight to start getting a lot more short up. These picks to start being a lot more prevalent for RNG, and we'll see if they can maybe get a pick back for TT, as they were trying to catch out Beichuan.
Gala still has that cleanse available after such a big team fight, but he does have the PD available also going to the Novori third. So this Zeri is getting a little bit unhinged for this game one. I'm really worried because TT's team composition, we said that they have to be aggressive early, they have to be ahead early, but 6-5, it does not look like a great game state for TT.
Wits in did just get completed for Yukao, so you'll have a second item spike for the Tristana. I still think it's more that third that you're really looking for, but at least you get a little bit of defensive nature for Yukao to survive a little bit here. But against these big team fight comps, it's going to be a little bit more difficult, it feels like. And you see this clumping up, I think, is TT's best hope, and have Hoya in the side lane ready to TP when it's available.
Most definitely. I don't think at this point in the game TT wins a 5v5 anymore unless you play the team fight perfectly, where TT should really utilize their pressure that they can provide in the side, and you have a Gwen that wins every 1v1 into the Scion. No. Yao Yao getting caught out.
Oh my god, he does so much damage. Oh, that's what 2.5 items will do for you that early on, as Gala feeling himself already.
Gala definitely having a really good game 1 into this series, but yeah, back to my point where TT is now in the losing position. I think Beitron on this Elise pick definitely feeling some pressure now as the Baron's getting started by RNG.
They are doing it. We'll see if the contest can actually be here. If Beitron can get a steal, that would be incredible. It looks like they're just going to buy their time. And it is a slow take as TT are now moving in. We'll spot out that it's being done. And Hoya is coming down. They have all their tools available to them. RNG trying to pull the tool back, though. Can't hit the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. That should signal RNG are moving out.
You know, I respect them contesting this Baron. Although Yayo didn't have that ultimate available, not a lot of hard CC outside of Huanfeng, but RNG was just not willing to risk the 50-50 flip where they are in the winning position, so they are going to back off. But yeah, when it comes to these 5v5 team fights, I just feel like they don't have enough front line compared to the side of RNG. Where we saw the previous side how badly it went for TT when they had the early lead. So I really want to see Beitron, you know, making these plays into the side lanes where Gwen is just consistently pressuring the Scion. We already see how much damage she does when it comes to the 1v1. So just take it before you opt into these really bad 5v5 fights.
Yeah, it just gets more and more difficult, it feels like. But like one clutch needlework maybe across the whole back line could do something. But I'm definitely looking at this side lane and wondering, you know, Hoya's big influence here as we're getting into these team fights. They've become more and more difficult against this RNG roster, who, again, are on just a roll, right? Like, they have been on a roll. They're 3 games in a row. Yes, they're against lesser opponents, you could say, but a roll is a roll. And when I feel like momentum is so key in the LPL, RNG on a momentum slide like this is so big for them.
Most definitely. I think that particularly goes to Wei. I think he had a bit of a struggle at the start of the split where it reflected the results of RNG, but now that he's been paired up with Angel, they're just something clicked between the mid jungle of RNG, and they've been collecting these wins so easily. And from such a disastrous early game for the mid lane, I mean, Angel, he was the reason why RNG got such a good choke team fight up against CT.
It was indeed, and I think another big piece was when Ming was finally brought in here in the split as well, just being a crucial shot calling voice that was missing for RNG for a lot of the beginning of the split. But now we do see third item there, i.e. for Gala. And then that man's got so many swords right now, I would not want to be near him.
Some Baron dancing around the vision.
It's a bow.
It's a bow.
Oh.
Beitron.
They're going to use a little bit of that on Beitron as not able to get him with that clean flash over the wall. We see a little bit of that picture-in-picture fight in the bot lane. Hoya is winning it out, but RNG, they are actually looking to kind of bait in TT a little bit here.
The Baron is going to get started here. Hoya TPing from the back.
A little bit of engage coming through. There's the unstoppable onslaught. Pulled back, though, by Bree. There's another needlework on the back line. We were saying maybe that's it. Hoya is taking on 1v4, but Breathe is as well. He turns back into a zombie, though, and he will go down. Should be just that trade as one goes down for RNG. Means it's an uneven fight. While TT have to back on the wrong side of their base.
Dragon is still up, though, but it seems that RNG is going to try and regain their vision control around this Baron as Huanfeng goes for that tier 2 top lane.
Right.
I mean, that was a pretty goofy ult from Breathe. I'm gonna be real. He just ulted in, didn't hit anyone, and died as Hoya was just chopping everyone down in the backline of RNG where no one could follow up in that team fight. And I just feel like that team fight was very messy from RNG. Definitely don't want to be giving those angles back for TT where they climbed their way back into this game from a throne fight earlier.
Yeah, I'm interested at kind of that decision-making process, I guess, but maybe a little bit of that miscommunication if we're going to go for the fight or if we're going to just turn back away. And now I'm interested with this pause. I mean, obviously, we'll get an update as soon as possible for everyone watching at home, but it has been a little bit of the back and forth, even in TT, who we said really needed a lead. I think you're starting to see some of that fight come back, especially Hoya able to tank down a lot of the front line there because Gwen has officially become immune. I don't know what time it happened, but it happened. And the fact that you are getting that trade of Hoya successfully tanking up 4 members of RNG and Bree dying to 4 members of RNG.
TT definitely don't lack damage in their team composition. I mean, we saw how much Hoya was doing to the backline of RNG, and we also have the Tristana and Varus just trying to shred down Breathe in the front line. But I think TT still honestly take in the 5v5s, but they have to play it very smart. They can't just, you know, brute force face-to-face play for that 5v5. They have to play it pick by pick, and that's exactly what we saw where Breathe went in, died extremely fast as TT focused him down straight away. And without the front line of RNG, I mean, they can't really opt into a winning fight for the next upcoming fight.
We did get an update. Apparently, Angel has reported an in-game issue. We will be investigating it, and we will get the updates as we get them. I promise I got my finger on the play button. I hope you do too, Kitty. And I'm just pressing it over and over and over. But this game has been interesting nonetheless, right? I know we were setting a lot about this like kind of middle of the table matchup, the run from RNG, but it really has been a crucial piece to see how much pressure this mid lane has had. And I feel like Angel definitely getting a lot more of it than UCal. But now that we've gotten into that kind of stable, more so mid game for RNG, UCal is getting a lot of that back. And we are seeing why these two have been so important for differing reasons for their team.
Yeah, this game, I mean, is definitely very entertaining to start off our Saturday evening. And a lot of fighting, but like you said, UCal just getting that lead in the early game alongside Beitwan on this Elise was definitely looking really good for TT, but once it did come to the third dragon fight, they were unfortunately held at a choke, and all the kills went into Gala's hands, where I think in these later on team fights, Gala is really the sole carry of RNG, where Azir just has to play front to back alongside Gala with his ultimate, because we saw the amount of damage that TT had. So if the Zeri is, you know, alive, then I think RNG still has a chance.
Love to see a little bit of that non-verbal communication go down on stage. As we all know, when pauses happen, you're usually not allowed to talk to your teammates until it's allowed. But I'm sure we'll be getting this solved pretty quickly. But also got to think about what this kind of does in terms of resetting a little bit of that back and forth nature that we were getting in this game. We've had so much action, so much chaos so early on. I mean, we were at like 10 minutes and we were like, oh, it feels like a 30-minute game. And this definitely slows the tempo down. And as we were saying for RNG, they are looking at that late game. And I think it definitely, at least in terms of trying to get a little bit of a stable grasp after what just happened for RNG, maybe helps them a little bit.
I also need to remind the audience that Hoya on this Scion, one of his deaths was an executed death to the enemy red buff. Not Hoya, sorry, Breathe. And yeah, we had a lot of action in that level 1 as the lanes were swapped, but TT trying to regain that vision control around this Baron once again, where RNG is just going to start up this dragon and deny the soul point.
That's 3 items right there for you. Zeri will never leave the meta. Zeri 2023! Yeah, that's just what happens, I guess. TT, you're looking for a little bit of vision game while the dragon goes down. That'll be second dragon in a row for RNG, stacking up those Kimdrake souls as a way. Especially taking that cocoon there, but a lot of hovering between this top side and mid for TT.
Taking a look at the itemization in this mid lane, where Angel has opted into the Shattered Crown into Zhonya's, so he's definitely lacking a bit in that damage department, and that just goes even more into the point of Gala being the sole carry or damage source for RNG in these team fights. And he does have the double summoners available, but Hoya, he is consistently looking for those flank angles where he can get his hands onto the backline of RNG.
That's why those TPs are so crucial. Obviously not being up here anytime soon. We'll see them kind of rejoin with these teams, but as we are about 27 minutes in here, I do want to check back in because we were talking about some of that proactivity needed from TT. We still see them fighting for a lot of vision, things like that, but how are you feeling on their kind of scaling condition? Are we feeling like this third item for UCal is going to be that big sticker?
Yeah, the BT is going to get built for UCal for this third item, but I just think TT's entire team composition, they have so much side lane threat. Back to Hoya in this 1v1 isolated situation where he will be consistently out-pushing Breathe, and Breathe is always either forced into a 5v5 situation where he can't lane up against his Gwen, or he has to just, you know, take it in the side lane. But when it does come to UCal, I mean, the amount of damage that TT has, they can shred this Baron if RNG is not too careful.
And a little bit finicky with it here as they do try to burn it down. We saw how fast Gala killed that dragon. Now TT are going to have to respond. You see that the
Good
push
dodge.
in bottom lane is there. RNG, double solar flare connects Beituan. He's still locked down, and squish goes the spider under the boot of RNG. Bot lane tier 2 does fall to UCal, and here comes a 50-50 potentially.
TP from UCal.
I guess it's not 50-50 if you don't have a smite. We'll see if they can push RNG off of this one, as they are trying to get some damage down, but the Baron is not the play. RNG are pouncing onto TT. They've already found 2 more in the fight, and it's a 5v2. Gala almost goes down to the end. The Baron going down. Juan Fong can't find it. RNG, they get the Baron, and they get the team fight.
RNG baits the Baron perfectly, where TT feels pressured to face check it without any vision, and Beituan gets caught off first, where it just became an unwinnable flip as UCal TP'd a little bit late, although getting the tier 2 bot lane tower. I mean, you just gave Baron to a scaling composition. We can take a look. I mean, he dodges the Ashe ult, but it's not enough as Angel commits all his spells and summoners to killing this lonely spider that is caught out in this top side, and Hoi and Huangfang not having enough I guess speed to catch up and help. They are just separated on the other side, where UCal is forced to TP into mid lane, and he is just extra late to this team fight, but RNG holds the Baron perfectly, where Breathe lands a double stun onto the carries of TT, and they just use this Baron perfectly as a bait.
It's so good, and that's the turnaround power with Ming on this this Ashe, and a lot of the catch-out potential there. Now, speaking of catch-outs, nice little flash from Bree. Should get him out of there. Cocoon does connect, but that's a tanky boy right there. I don't know how many fangs you're going to need to sink into that one, but it ain't enough how many ever you put just now. And TT now moving into the mid lane. Oh my god, they're just going to keep trying to catch
once
him.
again.
Hoya is immune, is going in. Now he does a lot of damage to him, but back and forth, and Gala has hit that lightning crash. Beituan is trying to come around. Look at Gala. He gets engaged on. Huge buster shot, though, as UCal is tanking the minions. Can he, guys, trying to heal? He can't. Juan Fong gets the kill on a Breathe, but Gala gets the kill on a UCal, and here he comes. He gets the cleanse, repel, and here comes Beituan. He wants to get those fighters' fangs dead, and that will be a kill back over. You're getting Angel pushing at the top. He did get it in hip tower, and we're right back to the chaos.
That was a 4v5, Mazel, where Gala was just space gliding on the carries of TT. I mean, all the ultimates committed to the Sion once again, where he was just living for the entire fight. Not enough damage. And Gala was just doing so much damage, even killing off UCal at the very end. Just see how this fight started. The ultimate goes onto the Sion once again, where Gala is just spacing the carries of TT really well here. But we need to remind everyone that Azir's top lane, this is a 4v5. And RNG were in a winning position until Gala was a little bit too excited and overstepped and died as a result. But just look at the hiding from Gala. UCal can't reach.
That mid-air buster shot bomb, though, that was actually kind of nice from UCal, but definitely overextending himself. Gala himself getting his first death, but 8-1's not too
and he
shabby.
flashed here as well. Oh no, Gala,
1,000
wrap it up.
over to Beituan.
Cut the play. It's okay, at least Azir got top lane tower, right?
Oh my gosh, that was the unstoppable onslaught coming through. And I think Breathe, I think he's just always wanted to be a train, Kitty. And you know, sometimes you just got to pull the trigger to become a train.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. But
Haven't
that
you
does
ever
mean
just wanted to be a train? Come on, right?
I mean, I've always wanted to be unkillable, and that's exactly what Sion is. So definitely, you know, we're relating in some way or another.
And we do see a siege actually coming down here for RNG, utilizing the turret from Angel. They should be backing out of this one. No objectives really on the map to speak of. No Baron under their belt either. Should be able to clean up some of this extra gold lying out in the wings from TT. And I'm actually looking at TT to try to get a little bit of gold back in this moment. Maybe try to get to those 4th item spikes. But he did get a couple completions here for them. And we'll have something to say in these team fights. But that GA speaks louder than anything for Gala.
Doing a little bit of an item check-in. I mean, Gala having that 4th item available in his item slots, and Angel having a Shadow Flame now purchased, also building towards that Void Staff. This Azir pick is finally getting online at 32-minute mark, where RNG scaling team composition is just only going to get more potent as the game goes on here.
I'm wondering how, especially now that Angel's on that 3.5 items, like you're saying, like there's so much damage coming out from Angel and Gala, and you can see they're pretty confident moving forward with it, right? Like all you need is a catch up from the Jay and Chris era of Ming, and both Gala and Angel turn their guns onto the TT member, and they're gone.
What do you mean? Ash is healthy for the game. 30 minutes per ultimate. Ah, it's fine. But Hoya, he is not fine.
Oh, he might be in a little bit of trouble. You are no longer immune if they are in the cage fight
Ash
with
ult.
you. Nice arrow from Ming. You speak of the devil, he shall return, and Ming gets a big catch out for RNG.
TT tripling one by one. We've seen this for the last 3 instances where someone on TT just gets caught before a major fight, and RNG definitely optimizing these chances that TT is providing. I mean, Yukao just always trying to provide some pressure in the side lane, but it doesn't really work when your team is getting caught out.
It's always been so interesting for me as well, as I've kind of thrown into the LPL as well, and hearing all the stories before of Ming and like this legendary support for RNG, and then getting to know him a little bit more in terms of like seeing how he interacts with the teams and seeing how kind of shot calling control he is. And it's been really, really cool to see some of the behind the scenes stuff with him, but especially that you see moments like this where he's given the Ashe and it literally is a 1-for-1 combo. Like you give Ashe to Ming and he will dominate you because he does just have that next level brain scaling, and it feels like these arrows just always hit.
I wish I had some brain scaling, but Ming, he has 100% KP at the 34-minute mark. Baron once again on the tables, where now Zeri and Azir just do way too much damage, so TT got to find some way in because you don't have any vision control over this.
See if they can contest here as it is getting burned down. There's the arrow, and that's the signal to turn from RNG. It might as well have a flag on it that says Royal never give up, as now Yao Yao is already gone. Hoya is on the back line. He has some nice needlework, but we get a pause in the middle of a team fight. Haven't had that happen in a long time.
Oh Jesus, this is gonna be really trippy, guys. Hoya TP's in, gets his hands onto the backline of RNG, and a pause gets paused, I guess. That is going to be so trippy for the players. I wonder what is happening backstage.
It's
because
very rare. Like, usual stipulations are you are not allowed to pause in a team fight.
Yeah,
so
it has
is
to be
very
really
rare
serious, guys.
that there is a pause in the middle of a team fight. So I don't know if it's a continuation of the issues we were having earlier. I don't believe we actually ever got an issue resolved from that. We never found out exactly what was going on. But we will try and update you all as soon as possible. I know it's been a little bit of a slog here. It's only been game number 1. But it is something, you know, where these teams are going to have to come back onto the rip ready to go unless we get a chrono break.
Well, hopefully it gets resolved very fast and that it is not a big issue for both sides of the team. But yeah, I mean, recapping that play, Beitron gets picked off by Ming's Ashe ultimate once again, where he was forced to burn the Zhonya's. I don't remember if he died. Do you remember if he died? I'm having a brain fart right now.
Same.
Oh no. Can we chrono break our brains?
Can we chrono break our brain? All right, let me check. I'll contact somebody.
Yeah, but that fight just starts off with RNG getting a pick onto the jungler once again. A repeat of how the first Baron went to the hands of RNG. But Hoya this time around, he has a great flank onto the backline of RNG carries. So hopefully the outcome of the second Baron team fight is going to go into the hands of TT because they really need it.
They definitely do. Did get an update. It is, again, Angel reporting an in-game issue. We'll be investigating as soon as possible. Hopefully gonna hear about it soon, but again, I think the state of the game with all the chaos that we've had, maybe it fits just right, as we literally had the lane swaps to kick it off. We had all the kills going over both ways. It felt like a little bit of response from TT, then all the pressure you could ever ask for in mid lane, and now we're getting consecutive team fights kind of going back and forth.
Yeah, we pretty much got everything. It's like a bingo card. Level 1 shenanigans, level 1 lane swap, you know, some pauses, some throne fights of LPL, and that's a perfect LPL game for you.
It is indeed. It is indeed, Kitty. But, you know, we do have a long night ahead of us as well. But speaking about these two teams a little bit more, we obviously have the match of the week later that's like looming over us like a giant, I don't know, sign. But I think honestly, that match of the league, it's hype. And the next game, it's hype. You know, you got Ultra Prime versus EDG, but RNG versus TT. Come on. Got a 4-win streak possible for RNG here to push them onto the left side of the table. Still a long ways to the end of the split, but TT not wanting to give up an inch, right? They want to try to push themselves 6-3. Could you imagine a world where TT is in that top 5?
I can imagine a world. I mean, they had an excellent early game with how UCal was performing. Unfortunately, just making these tiny mistakes as some of these players on TT gets caught one by one. And UCal is kind of just trying his best to make anything happen in the side lane. But yeah, I think UCal is definitely the bones of this team. He is the biggest carry player that they can ever ask for. But you need to stop making these mistakes. It's only game 1. So it's not too crucial just quite yet. I don't know why I went British for a second, but it's not too crucial just quite yet. But you need to really start polishing up your gameplay because, I mean, RNG is just capitalizing on the mistakes that you're making later on in the game.
And we're still waiting on what's going on with our in-game issue in the middle of a team fight. Again, it was in-game issue with Angel from RNG. I don't see any hands on keyboards or mice, so it might just be a little bit kitty.
Yeah. Most likely a Corona
Last
break.
time,
I don't want to say too much.
All I'm saying is me and Jamada had like a 40-minute pause, and I started naming my plushies as a League of Legends team. So I'm not saying we're diving on that deep end just yet, but I mean, if they keep us here, then we might have to dive on the deep end, kitty. I just hope you're ready.
I can already think of something. So our next match will be between Ultra Prime and EDG. And I swear, Twitch chat has just evolved into something else where everyone in Twitch chat is trying to convince me to call Ultra Prime Ultra XPP or Ultra Plink. I cannot. Twitch chat, stop spamming XCDs and XPPs. I can't handle it. Stop.
It's not the time, Shannon. All right, come back later. Still no updates, obviously, but love that we're able to have a little bit of fun with the pause that we do have. I just still I can't stop thinking of the fact that it is literally the middle of like a just started team fight. I'm actually
it's gonna
kind
be
of excited.
Real trippy going back into this game. Who do you think is gonna come out on top? I mean, Hoya had a pretty good angle on the carries.
Yeah. But it's still so much left to be decided. I don't think I've had to come in like hot drop a team fight since like my days in amateur, which always fun, chaotic, but fun. But again, fits the kind of style we've had in this game where it literally has just been chaotic to the T.
Yeah, I'm gonna just wish you the best of luck because we need to start talking from where they dropped off from. And it's looking very, very chaotic. I think someone died on the side of TT, which was the Elise, so they are fighting a 4v5. However, all the ultimates were blown from RNG. The Wukong, the Azero were used up. No one died other than the jungler, and I think TT has a fighting chance to turn the tides because Baron is on the clock, but both teams sitting on 2 to 3 dragons, so it's not too, scary just quite yet.
Well, you're talking about turning the tides, and I'm sorry for what tangent we're about to go on. What's your favorite beach that you've ever been to?
Beach?
Because, tides, beaches.
Oh, man.
They go in
I
hand
play
in
League
hand.
of Legends.
You've never been to a beach?
I've definitely been to a beach.
Okay.
Probably Bondi, because that's the most generic answer for a person that lives in Sydney.
Okay.
Bondi Beach, but I'm sorry,
I was hoping
I'm a
like the
filthy
pool
League of
party
Legends
beach
player.
or something. Like you could stick it with League of Legends. Maybe Bilgewater. Would you go to the beach in Bilgewater?
Bilgewater? They have beaches. They have just grub.
I mean, they have water. I don't know if they have beaches.
They have monsters living down in the water. I'm not too sure if I want to go down to the beach over there.
Exciting. Okay, yeah, I agree. Then, okay, if you had to go anywhere in Runeterra, where would you go?
If I could go anywhere in Runeterra, I would probably go to Ionia. I mean, it just seems very chill. I'm a big lore nerd. I'm so sorry, guys, but yeah, I'll go to Ionia. They seem very chill. A lot of good food. Demacia seems a little bit too. Demacia seems like it's getting a little bit too out of hand with the Mage War. So I wouldn't go over there. Noxian or Noxus is just way too Noxus. Where else would be nice to hang out? I mean, I want to go to Piltover actually. Arcade. I mean, an entire series was made on Piltover.
There wasn't a lot of positive stuff that happened in Arcade. Is all I'm gonna say. I don't know if we watched a different show, but Piltover and Zon did not look peaceful. That's all I'm gonna say.
I mean, it looked peaceful for the first episode. You know, you got cupcakes in Piltover.
Rose-tinted glasses. I like it. I think mine would have to be Bandle City or wherever. Like, I guess it's not a city, but like the wilds where like Lilia and like Nico are from. I think that'd be really cool.
Oh, what
see
are
a bunch
they
of like
called
exotic
again? The
Runeterra. I don't
shapeshifters.
remember actually. It's something wilds, or I don't remember. Maybe somebody can add us on Twitter.
Something jungle. I don't remember anymore.
But I'm imagining myself. I said Bandle City. I'm a 6'3" person, and I'm very big, and I'm just imagining me trying to have fun in Bandle City, and I think it would be hilarious. Probably more so for the Yordles than me, but I think it'd be pretty funny.
It's like Hamel's a 6'3", so I won't be joining in with the Bandle City hype train. But I'm pretty sure it's gonna be really tough trying to get into Bandle City, since the opening or the entrance into Bandle City it spawns randomly around the map, so we never know where the Yordles go.
And that makes that's like half the fun, half the journey.
You just you try to find the entrance, and that's the fun. You could be chilling at Ionia with me, you know, doing some meditation alongside Masi or something, but you're going around everywhere trying to find a goddamn entrance to something that might not even exist.
Now, something we left off the map completely, and I don't know. I know you're from Australia, so maybe ice doesn't do well for you. But what about the Freljord? They could have said they got Poros up there. All I'm saying is Poros look real fluffy. And they look really cute. Most of them. Some of them are terrifying.
I'm Australian, so anything that's below 0 degrees is probably way too cold for me. But the trade-off is to be extremely cold and pet a poro, or you know, wear the clothes that the Freljordians wear, which is just a piece of cloth and in negative
and
20 degrees.
It's warm somehow. I think there could be some fun stuff. Do you think they would have like a ski resort in Freljord? What would they call it, I guess? The
Freljord Resort?
Man, no, that's too plain. That's boring. Come on. It's got to be like Lyssandra's.
A witch? Why would you want to go to her resort?
Because it's a cool theme. It's like I don't know, like
that's Monka.
Haunted Mountain or whatever it is.
Nah, I mean, there's also a lot of other places that we can potentially, you know, venture. I mean, the Void is quite literally taking over the entire world. Have you seen the cinematics that Riot has released? I mean, the Void is just getting everywhere. But you can potentially meet Kaisa. I mean, that sounds pretty worth.
True. I think that would be a lot of fun, actually. I don't know how much of a conversationalist she would be, but I think it would be kind of fun. You can also go to the Shadow Isles. All these places get worse, it feels like.
Yeah, we definitely ticked off the best places to at least visit.
What about Shurima? That's like a desert. It's okay. Tarragon's like a bunch of mountains. They're Targon, not Tarragon. That's a spice.
Don't they send people up to Mount Targon to literally die and sacrifice themselves for?
I think so. But isn't that the same thing that happens in Shurima too? Before to the
I'm not too sure about Shurima anymore. I mean, they had the whole drama with the Azir. Yeah, they're pretty
I'm on
sus.
Kassante's side on that scuffle.
Kassante's from the Shurima?
He's the leader of the rebels against the Azir. Yeah.
You know what I found was the coolest trivia? Udyr is Sejuani's dad. Huh?
Wait, what?
I mean, he turns into a boar, I guess.
Now he does. Talk to me like less than half a year ago, and he was a bear.
Well, I mean, he's most definitely Sejuani's dad, so I'm
All
not too
right.
sure.
Well, I like
I
it.
don't make the rules here.
No, you just tell them, and you learn something new every day. And Udyr is Sejuani's dad. Now it does make you think a little bit more, because I think it's the Freljord is interesting in its own right, where you have so many wholesome characters, but you also have so many evil characters. Do you think Udyr's evil or is he good?
Udyr, I think he's pretty good. He's just some
Okay.
dude trying to train his skills. I
Some
think
big
trying to
boar in the
support his daughter for taking in all these fights up against like the Void and everything else. But someone who I think is kind of evil. I think Silas is kind of evil. He pranked Lux into letting him out of Demacian jail.
But then could you take the devil's shoulder aside and be like, what, they locked this guy up and put him in jail for natural abilities?
That is true. I mean, Demacia's a whole nother. I mean, they literally made a
That's a
comic.
deep hole that we probably don't want to go down.
Yeah, they made an entire comic for Demacia and the, I believe, Freljord arc. But that kind of reminds me, are you excited for all the games that Riot is releasing for this year?
I am. I'm a big MMO geek. I'm really excited that hopefully one of these days we'll get that MMO, because I'm also a big lore guy, and I would love to be able to play an MMO all day long. That's League of Legends. What about you? What are you excited about? The fighting game, or maybe some of
Definitely
the
the
story games coming out?
Definitely MMO. I can already see myself finally quitting League of Legends and absorbing
Hey, you're
my
not supposed
entire
to
free
say that.
time.
Stop.
I mean, I can.
They're listening, Kitty.
I'll play Aram. I'll play Aram. I'll play Aram.
Okay,
Ayo,
okay,
I'll play
okay,
Aram.
okay.
I'll play Aram. I'll play Aram. No more solo queue though. I think solo queue is definitely something that I need to quit as an addiction.
Is that the truth?
That is
we'll check
unfortunately
in
the
on
truth.
check in on your loved ones on how their solo queue is going. But as you can see, the kind of face that UCal is rocking there, maybe something likely to be on all of our faces as we wait for this game to continue to go. We still have not gotten an update as to what's going on. It's just an in-game issue with a pause in the middle of the team fight. Obviously, a little bit of time for bathroom breaks. But this link definitely makes me think we're going to be getting some kind of turn back of some sort.
Most definitely. I mean, I kind of cursed it by saying, "Oh, what if it's a chrono break?" Haha. And from the pause time that we've experienced so far, it all started with Angel reporting the in-game issue for a second time in this game 1, and the second team fight, unfortunately, is probably going to look like a chrono break as all the players are still waiting very patiently. Gala looking pretty happy though. Maybe it's a winning position for RNG when they come back into the game.
Could definitely be. As we do get a lot of communications now, at least from all of them. Hopefully be getting back in. Do we just want to go back to where would you put a resort in League of Legends? What would you just do it in Ionia? I would do it in the Shadow Isles.
What? People die in the Shadow Isles.
A hot. How many stories have you heard, Kitty, of people wanting to go see a haunted house, or like stay in a haunted motel, or like experience something haunted? Well, you're in the Shadow Isles. Everything's haunted.
Yeah, but the good thing about the good thing about haunted houses is I don't die in haunted houses. I just get the scare. But if I go to
make
one
a
in the
deal
Shadow
with-
Isle, I might quite literally die there.
Hecarim seems like a cool guy. Like, I'm sure I could talk to him and be like, hey, if I just bring in like some people, you promise not to like take their souls and stuff. Let them experience all there is to offer the Shadow Isles.
But they
Be
promise.
like the
so
snake
of course
oil
they would
salesman of
take
the
you
Shadow
there.
Isles.
Yeah, I mean, as long as they promise, it'll be fine, right? Kalista looks
I don't
lovely.
think that's how that works. Speaking of, scary stuff in the Shadow Isles there themselves. Scary stuff here as we're still in game number 1. I do believe we just got an update though. So, sounds like Angel has reported an in-game device problem. Chrono Break is confirmed, and we will be moving back 12 seconds. So before the team fight started, right before the team fight started, and this has the potential to change a lot of direction in this game.
Most definitely. I mean, I need to remind everyone that we are in the middle of a team fight, and Beichuan got caught out on the Elise from an Ash arrow. So going back a 20 second can mean a lot of different outcomes.
It can indeed, as I'm sure we'll be getting that chrono break underway, or going at least here shortly. Now you get to see our wonderful faces for the next foreseeable future. I took my hand off the go button. I'm sorry for just a moment to do that. But again, state of the game. We've seen a lot of craziness here in this series so far, just in this first game. A lot of back and forth. We had a composition from TT that was very much, get off the ground running and forward aggression, where RNG played a lot more of kind of late game scaling, and now we've gotten those back and forth team fights that we were kind of waiting for.
Yeah, it was just a trade-off where UCal got all the gold in the hands of TT, while on the other side we had Gala getting, I believe, 2 bottom tier towers and also a kill into his pockets, where he is currently sitting on 4.5 items, very close to the full build mark. And I believe Angel also around his 4th item, where he is building that Void Star. So a lot of damage coming online for the side of RNG, and getting a little bit afraid because, like we've been saying, TT's entire team comp with this Elise, they want to be making those early team picks.
Well, I hear that we have been let loose here. We're going to take a little break while we get this chrono break settled and underway, and we'll get back into the game shortly, so don't go anywhere.
我们将对一位其他赛区的选手进行描述，然后你可以猜猜他是谁。
其他赛区所有赛区都有是吧？
是 LEC 或者 LCS 的选手。
所有特征都是一个选手。
然后我们会一条一条的说这个描述。
OK。
他是一位来自瑞典的 AD 选手。
继续说吧。
LEC 的吗？
瑞典是哪个赛区啊？
不知道。
瑞典不太知道。
在成为电竞选手前，他的梦想是成为一名足球运动员。
有这种人哦？
我猜错没问题。
足球运动员。
他的队伍曾在世界赛小组赛0-4的情况下最终出现。
继续。
0-4 Cloud Night 吗 ？TES 那个 Double Lift 是吧
？FBI 吗？
他的外号和国内一位 AD 选手有关。
Sneaky，跟 AD 有关，不知道。
跟谁？跟 U 台有关吗？
不是 U 台，是另外一位比 U 台
还要老的一位选手，微笑，欧晨。
Reckless。
跟不是，我说他外号跟我们有关的那个，是不是退役很久的 AD？ 那个什么欧晨
？Reckless 吗？刚才有0-4过吗？好像有。C9 好像是只有0-3，然后出现了。我想起来了，
是那个 Reckless。
欧晨。
Reckless。
Fnatic 的 AD 是吗？他是欧晨吗？
哦。
他是一位来自北美的选手，他曾8次进入世界赛，打过1次 MSI 决赛。
Impact。
1-2-3。G2 的杨狗什么？或者 Cavs？我。不是，没事。
TSN Cavs。
杨狗什么？北美。1-2-3。
北美的 MSI 的决赛，不知道。
他曾7次止步世界赛小组赛。
C9 的 AD Sneaky 吗？
说实话，我是18年才关注世界赛那些的。
1-2-3。是鹰派克吗？
他的经典言论，在座的各位都是垃圾。
在座的贵是垃圾这么狂吗？是谁啊？
还有第三位。
我不知道。
8次进入世界赛，大师兄。Double Lift。
我已经知道了 ，Double Lift 吧？
是 Double Lift 吗？
是那个喜欢说垃圾话的吗？我知道他长得什么样，大师兄。
那个 Double Lift。
哦，大师兄啊。
Double Lift。
哦，大师兄。
他是一位来自 LEC 赛区的辅助选手。
好，继续。Mickey 或者 JJ。
那个咋拼？阿莫什么 Mickey 什么
所以欧洲辅助我不是知道很多，我只知道 Miki 嘛，那个叫 Miki， 还有 Helifan， 我只知道这2个辅助选手。
辅助选手，不知道。
下一条，这个有点难。cos
他的绝活英雄是泰克，
还是不错，就这样。
他的生涯死亡数位居赛区第1。
辅助选手。
还有一些。小帅。
了。
没了。
那这一定大家都知道。对啊，就那个嘛 ，Hilson。还有吗？提示还有？
没有了，但他可以给到你，他之前在荷兰几个待过。
我大概知道是谁，那是Hilly桑吗？哦。
LEC 的辅助选手，我想一下，那个就是马派克那个，啊对，海里桑，
海里凡，海勒颂，哦不对，海勒颂，
海勒颂嘛。
哦，我知道了，海勒颂。
那个海勒颂。
我前段时间还看到，就是海利桑好像在欧洲的助攻榜是第1，所以我想应该死亡数也是他。
绝活派克，海里桑吗？
海勒松啊，
海里桑，海里桑
，Hilly桑。我还跟他交换过队服呢。
他来自克罗地亚。
下一条。
还有吗？
克罗地亚。下一条。
形容他的关键词是亚索1v1。
Caps。
不知道。
我盲猜哦，那个 Wonder。
We are back here as we are hopefully getting back into our first game of the day here in the LPL Spring Split. I am Mazel, joined by Kitty once again. And in a tumultuous time, we are needing to catch up a little bit on what's happened so far between RNG and TT.
I've definitely learned something from the pub quiz that Hilla sings. Oh, we're back into game.
Oh, all right. And it's right back into just before that team fight started. But we didn't have to hot drop necessarily. So we did get that little bit of a chrono break.
The Leona does fall as a result of that, but it does seem like the team fight has died down. Both teams don't want to opt into a potential flip for this Baron, as the 4th dragon for TT is going to be spawning very soon.
And we do see a little bit of hesitancy, a little bit of chaos, I guess, real brewing back here as Benjamin will take another
He gets called by the Ashles again!
No! Oh my goodness. What is happening here is now Hoya trying to catch out Angel, but that's an immediate Baron start that doesn't have a health bar.
Yep, that does seem like the Baron is going to go towards the side of RNG. Second one in this game, but Beichuan, one after another, consistently catching these Ashles from Ming, and it's just putting TT in such a weird position because this, Dragon is spawning in around 10 seconds, and you can't do anything other than back and only, go defensive mode because this game state is looking really hard for TT, where RNG has pretty much caught up in Dragons.
And we'll take that Baron straight into a Dragon. See, their 3rd Hextech Dragon in a row. They're going to go for the arrow pull onto Yukel as well, and he'll take that to the face. Angel, who doesn't have the Empress but Divide, but has the damage. And you saw Yukel in that picture. He is frustrated.
But Ming his arrows this game are just perfect, getting pick after pick, where RNG is finding their way back into this game 1 when they started with such a low, slow start, unfortunately. But
it's crazy to me. We went from such a contested game. A pause happens, it just feels like it befuddled TT, and now they've been caught out. We've just seen a gigantic lead developed by RNG.
Without your main carry on TT alive, 2 lanes are just now being threatened for the side of RNG. They're gonna triple inhib TT.
You should be able to clear this one out. Still needing that wave in bottom side, though. Won't be able to actually get that one unless Breathe wants to go around the corner here and do so. And really, really good strength coming out from RNG, but more so, as you were saying earlier, Ming with these Enchanted Crystal Arrows. You give this shot caller this much utility on a support pick that also has the initiation tool, it's bread and butter for RNG.
Ashwell lands once again where Beitron had to respond with the flash.
I don't know if they got it though. Chains of Corruption coming back here. Glacial Augment was actually huge. Breathe going down as the lightning does crash. Chains of Corruption actually got a lot of worthness there. Worthness, that's a word. Breathe does go down. It is a 1 kill going over to TT, and it's successful defense as well so far.
The mood wave is getting pushed in, so RNG gonna try their best to get this tower down to break open the base of TT. They have to opt out though because this is a 4v5 where Breathe doesn't have that TP available.
Ming has Enchanted Crystal Arrow back up. They're gonna use that base one. He just eats them like they're Pop Rocks. And RNG, Gala finds so much damage, and while that GA does get popped, should still be the re-engage, and look how much damage RNG do. It makes TT non-existent as double GAs popped, but it is a 4v1, and it's quickly more TT members falling.
It doesn't matter that it is a 4v5 without your Scion. I mean, all the ultimates were burnt onto Breathe, so RNG just gliding their way through to this first victory in the series, looking very, very easy for Gala.
And you can just see it on the faces of TT. They are frustrated after that one. Every single one of them just having a little moment at the end. But it really is RNG that kind of took a one fell swoop against TT and swept it out of game number 1.
Most definitely. I mean, TT, we saw the game plan that they had for this game 1. It was straight up early game and early aggression where they were looking for those picks with the Elise and Leona. But unfortunately, with Gala just having so many resources being thrown at him, he got to a state where TT didn't know how to respond, especially with the way Yukao was building. He went the Wits End second. He just wasn't able to match the pure damage that Gala had in his inventory. And especially with the Baron being given over to a scaling composition of RNG, I think from that point, unless you go for those pick plays, straight up 5v5s, it's never winnable.
And once they started losing kind of the dragon stacking, things going their way, we did say earlier on that it was going to be hard to execute for them, especially when you're going into those 5v5s, but it felt like it was pretty contested for a lot of the time. And I think that's where you have to pull away some of those positives for TT, and a team that has had a little bit of a up and down moment here, but still finding a lot of strength through Yukao. And I'm wondering how they kind of bounce back in game 2.
Me too, and I think for game 2 in particular, this Ashe pick should really be considered to be banned. Depending on who gets blue side, I feel like Ming on this Ashe just made so many plays across the map. I mean, even Yukao being the core carry and he was trying to get side lanes pushed in. I mean, it doesn't matter because Ming just ults you halfway across the map and it lands and you're dead and your entire base is open with triple inhib down.
Yeah, I mean, I know we're in the LPL, but it felt like Ming was just a quarterback there, laying shots down every time with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow landing across map. Beichuan just loving it, it feels like. But we do get to see that damage profile and kind of that strength from RNG as the game went on.
Yeah, although Angel had a really rough start to the game, he was able to out-damage the Tristana, which was looking like the main carry for these team fights. I mean, even Hoya was dropping a lot of damage onto the backline, but it just wasn't enough because your front line is so weak. I mean, only Yaya, and he was getting caught out around those Barons. So these team fights were just looking really hard to approach for the side of TT, but I'm really glad that after, you know, the first 10 minutes of the game, Angel really stood back up, and he was playing the team fights really good.
That's what, for me, stands out the most when you're looking at RNG in moments like this. We had questions about Angel and kind of how he's integrating into the team. We've seen a lot of that come successful, but it's when the communication is this good that you know it's going right. When you're getting all these all-ins on an Enchanted Crystal Arrow that hits all the way across the map, you know that fluid communication is there for RNG, and something that felt like they were missing in some of those earlier moments. But that is it for our first game. I know, finally we're done, but we will be getting over to our second game shortly, so don't go anywhere.
Well, there's arrows. What? What? That was an assumption. That was just blind. Dub's gonna get away. No, he's not.
The LPL are kings again.
Oh, yeah. Finally, it's the match we've been waiting for. The super team built to do one thing versus the top tier, top esports at the very top of the league. The producers wanted me to hype up the match. to promote the series and to make sure you tune in this weekend. But when it's a match like this, all I need to say is play the damn footage.
Kanavi just consistently pressuring the bottom lane of IG. I'm not too sure if they can reach that late game.
Well, Kanavi's coming through. Explosive cast sends him back in
bounced
into
everywhere.
Ruler's quiver. Kanavi and Ruler gets sniped down by Ruler. He walked forward into a Gragas and he feels the might of the belly. As Dub now the 1 versus 9, level 6, remember, has been picked up and the ulti gives him a benefit of a solo kill for Knight.
They're going to use this now as priority to push themselves forward, deal with mid lane. Rookie goes in, maybe seeing if he can catch somebody out. There's the face seal, it's a Fofo! He kills him, assassinated on the back end! TP coming in, it's going to be Rookie coming in. His Fate Seal's going to be back very, very shortly. Has the Randuin's open for a little bit of extra survivability. There's the curtain call, and now Leave is in trouble. He gets himself out just for the moment, only to be killed off again. Rookie.
And 8 times in a row will Top Esports fell EDG in the regular season. They're going for the end. They haven't won since 2019 summer over Top Esports and EDG, and they will not today either.
What a series and what a landmark here for Top Esports, really solidifying themselves as top contenders atop the LPL. They will take down EDG in 2-1 fashion, but they were made to work for it in this series.
It may be the match of the week, but to some of you, this again might just be a preview of our grand finals.
Fires my head, calls me a liar, sick of breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, embrace a little harder. Yeah, every time we're not wrong, it's like we're walking on water. Oh, too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on water. It's like we're walking on water.
DJ, turn the music up, put the lights down low. All the worries we had, we just let them go. Wasn't looking for love, I was happy alone. When you put your arms around me, how was I to know?
I never You got me feeling things I never felt before. We get lost in the music on the dance floor. If I leave you now, I leave you wanting more. If I leave you now, I leave you wanting more.
Welcome back, everyone, to the LPL 2023 Spring Split. Beautiful Shanghai in front of us here as we are cresting over into our second game of the day. I am Mizell. I'm joined by Kitty. And while it was a long one for our first game, it was a roundabout end for an RNG victory, and through none other than the general of Royal Never Give Up in Ming on the Ash.
It's definitely a very entertaining game that RNG has given us for this game one of this series. And of course, Ming with that 95% KP for this game one gets MVP. Very well deserved. I mean, he just had so much pressure in every team fight, and the side lanes as well with the Ashe ultimates just landing. I mean, of course he had some that didn't hit, but the ones that hit really, really mattered and won RNG the entire game. And I just think this Ashe pick going into the hands of RNG when they are on blue side was a crucial mistake that TT has made.
Beichuan's going to be saying, man, every single one of those things hit me in the face. And it started off early. It wasn't the arrows, but it was the level 1 cheese from RNG.
Double flash is committed to Beichuan. When you get attached onto this Ashe, you can't escape. And it was the lane swap from this level 1 where they also picked up a kill onto Hoya. And this Ashe and Zeri was just having a really good time in this early game where I believe Gala was just extremely fed, and especially when it did come to those team fights, no one could deal with the amount of damage that Gala was tossing out, as RNG was just able to find these picks later on into the game where Ashe ult after Ashe ult, the silence of TT was definitely trickling.
And then it hits it again here. Like, my God, this man. That's literally just a highlight reel of Ming hitting cross-map ultis. What more could you want? What a game number one from RNG. I know TT will be kicking and screaming coming out of that game, especially with that lengthy pause in front of the Baron pit. But got to look at that bounce back for TT, and especially how they're going to try to come away from that first game where they drafted such a very aggressive composition.
Yeah, I mean, once the Malka has been taken off for TT and UCal is looking for something like the Tristan or the Jace or even the Yone, then you're kind of forced into a weird situation where you have to pick AP, and I guess Elise was the response in that. But unfortunately, when you do pick something like the Elise, that does mean you have to get stuff done early on the map. And we saw that as they locked in the Leona and Varus later on. But I think if we get into this game too and UCal wants to go AD again, it potentially could be something that we can look at where the Ziggs gets locked in for Huanfeng.
It would be interesting to see if that does make its way back. Obviously, we saw a little bit of focus down the bot lane in terms of the ban pools, but it felt like that handshake of the Varus Zeri, and I do wonder. I feel like there's no way Gala gets Zeri again if TT have anything to say about it, but it also depends on what sides they're on, and we obviously, unfortunately, don't know that just yet. But I think when you're coming off such a holistic kind of macro performance from RNG, you have to look at if they're going to go with a lot of the same composition. Now, obviously, maybe not the Ashe looking there, but still that kind of cohesion between Wei, Ming, but also that late game carry between Angel and Gala.
Yep, I think when we come to this game too, we already saw how potent UCal's Tristana was and how much of a counter it was into Angel's entire team composition, where if you do take off a lot of these, narrow the mid lane champion pool for both of these mid laners, then Angel is kind of the one suffering here because we've only seen one type of playstyle from him. Outside of the Akali, I do see that as an exception, where it is a lot of utility and a lot of mages, and UCal's entire champion pool punishes that perfectly. But we saw what happened in that game 1 in the first few levels, where I believe Angel was 0-3 as a start off, but when it did come to team fights, he found his he stood up once again and he was fighting alongside Gala with no problem at all. But definitely something to be looking at for this game too, because Angel was looking a little bit shaky.
It was indeed at the beginning of the game. We'll see what happens here, though. We are seeing that there is no switch up of sides, as at least the ban from RNG this time, the Sejuani there as well. It'll be that Caitlyn Annie yet again for TT banned away.
I hope that TT does take away the Ashe this time around. However, the Elise has been banned out by RNG, so if they decide to ban out the Maokai as well, that does get rid of most of the AP junglers for Beichuan, and that does force UCal into something, I guess, more mage-like, and it does open up the carry potential for both UCal and Huanfeng on what champions they want to pick. The Ashe gets taken off by RNG, however.
Don't want to first pick it.
They don't want to first pick it, but Jerry is still available, so that's great. Yay! I love Jerry.
Yay! Jerry's great. That Zeri person, nah, but Jerry, great. I do wonder if they just it's the Lucian ban, so they realize that maybe that Ashe ban does signal that RNG want to go with something more aggressive. They take away the Lucian, and we'll see what the first pick is for RNG.
I think the first pick for RNG, it is going to be the Maokai for Wei. It is currently getting hovered, but that does mean Huanfeng can pick up something like the Zeri Lulu for this game too. I mean, Huanfeng on a carry is always a good thing for the side of TT, but that does get rid of all the AP junglers that Beichuan potentially can pick, so UCal this time around might need to pick a mage for that mid lane to make up that lack of AP.
Yeah, I would definitely wonder if they want to try to adapt that strategy a little bit more. Now, we did see TT grab at this as their first pick the last time around. We'll see if, in the first phase at least, but I do want to see if they want to pair anything up with it that's more aggressive, potentially. Okay, a little bit of forward facilitation in the Vi for Beichuan.
Vi definitely provides that easy execution for these skirmishes, and that's exactly what we were lacking from TT, where they looked a bit lost, but the Felix gets locked in for Huanfeng.
Something we don't see as often, but we actually got to hear a little bit, at least from LPL Fan Club when they translated Jaculov's interview. They're saying we're going to see a lot more of those, late game carries where the minute skill gap between the players doesn't mean as much, and you're looking at those big late game fights. Well, we do, at least for now, before the ban went away, or the picks went away, it was the Felios Zeri. So right back to normal, I feel like, I guess, from last year.
I'm pretty surprised that RNG got the Zeri once again. We saw how good that Gala piloted this champion from game 1. Definitely, I mean, Varus does provide a lot more engage now paired with the Vi, so these team fights are going to be very straightforward. But something like the Aphelios, we don't see it very often because it is just such a weak champion in that early game. So it requires, or it demands at least, a lot of good execution from Huanfeng for this game too. And it does scale relatively well. He is that hyper carry later on into the game, but I think Zeri is just a better version of that.
I hear a lot of Zeri bias here. There's one thing. There's a lot of guns Aphelios has, and I don't know if we count who wins by how many guns they have, but if we did, Aphelios would win. I do wonder what they got to pair up with that, though, on the bottom side of the map, especially when we have seen so much kind of presence from Ming so far in the series. Would love to see him kind of stick on that, even if it's not the Ashe.
I mean, they can opt into 2 choices. You have 2 choices, TT.
Two whole choices.
I hope people know what I'm referencing. Please, that was a reference. Maybe I'm just the career boo, but it doesn't matter. So we have both these hyper carries coming in for game 2, where Zeri and Aphelios both pair up extremely well with Lulu. So we'll have to see who does pick up this Lulu for the game 2. But we could also potentially see something like the Nautilus and Leona, where both supports just don't care and they just full send it.
Looks like we're remaking to some extent, I guess, to where we were. Yeah, there have been a lot of issues with the games tonight so far for RNG and TT. We do get the now, I guess, pick up of the Zeri, which was locked in, I guess, before. But maybe that's where the issue was and where we had to kind of remake the draft. I would wonder if they try to take one of UCal's specials here, hovering that Jace.
That was a bit of a scare because I'm pretty sure Angel does not touch a champion like Jace, but it gets locked in. But potentially this Jace can get flexed towards Breathe, and it'll just have to depend on which matchup is better for this Jace. However, we do see a lot of blind Jaces because it just does so well into the mage champion pool. And once you do have the Vi locked in for the side of TT, that does mean that UCal might need to pick something like the Cassiopeia for this game too.
Would actually really appreciate this. All right, so they do lock it in. So a lot of lockdown coming out of the mid lane for UCal, but a lot of that late game carry potential as well.
It does seem that we don't have the Aphelios for this game too. We got a bit too excited for no reason. Lulu does get banned off for TT this time around. They're just trying to get rid of all the survivability for this Zeri. But yeah, back onto the points for this bottom lane. I want to see something like the Leona versus Nautilus for these two support players. Both very aggressive, especially Ming. We already saw how much command power he had in these team fights. He just had a really clear idea of when a fight should when they should take the fight and who gets caught extremely easily. So if RNG gets something that can lock down people that are caught, I think it's looking very, very good.
Do like some of these bans. Obviously, you already said the Lulu there, the Heimerdinger though, big, and the Jax as well has to be there. Was another one that was potentially at risk of slipping on through. But now that we're looking at the support and the top side matchup for both sides, at least for now, I would wonder where this last ban goes towards. If we get any of that strength kind of taken away, that's top side again. But it is the Gwen.
The Gwen does get taken off the boards for Hoya, so that does mean that RNG is looking at something like the Scion for this game too once again. I mean, Breathe, although he didn't know how to drive, it doesn't matter because he was quite literally unkillable in those team fights. So what is Hoya's response to something like that? Because he does look like he's hovering the Cassante.
Well, we talked about it earlier, Kitty, and it will be a bold pickup for Hoya.
Yeah, most definitely. Cassante isn't as popular anymore because he did receive a slight nerf on his CC in general, where on the W and Q3 it has been reduced. So it is quite the interesting pickup over Scion. I think Scion is definitely more powerful out of the two, and he does offer a lot more frontline compared to Cassante in the current meta. But that does mean RNG, what are they going to pick for support? Because I've been saying Nautilus, Leona, both very aggressive in terms of RNG's team composition. And it does mean Jace is going towards Angel this time.
I like that adaptation from RNG. Again, I like your point, though. They need something that gives Ming some of that proactivity in his calls here. And something that can leave Gala on his own on the Zeri, say, hey, we'll check back in with you when you're a big carry potential later. It is the Nautilus, which is exactly what we would want from RNG.
Yeah, what is Yaya going to respond with though? I like this Braum pick. There is a lot of engage from the side of RNG for this game too, so you're just negating so much damage, especially from Jace. If he lands one empowered Q, I mean, half your health bar is gone. And this bottom lane 2v2, I mean, with this Braum, it's looking pretty good for TT.
Interestingly enough, we've gotten a Cassiopeia, we've gotten the Braum for TT, in a bounce back game that is much needed by TT. Kind of smacked up the mouth in game number 1 after that pause, and had some stuff going for them. Those early games looking good, and this is a team that's fighting to be in those top 5 conversations here, to much of our surprise, but they're really going to have to hit that bar of execution this time with a very stalwart composition coming out from RNG.
TT definitely needs to redeem themselves from that game 1, especially with how well the early game went for them this series. But yeah, both of these teams struggling to find that first, struggling to get that win streak going as we approach playoffs very, very soon, I believe in a month. So it's really interesting to see TT introduce something pretty new. They have the Cassiopeia for the mid lane, the Braum for this support position this time around. A lot of defensive abilities for these team fights where RNG, they are going straight for you. But if TT is able to negate the initial engage and kill them off one by one and play around the Braum passives, I mean, the team comps for these 5v5s is looking pretty good.
It is indeed. And TT again trying to bounce back in this best of 3. They're sitting at that 6th place at 5-3, while RNG are steaming ahead after a lousy start to the spring split with a 3-win-in-a-row streak, trying to make it 4 here tonight with a 2-0 sweep over TT. We're getting onto the rip for game number 2. It's RNG versus Thunder Talk Gaming.
You know what's really interesting, Mazel? This time for game 2, we had Angel on Jace and Wei on Maokai, and that's exactly the identity of TT and how they've been piloting their previous series. A lot of jiayous from the fans as well. We do wish for a 3-game series because I think both of these teams have a lot of potential, and the game 1 was extremely close until that chrono break. Can TT really turn back the series? That was the question.
Now, last time we got to see RNG go with that cheese sauce early in level 1. They had the switch up of lanes. They had Bree taking the camps in bottom side. This time we'll get a very much more standard start for both of them. But I do want to keep an eye on the early vision game between both junglers, because while we put a lot of eyes on Angel and on UCal, who are deserved of them, especially in this kind of draft we have going for ourselves, it's about that early focus and proactivity that we've stated so many times for both Wei and Beichuan.
The jungle pathing is definitely going to impact this game a lot because we need to turn our focuses to bottom for this game too, because top side it's Sion and Cassante for like the 10th billion time, but we have Nautilus and Braum for this support matchup where whoever engages first actually loses, because you lose a lot of your health and just the amount of CC that it provides. So both laners need to play extremely careful and smart with how they take these trades.
Ming going for that early trade, does get in the bush, gets the concussive blows onto him and takes a decent amount of trade back. Won't be able to get that, oh, they actually do in the end. So a little bit of extra gold given, maybe a little bit of XP, and trying to fight over this level 2.
Does look like RNG is going to get level 2 for this bottom lane first, but back onto the point where whoever engages first in these trades, I mean, loses realistically because you already used out the hook. Oh my lord,
you
he's dead.
ain't losing if you're flashing though. Huanfeng has to use both of his, and
Gala?
a flash from Gala tries to get that killer instinct.
I respect it, Gala. The idea was there, but sometimes the execution just isn't. Huanfeng, however, loses 2 waves for that trade as Ming landed a beautiful hook onto the ADC of Huanfeng. And you definitely don't want to be behind in levels when it does come to the 2v2s, especially when both junglers are pathing towards this bottom lane.
It's an early plate over to RNG's bot lane as well. And again, I came out of game number 1 saying, so is Gala going to get Zeri again? The answer was yes, and I feel like now we're in one of those diagrams where, you know, if Gala gets Zeri, then this. And so far, you're just getting that kind of early aggression down bottom lane. It's working out for them, waiting on that late game carry from Gala, but it is an early path that doesn't lead to much, at least just yet, for both junglers.
Huanfeng now has to play the lane extremely carefully as both junglers are showing on some vision in this bottom side river. But like I've been saying, unless you get hooked as the enemy has a level 1 advantage, a level advantage, then both sums from Huanfeng are gone. I believe he also had to ghost to try and get his way through the minion wave for safety, but does mean Ming is going to be able to pilot this game and control the tempo for RNG once again for game 2.
A little bit of a bounce back on bottom side for TT, at least in terms of the laning. They did also get the Scuttle Crab down there for Beichuan. The reset had come out from Wei. An engage though from Ming onto Huanfeng. They're trying to put some damage back into Ming, but it's traded heavily in favor of RNG.
Ming doesn't miss. I mean, Beichuan has to force this wave in, or maybe even here for a counter gank as Wei is pathing towards that top side. The wave is slowly building towards TT, however. He does get spotted on a ward in that middle brush, so RNG knows. But Juanma, you can't keep getting hooked by Nautilus. It's so scary.
He's having flashbacks to the enchanted crystal arrows hitting him. And maybe have a little bit of trouble there. That wave is going to be in a nice predicament here for Colin Ming to actually get a nice little engage on the back end of it. There's the Unbreakable as he's still taking so much damage, even through the big meaty shield. And RNG have gotten priority in bot lane.
RNG is going to once again push this wave in as Huanfeng is going to miss an entire wave for the third time. I mean, second time, but technically he's lost 3 waves. Huanfeng is going to stay though. Yao Yao getting hooked previously does mean he had to reset, but just the pure potential of Ming landing that hook, I mean, even with saving that counter pick for support as they responded with a Braum for game 2, it doesn't look like the laning phase is getting any better for the bottom lane of TT.
Yeah, it's a little bit rough for sure, but here comes Beichuan with a little bit of proactivity in getting the first dragon for TT. So something they tried to stack up last game were derailed by RNG. Looks like Wei is just going to be perfectly fine, kind of farming this one up for now. And should just be that first objective going over to TT.
Yugao does manage to get lane push in this Jace and Cassiopeia matchup, however, so the first dragon is going to go towards the side of TT as they had the vision set up from Yukao earlier. But Gala, I mean, he has the boots already, so maybe he can potentially outplay if there is ever a 3v3 instance in this game.
Maybe just remember that we have reset from last game, Gala. Don't go too ham, just too early. It does almost have that level 6 mark though, with Wei also almost having that Nature's Grasp. They just have a lot of setup tools and a lot of spacing that we were saying TT kind of had a lot of in some extent last game. As now Wei will walk himself into a 1v3 situation and quickly sees himself out.
Wei's just checking the tides as he put some saplings into that tri-bush of the bottom lane for TT. But yeah, like you've been saying, the level 6 spike for both jungles is going to be so important for these skirmishes as there's a 1v1 in the top lane.
That's an all-out Hoya. He's trying to get it, but that's the unstoppable onslaught used. The knockback not going to be there. And Hoya tries to go for the 1v1, can't find it.
And this is exactly why you play the Sion into Cassante. They are both such good laners and extremely tanky while doing a lot of damage, but when you see another reflection of yourself in the mirror, well, you're not going to be able to finish him off. So Breathe does survive, however, burning the ultimate.
Hong Kong did dodge out of the dredge line down there on the bottom side. Now Beichuan with a path towards top side should be spotted out here by some clever warding of RNG.
He is going to spot Beichuan on this ward in Tribush, however. Bree potentially can trade 1 for 1 because Hoya doesn't have that ultimate available.
Up here as well. They're going to try to get
There's
something.
2 dives.
They're looking for it. It's a little bit of a split focus here. Breathe is pretty tanky. Nice knockback from Wei. Gala is trying to kill Huanfa while there's a 3v1 at topside that Breathe is trying to take. Under tower go both teams and a kill across both sides. As now Angel has showed up and it's a 4v1 in bottom side RNG. They're going to come out with a 2 for 1 in terms of these crazy trades.
But first blood goes to Beichuan as it was like literally a millisecond difference between the kill onto Breathe compared to the kill onto Huanfeng. But you need to know that this was a 2 for 1 trade where this Zeri picked up the kill. On the other hand, you had a Vi. I mean, yes, you can be building the Black Cleaver early on into the game, but you need to know Gala popped off on the Zeri pick in game 1.
He absolutely did, and it's looking like he's about to take off right where he started there. We did see the Rift Herald go to TT, but here's how the bottom lane went.
Very fast response, cross-map play from RNG as they saw that everyone was rotating to kill Breathe off in that top lane where the ultimates were forced from RNG and they were just straight up focusing down Huanfeng as he's still level 5 compared to Gala where he has activated the ultimate. It was a little bit tough autoing the Varus behind the tower. Huanfeng did try his best, but Yao being a lonely Braum in this bottom lane, surrounded by RNG members. Angel does pick up the kill.
Yao had an out, but he's like, no, Huanfeng, I'm not going to leave you. And then they die together. But I appreciate that, the cohesion. And honestly, I want to see some more of that, at least to some extent, with the composition they have. I don't think they're going to find as much strength in the bottom lane now than they could have earlier, but I'm definitely looking at this balance between Beichuan and Yucal and try to get Yucal some resources here on the Cassiopeia.
They do have a lot of lockdown. I mean, Breathe is just doing something really cheeky. They're getting rid of the Raptor camp from the enemy team, but yeah, once the Vi gets a lockdown with her ultimate and Yucal is able to put down that miasma, it is looking like a guaranteed pick. But how is TT going to set that up is the question.
Oh, here they come. That is a quick flash from Yucal. Nicely done. Wei is right behind Beichuan. But you do have the flash burn by Yucal, so a little bit of something to return to from RNG.
Bit of a hustle in this mid lane. Ming nearly landing that hook. Jesus, he doesn't miss. But Hoya is going to pick up a wave in this top side as Dragon is spawning in 40 seconds. Yucal is just going to TP back as he resets for that Rod of the Ages. But we need to remember that Breed no longer has that TP available and ultimate, so this is going to be a 4v4 in the bottom lane.
Now we're looking at another Dragon spawning here, where, again, last game, TT put a ton of resources in trying to get those stacking for themselves. It didn't pay out. But what's paying out right now for TT is this top lane push and almost a third turret played here. And we have first item completed for the mid lanes of both sides.
RNG's carries haven't gotten online just quite yet. And you need to play really smart with the poke from Wei and Angel on these two champions. But the vision is looking like TT favored, however.
God, those
K'Sante has rotated early.
makes it through. Beichuan will actually use the Rift Herald mid lane as a bit of a distraction here.
Is it worth as a distraction as Breathe is TPing into this bottom lane?
Oh, Huanfeng, he walked into a poor little kitty cat and then he dies for it. Gala gets the kill, now the lockdown on the way. They got Breathe coming in from the side. Wei will gladly give his life if he can get all the kills to Gala, but the CC from TT is a little bit too strong here. They're trying to follow up on a Breathe. He's taking them up here. He's about to go into zombie mode as Hoya gets locked in, goes unstoppable there though. Nice little engage for the Glacial Pritcher, but it doesn't matter because Angel is untouched and Gala is flashing forward with all the flashy plays of RNG.
Gala 3-0 once again. This is looking like a repeat of game 1 where you don't give Gala the Zeri champion, although it was looking good for the side of TT as they got 2 picks from, I got 1 pick, sorry, but Ming's hooks in this game where it started off the entire fight where Huanfeng just walked into a little kitten to start everything off. Ming spotted that instant commitment with the flash hook and gets rid of the ADC of TT. While Cassiopeia still has that Rod of the Ages, she doesn't do enough damage, and one of your core carry members is already dead before the fight started. All the abilities committed to the jungler for this fight, but you know, doesn't matter because the carries of RNG are still alive. You kill Sion, it was a 2-for-1 trade, but doesn't matter, you have to kill Sion a second time because of this passive.
Yeah, and then this engage here while he goes unstoppable. Hoya forced to go back into the team fight. Fisher came out, but it didn't do nearly enough to separate. And then once Gala smells a little bit of blood in the water, we saw it all last game, we're seeing it here again this game.
Ming is feeling really good for this series up against TT as he is just playing amazing.
Wei,
ultimate
he's in the pit. Here
Breathe.
comes the choo-choo trade, and here comes the anchor to knock them all down. Angel's going in as well. Gala's untouched here. Yucal, he's just sacrificing his life for the Ultra Shock, and the Thunder Crash. Thunder Talk have nothing left to say as it goes golden for Angel and a double kill for the man himself. That's a full teamfight win from RNG.
2 back-to-back wins for the side of RNG as the second dragon also goes into his hands, but both carries, Jace and Zeri, 4-0. Game state, the kills are 10-3 where they're already having a gold lead with this scaling composition, and no starts with Bree getting a wonderful ultimate onto Yucal as he is just completely caught out of position. A 2-man stun as well Barrett's ultimate misses from Huanfeng, but this choke with Maokai and Gala, I mean, they just finish everyone off while Hoya tries his best to at least get a trade kill in this team fight.
Tries to get something, but going golden for Angel saves the day in that regard. But it wasn't even like a big one moment. It was just a team fight win calculated by RNG. They took down the front-sided members. There was nothing that UCAL could really do in the end of it. And now we see the sowing, I guess, or the reaping of the sow for RNG here. Now, it is an attempt by TT to try and get this Rift Herald. I don't think RNG are going to let that fly.
They do have the ultimates from Beitran and UCAL for this team fight. They can turn.
They're going in. Gala has gotten cease and desisted. He's over the wall, but he has the shield bow, and he's tanking up Beitran. As now the rest of RNG are tanking. Ming getting lower and lower here, but nice double knockup from Breathe into the Kittens. And now you got the re-engage from Wei that could come through here. He's about to have Nature's Grasp. Another double knockup. And RNG, they're just peeling through TT one by one. The Kittens are raining hell on Thunder Talk Gaming. And the dredge line makes it stick even harder. RNG are wiping the floor with TT.
Mazel, it's an absolute massacre for this game too. They just got 3 back-to-back team fights, and this time around a 4-for-0 trade. I mean, Gala and Angel are just having the time of their lives. Angel can play AD carry champions. I'm so sorry for doubting you, but this is an amazing performance from the side of RNG. And it all starts out with TT getting a little bit desperate and turning on this Herald where only Vi goes over the wall and no one commits anything to Gala as they are still dealing with Breathe in the front line. 3-man stun once, and that's not it. He walks up and he lands another one onto the entire team of TT. And I mean, Gala just cleans up everyone from here now.
And I love that Wei jumps in, gets the kitty into the bush, and another knockup comes down from Breathe. It has just been clinical from RNG in these team fights, utilizing Breathe on this Scion, who has just been playing out of his mind in these setups.
Most definitely. I'm pretty surprised that RNG is allowed to play the Scion and Zeri for a second game in a row. I mean, it's just looking like a wonderful game to finish off the series. And the Herald does also go into the hands of RNG, where they're not stopping with the lead that they've generated in this early game.
They are not, and RNG continuing to look. They gotta maybe twiddle their thumbs a little bit more here, though. They don't have much on the map that's broken down. They're trying to push down mid a little bit here, but it's a pretty substantial gold lead to have at 17 minutes into the game. And it's maybe a little bit of something that's difficult to tackle for RNG here.
9k gold lead at 17 minutes. I mean, I was just looking at the scoreline between these two ADCs. Huanfeng is just having a really rough time into a champion like the Nautilus, where if you miss position by a millimeter, I mean, you're going to get instantly CC'd from the side of RNG, and these team fights have not been too friendly overall for the side of TT. And with your Cassiopeia and Varus really depending on those item spikes, you need to try to do something to reach that stage.
We got second items completed for both Angel and Gala. As Ming and Wei were looking on top side of the map, TT just trying to respond a little bit here with some vision of their own, but they're being pressed in, and now H1 is being surrounded by cats. Oh my god, he does so much damage already. If he didn't have that shield, so was half his health gone already. As second item does get completed for Wei, and that's the Demonic Embrace Leandri's combo.
Something that will never be... Something that will always be satisfying for me to see is just RNG has 5 pink wards in their pockets. Everyone on RNG just has a pink ward for this upcoming dragon fight. The vision control that they have for these major objectives is looking insane, and TT, they're struggling to find a way in.
We'll try to respond with something in topside with a bounty on the tower available. They're going to collapse onto Breathe as well. They are all inning this play as Breathe's still pretty healthy here. Take tower shots. Breathe. He gets one. He does lose the tower. Another knockup though. He is tanking up a storm right now, and he's trying to take a 1v4. He's already found 1 kill. He's not going to find much more as it's just a wet noodle fight, but he buys so much time. And they do take one. Beichuan is traded down, but the base is in absolute tatters, Kitty.
The tier 2 towers are just gone in this bottom and mid lane. I mean, you commit 3 people to killing Breathe and even trading one where he took ages to kill. You just don't have the damage anymore to ever kill off this Scion quick enough. I don't even think that was a worth trade. I mean, you do get 300 gold into your pockets, but what does that mean? 2 towers into the hands of RNG and also a dragon as well, where they've also lost complete control over this top side in terms of vision.
I'm looking now in a way with these items completed, kind of moving onto the map and how much damage these little kittens will start doing, as he does have just that preemptive move for a lot of the vision that we've been seeing RNG set up and kind of stranglehold TT with. And right now it is looking to try, at least for TT, to get some resources delved out to Yucal, maybe into Huanfeng, but maybe even Hoya. And I don't think they can do it because Beichuan is just gone from existence. And Xiao Yao has the flash, tries to get to Huanfeng. Does indeed, but TT's jungler is already down.
That does mean RNG looking to start the Baron. I mean, their lead is just insane at the 20-minute mark. Nearly a 10k gold lead as Beichuan gets caught trying to just get some vision onto the Baron, however. But the amount of pink wards that they have available around this objective is impossible, especially when you're squishy.
I think TT realized there is not much hope left in this one. Yucal wants to try to make a play on the back. He has Petrifying Gaze. Can he make something happen? The Miasma's down. Breathe is tanking up, but Yucal takes that first shot, and Yao Yao is getting very, very low. The depth charge comes through. Hoya's gone, and so is Yao Yao. Next to fall is Huanfeng, and Yucal hasn't even gotten much off yet, and he's just pounded into the dirt and turned into some snakeskin boots as Beichuan will try to go over, tries to get the smite. He is down, and that's an ace for RNG.
That was a 4v5, Mazel. Wei was quite literally in the Baron pit the entire fight, trying to finish off that Baron. Bit of a miscommunication, RNG getting a little bit greedy, but when your ADC is this fed in a team fight, I mean, you can do whatever you want because Gall is just killing everyone here. Look at Wei, he is just so committed to this Baron. I mean, he pretty much just tossed out an ultimate and some kittens and he just sat there. But Yao Yao getting consistently poked out from...
shield!
Yeah, it's terrible time to be TT for this game too. And just the amount of damage that RNG has available and playing into the hands of this Maokai pick, it is pretty tough to watch. As Yuka also misses the Cassiopeia. Oh, I mean, everything's just going wrong for the side of TT.
Oh, and then catching on the end. Beichuan, I respect it. Just trying to make something happen in the end there. It was a bold play to start it off in the first place, and we'll see if maybe TT on the back end of that can find something else on to Breathe. But they've had this story before, but it's not just Breathe this time. It's the whole darn train coming at you. RNG are taking down Hoya first. They'll move one by one. First and foremost, Hoya able to dodge away a little bit. Does get that back shot from Angel. It should just be the tier 2 tower falling to RNG's Baron buff.
TT definitely looking extremely dismantled. You didn't need to protect a tier 1 tower as your second tier towers have all been killed off by RNG ages ago in the game. So that was just an overstep from the side of TT. And now your front line is dead for another 20 seconds. I mean, that's just inhib for RNG.
Beichuan is just doing his blue buff right now.
He's chilling.
I think that Beichuan is saying that we're done with this game at this point. As RNG are just putting the last touches here on the towers. We'll get a TT stand here maybe with one tower left, as Beichuan actually has back now, so he's finally joining the team. Maybe just trying to do a little bit more for himself. But the towers, the inhib starting to fall here, Kitty.
The base is definitely crumbling bits by bits as Yuka can't even do too much.
He didn't even hit the hook, but he still gets in range of the CC. And Yucal, he doesn't even... Okay, at the very end, he gets the Petrifying Gaze in, but it does not matter because petrified in their stance are TT. They will not get to go up to 6-3 and put themselves at the top of the table because RNG are in a train ride from hell and they'll find their 4th series win in a row.
RNG picking up this 4th win in a row does mean they get their scoreline positive for the first time in the spring split. I mean, RNG looks like they're on a roll and they don't plan on stopping anytime soon, Mazel.
Are you buying train tickets or am I getting us both? Like at this point, we just got to get on RNG because
We're
they are
definitely on
looking so
the
good.
train of Breathe right now. He's played 2 games with Sign where he was just being a little. No, he's not a little train. He was a very big train, and he definitely wasn't unkillable for the side of TT.
Great stuff from RNG, and honestly, calculated is a word to come about this. I think they were very, very sure in kind of the strategies that they brought to the table. Game 1 definitely a little bit more wonky. Game 2 holistically clean from them, but it still begs the question that there was a turning point in this series where coming in and for the first half of that first game, it was neck and neck. And TT had so much going for them. And then that pause happened, and it felt like the life had just been breathed out of TT. And I don't think we got that back in this series.
We definitely didn't see any positive signs from TT after that pause. And it was quite the lengthy one, to be fair. So it just, sometimes it happens, and it was very unfortunate as it was in the middle of a team fight. But we need to congratulate that RNG had a very clean game 2, and it just looked like that TT was a mess from the very beginning, and they never had a chance of winning this second game.
Ming, when you give him tools to be aggressive and to shot call for your team, it's crazy. It's crazy what happens when you have him on Ashe and he's getting like 95% KP because he's just hitting arrows from downtown over and over again. You get the Nautilus in game 2 and he was just completely active on the map, finding hooks on Huanfeng constantly in a lane that it felt like that Braum was trying to neutralize to some extent. And it just feels so damn good to have Ming back in this roster.
Yeah, most definitely. Ming was probably my MVP for this game too, but we need to remind the audience that this entire game exploded in the early game because TT decided to opt into a 3-man dive on top lane for Breathe on the Scion, while the bottom lane of TT was getting the response dive from the side of RNG, and it became a 2-for-1 trade where I believe both carries of Jace and the Zeri picked up those kills, while the First Blood went into the hands of Beitran on that Vi, and we can see that even with the First Blood, he didn't do too much.
And when we were coming into this, I think a big focus was that UCal is literally the carry of TT at this point. And Angel on the other side still trying to kind of work his way into the RNG system. Although he has done a wonderful job in these last few series, it's always interesting to continue to see that growth, right? And we were seeing some trends where sometimes he's taking carries, sometimes he's taking a lot more facilitators. And we got both of those here in this series, where even on the Azir, he was scaling for late. He came down with the hammer in that one. And speaking of hammers, he came down with it in game number 2 on the Jace, and showing that, you know, he can do both.
Yeah, definitely a very good showing from Angel for this game 2 in particular, but that also brings into the point of Wei, where he is very happy to both play the carries and the facilitators, where Maokai, you just sit 2 screens away, throw some kittens into the bush, and you top the damage charts as the tree. And I just feel like once you do give over something like the Maokai, where he is acting as the solo AP for RNG, it's looking like a ticking time bomb for TT before they opt into those terrible, terrible major objectives.
Indeed, maybe that's what TT stands for, ticking time bomb. But we will have to see how they bounce back in some way. But to speak to the winners, we have an interview with Gala and Christina lined up.
Hello there, welcome to Post-Game Interview. I'm Christina. We're joined by Gala, the ball laner for RNG. Congratulations on your 2 victory. With this victory, you are on a 4 winning streak. Do you think that it shows you have found your competitive form back and find the appropriate playstyle in this matter for RNG, the whole team? 欢迎Gala选手来到我们赛后采访，恭喜 RNG 今天2-0拿下了比赛。那么在拿下这场之后呢，队伍已经是处于一个4连胜的火热状态了。你觉得这个4连胜是不是意味着队伍现在已经找到了最适合自己的竞技状态和游戏风格呢？
我觉得反正就是相比我们之前，我们明白了这个版本的游戏赢法嘛，然后就是知道怎么去玩了，但是到现在应该也没有玩得到特别好吧，但是至少知道就是路是对的，我觉得。
Actually, from my perspective, compared with our last performance, I do think that we have a deep understanding to this meta, and maybe we are not in the best competitive form, but we are trying to, in this way, try to get more victories. Second question, I'm curious about that level 1 lane swap in game number 1. What do you want from this lane swap, especially in this kind of very early game? 那么第二个问题想问一下 Gala， 在第一局的时候看到 RNG 这边在1局就做出了一个换线的选择，队伍是想通过这波换线打出什么样的效果呢？
因为我们在轩辕赛里试过赛人这个英雄，就换线就是比较赚嘛，因为他死了之后可以吃兵，然后如果就是下路就是比较压力比较大的组合，就可以考虑换线。
Actually, we have practiced this kind of tricks in scrims, and we find that if Sire, because of his passive skills, he can also get some minions, even he was Sire for the first time. And if our bot lane were under a little bit of pressure, we will try this tricks like what we did in scrims. Next question, I'm curious about your own performance on there in game number 1, because we have seen your opponent really push the mid laner so fast, and Twistana destroyed so many turrets in mid game. How did you balance your own farm and try to help your team handle this kind of pressure from your perspective? I think that you got 3 core items in 24 minutes. Oh, pretty good. 那么第三个问题想要问一下，在第一局的时候，可能看到对面的依托小炮这个点，在中路推了很多塔，也拿到了一些线上的压力。下路 Gala 这边是怎么样确保自己的择力完美发育，在24分钟的时候掏出了一个3件套？平时是同时怎么样和队伍一起来应对这个中路这个小炮这个点的压力呢？
因为泽利这个英雄本身就是我前面在上路吃了对面上单的人头嘛，然后我就本身自己就很肥，然后下路这样的话对面就对线不是很舒服吧，然后我就一直在吃杜森，然后就这样就是 AD 发育的太好了。
Actually, in level 1, I got 1 kill on top lane, and so I farmed pretty good. And in bot lane, I do think that our opponent they didn't play comfortably. For me, I can farm pretty well on this champion. Final question for you: how did you guys manage to play so aggressively in game number 2 and snowball the game very smoothly? 那么最后一个问题，在第2局的时候是一个速推局 ，RNG 这边是怎么样做到在前期就频繁做事，并且你们确保自己滚起了队伍的雪球呢？
因为那个我们辅助打得很好，他就是够中了对面 AD 嘛，然后打出了双招，然后我们就利用这个点，就是对下路发起了很多进攻，然后就是杀死了他们之后，他们其实这个前期阵容就很难玩了吧？对。
That is because our support engaged our opponent, their bot laner, and their bot laner doesn't has a flash and the other summoner spells. So it's really hard for them to play. But for us, that we can snowball the game smoothly from the bot lane and we can play aggressively. I would like to give the credit to our support. Thank you so much for joining me. 谢谢Gala来到我们的下午采访。Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Christina, and great to hear from Gala, who gives a lot of the support over to his support in Ming. And we all know that Ming has been such a crucial piece to the RNG puzzle for so long. I mean, that's where they find a lot of success, is because you have that strong voice. And it's good to see him feeling right as rain.
Yep, support mains don't get enough recognitions from their ADC, so it was really nice seeing that Gala gave some credit over to Ming for these 2 games. Yes, very, very biased, because I think Ming had a really good series up against TT for tonight, where he pretty much just solo carried a lot of these team fights for RNG, where they opted into a winning team fight pretty much every single time.
Yeah, pretty much got from that last bit. Well, Ming made it so Huanfeng couldn't play the video game, and that's pretty much what you get when you're going against Gala and Ming. And it was really nice to hear some of the kind of growth aspect of it throughout the game, but then kind of talking to him afterwards and seeing a little bit of that kind of push forward, and especially to talk about the win streak for them, where it is coming back from a really rough start to the split.
Yep, now that RNG has picked up their 4th win in a row, I mean, they have had some pretty easy games up until now, although TT was, the game 2 was a stomp, but, you know, the schedule isn't going to get any easier, and you still have a lot of these top competitors to verse. However, Angel does seem like he is finding his place on the team, so I'm excited to see what RNG has in store for us as we approach the playoffs.
See if he can fit in just like a puzzle piece. But we did get our MVP. It is not Ming, I'm sorry to say. It is Wei, who himself, I feel like, deserves a lot of this. Those the kitty setups, and especially the big early aggression from the Maokai in terms of contesting those objectives and things like that, and connecting with Ming are the biggest parts.
Yeah, this Maokai pick did wonders for these major objectives, where you saw in that Baron teamfight where Yao was pretty much 1 HP from the saplings from Wei being placed in that dot bush. But of course, these amazing engages from both the top laner and the jungler of RNG just secured so many major objectives in the early game, and we can't like, you know, go into this game without talking about Baron and how they committed to both, because they were just so ahead in the game. Wei was just like, hey, you guys do the fighting and I'll just try to finish off Baron with my pure fists, and it worked out.
It did indeed. It worked out multiple times. But with this win, this is RNG moving themselves up above Thunder Talking in the 7th spot. But especially, when you're looking at that schedule coming up for these guys, where they have AL around the corner, that could be a 5th win in a row. And then they start getting to the difficult stuff. They got BLG and Wavo back to back as well. But besides that, the rest of their schedule, it's looking like an RNG comeback.
Yep, and you definitely do want to be securing at least top 10 for a playoff spot as we approach it very, very soon. And I think with Gala and of course Wei finding their form finally for the spring split, I mean, they were the MSI champions for 2022, so very, very high expectations for these guys.
The Spring Kings, but we will see how that all works out for them. That is it from you and me, Kitty. Had some fun getting a cast with you, but now we got to give it up for the rest of Super Saturday, as there's still 2 more best of 3s ahead of us. We got Ultra Prime versus EDG, and then our match of the week, JDG versus Top Esports, casted rather by none other as Munchables and Lyric, and we'll see them on the other side of this break.
They're going to use this now as priority to push themselves forward, deal with mid lane. Rookie goes in, maybe seeing if he can catch somebody out. There's the face seal, it's a Fofo! He kills him, assassinated on the back end. Rookie does it all, and Rookie is smurfing on this Yone.
Care's coming up. He's tanking it. This is it. This is a race for the finish. The Doomsday Clock has come back alive. And Care, he's moving in to clean up RNG. He's stacking. That's the Gargoyles, though. 4th shot on the Hacker. Gala's doing some work here. Care can't do it. Care, he's on to Gala. But Angel, he's on the Nexus. Angel, he's on Care. And Bree takes him down. RNG, they might have just pulled back from the brink of extinction. And Royal never give up.
Having that flash available, either cleanse and Konami just consistently pressuring the bottom lane of IG. I'm not too sure if they can reach that late game.
Well, Kanavi's coming through. Explosive cast sends him back in into Ruler's quiver. Kanavi and Ruler.
Yeah, no teleport on bot side, but you got to be so careful with how you want to go for the 6,000, 5,000, 4,000. There's the ultimates coming out from the junglers. Mark taking a significant chunk of his own health bar. Secure it. Got it in there, and JJ wasn't there on time. Good Aqua Prison to try and stop Mark from really re-engaging this fight. Chain of Corruption is decent, and they take down JJ. Here we go! Fofo finds 4 men with the Sharima Shuffle, and this fight is all EDG. Never mind, Jackie Love's still doing work, and Ala takes it out on the backside of it. What a turnaround fight from EDG!
He's overextending now, but still you can see how confident he is to step up like this. And he's gonna
the cocoon. TN wants to get a kill back. Wise Cam. Oh my god! TN is taking a 1v3 and he gets a kill back on a Gideon.
Dude, you just got 1v3 this guy. It's a 1v3
Bring
again.
them all! Godzilla is in front of you as TN wants to take out On.
No
He's
way!
a hungry Croc, and he's coming for all the blood as Wink chases him down, but he can't get him. The fate seal from Dove. He's able to secure it, but it leads to Dove getting locked down and Dove going down to Rookie. It is a snowball from the deepest regions of hell, and IG have no way to fight the fire.
Wanna wake up in my bedroom with you right next to me, holding my hand. Something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. There's nothing like this feeling. Could look at you for hours, don't mind me. Didn't know how much I needed to have you by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. I wanna be where you are.
Now I know how it feels to hold pure solid gold. Sleep in the arms of my only, my new tiny world. And right here in our arms you'll stay until you can find your own way. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. outside your door. You'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, you call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea, and if you've fallen down, you know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. The day you pick up all your bags, lay down your toys. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy.
身も蓋もないわねマジでメール既読無視でもてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだなんて細い指先が僕を指す Please come this way ピンヒールで突き刺す血の味が欲しいまで純粋だと思ったバカね赤いリボンで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも民がひれ伏す農場の世界へようこそ落とし穴に落ちたあなた Please come this way ピールで突き刺す血の味が欲しい前に純粋だと思ったバカね赤いリボンで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも
Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm balling out, yeah. But my heart plays loud, yeah. And I'm all freaked out, cause I got nothing to say to you. But will I be down, yeah, when you come around, yeah. So let's get right down, cause we ain't got much time. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Yeah, we could take time to work things out, oh, yeah. But I want you in my life so we could have each other, yeah. I know it seems hard to shine, but you're a million stars at all the same time, yeah. And you know I really mean it. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now.
Different energies I bring, only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab Mike and a chap on the ting, I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I'll split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it when they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. They ain't even got no energy. They don't wanna be my enemy. I got a different energy. I got a different energy.
So I got my education in the old school, surfing on a wave.
Welcome back to the LPL. I am your host, Lyric, joined by Much the beautiful cityscape of Shanghai. And Much,
I am the beautiful cityscape of Shanghai, that's true.
But we got a banger. We got the match of the week. We got Ultra Prime, EDG, 4 world champions taking stage, 2 different eras of LPL.
Yeah.
And, I think it's going to be an absolute slobber knocker.
I concur. I will quickly clarify the match of the week. It's actually the 3rd match. That's Top versus JDG.
4 world champions.
True. I mean, there's a lot of world champions playing today, actually. There is a huge amount of world champions playing today. I feel like there's just a lot of world champions in the league now. But, yeah, Ultra Prime EDG coming your way. And going to be an interesting matchup, it has to be said, because I feel like we've got, on the one hand, like the Doggo show. I feel like Ultra Prime really all about getting Doggo to the late game and going for those team fights, whereas EDG, a bit more fully fledged.
100%. And, Leave, I think, is someone who's coming to the league and has really impressed. He's someone who came in with a lot of hype. I mean, if you're coming...
That's Phil Viper's shoes.
Right? If you're EDG and you have enough confidence to be like, our LDL AD carry can replace Viper, you expect him to be able to put up good performance. But even across the board, I think Al is someone who's been doing a lot better than the recent performances we've seen, like, in his career, right? It's definitely been a bit topsy-turvy. And Fofo's been the one who showed the high highs in 2021 of what he can do. His laning was absolutely spectacular, but finally really coming into form is, we should get Ultra Prime stats. Ultra Prime, 3 and 5. Honestly, pretty respectable. I think a lot of people came in expecting this to be one of those teams that, honestly, maybe just sitting down there in the standings towards that 17th spot.
Yeah.
But really, with Ning having solid performances, and you said Doggo stepping up, it's going to give them a chance, hopefully, to be able to take down a team like EDG.
Isn't it crazy as well to see Baolan's support pool so far this split? Obviously, due to the meta, but there's only 2 games of a hard engage support. When you think of Baolan, you think of Rakan, you think of going in. But crucially as well, 6 games on the Lulu. And Lulu has massively risen in priority with big nerfs to Yuumi. So we are on 13.3 for anyone that doesn't know as well. But over to the side of EDG, it's all about Ash.
And you could just see very developed champion pools, can pretty much play anything across the board. The one difference during these 2 screens is for Ultra Prime, their blue side win rate I think was 25%. EDG's stacked on blue, very good on red. Ultra Prime were very heavily leaning for that red side in terms of where they're finding wins, which could be about setting up their 2 younger players in Ching and Harry for those counter picks. And when you're going up against a team like EDG, I think it's going to be rough because looking at where you're going to allocate that counter pick, I think top would be expected when you're looking at All and how aggressively he plays. And Fofo's champion pool also can be a bit more, I'd say, neutral. He's someone who's loved things like the Azir, like the Akalis, these things you can expect, where we know Allah can be a little bit more bloodthirsty with the champions he brings out.
Oh, yeah. Big time. Allah, very happy to play carries, very happy to take less high percentage plays, we'll say. Very willing to try and trade and get ahead. Hey, I mean, he's already played Camille twice this split, which Camille really not a champion that we're seeing a lot of. He's been playing Kennen as well, which again, we're really seeing very little amounts of that. So excited to see more of what Allah's going to bring, especially in that matchup against Harry, who, let's be honest, Allah, a heavy favorite in that one-on-one. Harry has been having a reasonable split for himself, but Allah, like you said, I feel like is much more consistent this year than what we've seen previously.
I love it. I don't know if people saw, it was a clip that went around on Twitter of Doonby's stream where he saw Mako's mic check, right? And Mako was saying, hey, Allah, chill. Don't go for the kill. Don't go for the kill. And Doonby pointed out, that's the difference. That's how you know Mako's an absolute legend. Because Doonby said when I was on a team with Allah, I would say, hey, don't int. And Mako means don't int, but he's saying don't kill. It's all about the psychology there and how you reel him in. Yeah. And Mako, playing 2,000 D chess.
It's acknowledging that Allah is never intentionally inting.
Yes.
He just genuinely has pure self-belief in every single play he makes. Ultra Prime, though, stepping out onto the stage to get this series underway. There is Ning.
Future
bit of a
NBA
legend.
superstar.
Yeah, the tallest man in the history of the LPL. I have no idea if that's true, but I presume that it is.
I also, if you haven't seen Ning stand next to other players in the LPL, it is it is quite telling and kind of terrifying as well.
Yeah.
At like the sheer presence that this man has.
I found it funny on like, you know, the intro cinematic for LPL, how they got him, the Shine Jacket, and them all to stand in a room. The perspective kind of forced them all to be a similar height, but it's like, if you actually stand them next to each other, Ning's like a solid head above everyone else.
Especially Ning and Rookie.
Yeah.
I remember how
Jackie Love as well.
The disparity that was.
Over to the side of EDG though. And again, I feel like this is a team that, despite an insanely strong core of JJ and Mako, like replacing all three carry roles, it's actually looked pretty cohesive for EDG. I feel like this is one of the things where quite often when you do changes of this magnitude to a roster, it really is shaky to start the split. But honestly, a 5-2 scoreline, you can't complain about that.
They were a team that I saw a lot of people coming in were rating decently high. You know, maybe not in the same echelons of like the JDG top esports, but still up there. And I thought, the thing that scares me about this team might be the BLG effect, where BLG of last year, you have a bunch of solid players on your roster, but they just really can't get it together. Their play styles didn't really mix well. You know, a lot of like resource, people who were resource intensive and got all the attention in their past teams. I thought, okay, looking at this, could be the same boat of how it ends up working out, but no, it's looked great so far. Again, as each series progresses, I feel like EDG as a team looks more solidified in terms of how they want to play. They can carry throughout all three lanes, and JJ and Mako, two people who we talked about before. Mako has had some like slower parts of splits where he's having rough performances, and I feel like JJ has been a bit the same, especially it feels like a curse after you win Worlds. It feels like right after Worlds you always have a bit of a kind of a slow climb back. Definitely feels like both of them have found that form once again.
Yeah. So on a similar note, is there a point at which we have to start doing TikTok dances before every LPL match like the hosts do?
I hope not.
Because the players are doing these cool walk-ins, like they're doing the TikTok things. I sound like such a boomer. Jesus Christ. Okay, let's move on before I embarrass myself further.
The fact that neither of us, I know, yep. Look at Ning. Smiling, cheerful, lots of glee.
Lots of glee.
2018, you know, I just got to say, Ultra Prime has the 2018 MVP. On the opposite side, EDG, you know, didn't manage to retain the MVP of their World's winning split.
No, which I'd say is a heavy advantage over to the side of Ultra Prime. Worth mentioning on that point as well, we mentioned it in a former team. Both the jungle supports are those world champions, 2018, 2021. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting little matchup here. But I feel like Ning and Baolan, it's a duo that they had a very different team to what JJ and Mako won Worlds
also
with, right? The way that these two teams won Worlds, very, very different stories.
Also just like very different era of League of Legends. It's really weird to think because when I hear 2018, it still feels like it wasn't that long ago. Where it's like their World Championship win was almost 5 years ago. It was, you know, quite a while, different game. And like you said, surrounded by different pieces. And you know, it's been a little bit. You had people like Ning leaving the league after 2020. Baolan had stuck around a little bit longer. He was there for 2021, kind of in that IG support mess, we'll say, where they had Lucas, they had Southwind, and they had Baolan all kind of rotating in and out of the roster. But then even him taking a little bit of a step back from his time in LPL, so they're having to readjust to where, at least for JJ and Mako, we hit on some slower periods. They have been here. They have been competing the whole time. And right, slower periods for people you expect to be top performers doesn't mean bottom of the league. It means like,
means like middling support, right?
Exactly. It means that they weren't up there like fighting for that title or competing for like the top two in their role at certain points. But definitely feels like for the side of Ultra Prime, we're going to have to see, especially Baolan, be one to step up because Ning has had better performances than I think a lot of people would have expected from him. He's really the one setting up Ultra Prime early in the game, and I feel like Ching and Harry have also...
This is a sign about a coach. I don't think I've ever seen a sign about a coach before. Let's go, Kenju. Like,
I mean,
he's getting
I was
fast
going to say, if there is any coach in the LPL that warrants a sign, it would be Kenju. I mean, one with RNG, one with EDG.
Yeah,
like he's the guy's just a winner.
He's a beast. He's an absolute beast. I'm fully on board for it. I'm not sure that I think that is genuinely the first time I've seen a fan in the Chinese crowd holding a sign for a coach. So I'm fully on board for that. More signs for coaches. That's what I say. Speaking of, we're headed towards draft shortly. In fact, we are in draft, and it's 13.3. So the LPL that you know and love may change a little bit here, and it's opened up the AD carry pool pretty dramatically.
I feel like it's both opened and closed it, which kind of sounds weird because I feel like we've narrowed down the choices of like what are considered S-tier AD carries. We've seen things like Lucian falling off a little bit, especially here in LPL. I don't know about the rest of the world, but has been going through draft a little bit. You know, those took small hits on 13.1B, and we've really seen Caitlyn just rise so much in prominence. It's been banned almost consistently every game so far. I think JDG are the only team on this patch who've managed to get it, pull it out, and that did turn into a win. So that's something I'm keeping my eye on. But even the Zeri Prio still incredibly high, even with Yumi gone. You just now see Zeri pretty much primed to be put alongside that Lulu, which is Doggo and Balan's two most played champions.
Kind of interesting to see the Varus banned there instead of either the Caitlyn or the Zeri. Kind of says to me that whichever one Ultra Prime go for, EDG kind of want to have that other power pick available to them.
We also do still have Ashe open, which...
True.
Ashe is one of those champions that has kept priority in the few games that we've had in the LPL so far, despite the fact that I have seen it fall off a little bit elsewhere with things like tank supports being able to come back and, you know, put something on that. But there it is. EDG, I think, having a solid read. It really does feel like Caitlyn is just the strongest, like, lane-dominant pick that you're able to go for. Theoretically, still could always flex to the support role as well, like if any shenanigans go on that force you in that direction, and then going with the Maokai. So really weird bans in my mind to kind of lead us into a point where EDG have gotten such a strong 1-2 on red side.
Absolutely, and I'm trying to think of like AD carry picks available to Ultra Prime. Obviously, you could take the Ashe and AD carry. We've not really seen that, but there are things like the Jhin, but Doggo's not really lent into that. He's played a bit of Ezreal, Kai'Sa, Xayah could be an option, but they are going to go with the Zeri alongside the Ashe, which typically you put with an Enchanter.
Yeah, so just going to try and have that Ashe. I mean, it's still going to be able to hopefully help at least alleviate some of the pressure that you face in lane, being able to spam out with those volleys and look for some aggressive trades. Of course, going to provide utility throughout the map. And Doggo is going to do his best to be able to kind of peel, play for himself. You have some CC, you know, down there in the bot lane for Balan to try and do that with, but Doggo really being the shining light. I like that he gets his hands on the Zeri. EDG now, though, answering the Jax with an aggressive early answer, going to go for that Renekton, so maybe wanting to set Ala up for some pretty solid early success. And when there's nothing like the Sejuani available on the opposing side, and even Elise taken off the table, I think EDG should be in a position where they end up with the stronger top jungle 2v2, pretty much regardless of what Ultra Prime go with.
Yeah, we'll have to see how these bans pan out as well with the Vi taken off the board. You can just really single out Ning here because, you know, his Sejuani, he's got 10 games of Sejuani this split. That's already taken off the board. Wukong is the next highest, but then you've got champions with only 1 or 2 games remaining. So yeah, you could take the Wukong off if they still want to focus that in 13.3.
I know his Lee Sin got memed, especially like over the past 2 years where the like Lee Sin challenge came out. But Lee Sin's a champion we've been seeing coming into Resurgence. He got a couple buffs on 13.3. Jarvan is something that Ning has played, also gotten a few buffs in there, but EDG actually respecting the potential for the Jarvan pick to come through. Not the Jarvan, the Lee Sin, I'm sorry. So we still have Wukong open. That really being the thing that jumps out to me in my mind.
You know what would be truly vintage? A Camille jungle from Ning. That's what I would love to see here today. I don't think we're going to see it, but that would be creme de la creme.
It really would be fitting for Ning.
And he's made it through.
Something, yeah, we completely forgot to mention. Has been seeing bans across the board. Incredibly strong right now after the changes that came on through. We've had it played twice so far. It was played by Scout in mid lane, and it was played by, I believe it was Sword Art down in support. So keeping the flex potential very much alive for EDG, and they can just see what want to go with in that mid lane position before they decide to allocate where this Annie's going.
Yeah, and worth mentioning, Annie's support very good alongside something like a Caitlyn because both have such incredibly long auto attack ranges that you could just harass people down in that lane.
Literally the #1 and #2 highest auto attack ranges in the game, 650 and 625 going towards them. Wukong now picked up, so really going towards the highest priority jungler left open, and just going to try and round it out with a Rise and maybe look for these plays enabling sides with that Realm Warp.
All right, so Ching trying to get into those side lanes and influence the game. We'll see what the final pickup will be. Whether that Annie is going to the mid lane for Fofo. But with the Tristana being hovered, I'm thinking that's Tristana going to the mid lane. Fofo trying to get aggressive onto the rise.
Would be a nice look for Fofo. He hasn't played it yet, so it looks like maybe giving us a little bit of a bait. We'll just go back to the stock and standard Azir, his most played champion so far. So maybe realizing, hey, we're expecting a lot of our aggression and a lot of where we're looking to play around to be for this bot lane. We can just go with something a bit more stock and standard safe in that mid lane matchup. So for EDG, I think setting up for pretty strong 5v5s coming on through. Like you have a front line kind of there with the Renekton. You have Annie with a bunch of CC, a lot of DPS coming through with your mid and AD carry to where Ultra Prime, we said, it's going to be a lot about utilizing these realm warps, setting up on sides. Jax will outscale later on, so you will be able to keep up that pressure in potentially a 1-3-1 or a 1-4, and then hoping that Doggo can just take over a game if they get forced into these situations where they have to go for team fights.
Yeah, could be a tough one. I just want to quickly mention the Azir for Fofo here. Despite being his most played so far, this will be his 6th game this split. Actually only a 40% win rate on that Azir. It's not been a super successful champion for EDG. Obviously, having some struggles earlier on in the split feels like they've really got into the swing of things. So I'm not necessarily saying it was Azir's fault EDG was losing, but not statistically one of their best just yet. But look at the range that this EDG roster is bringing to the table. This is going to be so hard. If EDG can get onto an objective, it feels impossible for Ultra.
The craziest part is it doesn't even feel like a tradition. Like when you talk about range, a lot of times you associate with poke. But a lot of EDG's range, just consistent DPS, able to come out all Annie, Caitlyn. I guess Annie more burst, but you know, Caitlyn, Azir, to be able to whittle you down consistently from that long range, not being gated by things like cooldowns that other things like, you know, Jace's or Zoe's or other poke champions or long range champions would be. So gonna be nice to see how EDG pull this one off. We said it much, 4 world champions on the Rift. I sold it as the match of the week. You know what? I'm excited.
It's the pre-match of the week is what it is. It's the hype up for later today. Ultra Prime versus EDG here. 4 world champs, the jungles, the supports. We're keeping our eyes on Ning versus JJ and Baolan versus Mako. Oh. Significantly stronger Gyos for EDG there. Significantly stronger.
I don't know if it's that surprising when New York has won a world championship.
But then, you know, Ning and Baolan had a fair few fans in that crowd. When we were seeing the signs earlier, plenty for Ning and Baolan. So,
but that's the thing, right?
Reasonable amount of support there.
You have like 2 world champion players for EDG, but the org overall also has that prestige, right? To where for Ultra Prime, I mean, still just trying to make their way up to even being like a playoff kind of org, you know. It feels like you work your way up in steps. I think we're seeing OMG be someone who's coming that ladder now, sitting towards the bottom end of the table for a few years. Now they're in that like 6th to 10th kind of like range of where they go in playoffs. And now, you know, they're looking for that next step.
Oh, big damage in the bottom lane. Leave actually getting completely forced out of lane here. Slowed by the Ashe from Baolan. Will survive. Gets a tiny little trade back, but look at his health. 100. What flash forward from Doggo. I feel like he's been baited a little bit there.
Still, EDG is such a bad trade coming on through. At least summoners come out from the opposing side, but now they're going to be able to look to return a lot of this damage. Definitely not what you'd hope for coming from the level 1. A lot of it's set up by Baolan. Mako and Leave, it's all about kind of whittling them down with autos, being able to kite them out and really tether that range before some of your abilities can come online. You can really look to train back efficiently.
Yeah, the power of Halo Blades right there is what we've been witnessing. Baolan just rinsing Leave in the 1v1. Luckily, when you take that much damage at level 1, generally, you don't have that much health in the first place. So the regen, very valuable, and leveling up gives you a good chunk. So you can see Leave already just over half again. Started longsword though, and has already used all 3 potions. Like, that is a brutal start to any laning phase.
Especially with Doggo having the Dorans on the opposite side, so he should be able to do just fine.
Let's talk jungles though to start this one off, because, you know, Ning on that Wukong, generally speaking, when you talk about Wukong, it's like wait for level 6 and then make plays. Maokai, it's kind of the opposite story. You can go basically from level 2.
And I think they're going to be looking at should be looking at different things. For Jijit, we hit on that you can really be looking towards top side to at least get Ala off to a good start and then really abuse through that Renekton matchup before Harry's able to outshine and outscale later on. will give you a point of pressure, but then it's about leaning down towards your bot lane. Because anytime you have a Caitlyn lane, right, it's about trying to get those plates, making sure that they have a good lane setup. To where, in my mind, Ning, from the very start, it's about hovering bot, making sure no shenanigans come through, look for these counter ganks, and look for opportunities where you and Ching can move as a cohesive unit.
I did just see that bottom lane, the caster minions didn't crash. And I'm a little bit worried for Doggo and Barrowland that that wave could be frozen by Leave and Maker. I think it was actually still pushing towards EDG, so they should be able to get in a pretty favorable position for themselves.
We'll see when we pan back to the bottom lane. And for people wondering, you know, we've had a few games on 13.3 now, but still not too many, especially because we had, you know, the day break the other day.
Yeah.
Changes for Annie. Now your passive is just fully charged when the game starts or anytime you die and are coming back from Fountain. So that is that stun that is able to come on through. Your shield has gotten some buffs. The damage and the cooldown, we're buffed on it. Now people who use spells on you as well take damage in return. And Tibbers got some nice like HP, some resistances there along as well. So a lot of good things given to Annie. Champion that hasn't really been meta in forever.
Yeah, a long, long, long time, but we've got an invade coming out from Ning as he pushes JJ out of the jungle. That spells a bit of disaster for Leave and Mako as well, because that wave is really pushing away. Ning at the bottom side means they do have to be extremely cautious.
This is what we highlighted for Ning as well. You want to just pretty much consistently stay around this bottom half of the map. You can see the vision control they have in bot side river, and even getting some shallow wards into EDG's blue side jungle to spot out what JJ wants to do. This allowed to keep the pressure, and I love it. Ching consistently moving, hovering into Fog of War. It's going to put even more pressure on the bot lane, even if he doesn't fully commit to a move, and give Ultra Prime a lot of options.
Yeah. I guess that's one of the benefits of having that Rise on your team as well is, you know, they changed teleport, so you can't influence that bottom lane early on with your TPs. But when you got a Rise, you kind of still have that advantage. Flash away from Barrowland as Doggo, trying to push him, but the traps force him back to the rest of his team. JJ joining the squad as everybody presses away! Fofo comes in and takes Ultra Prime apart. That was disgusting.
Fofo finding the angle to funnel all the members of Ultra Prime down, and EDG with the damage to finish him off. Great punish from EDG, making sure that Ultra Prime didn't just get to start a dragon like that in front of their faces.
Look at the scoreboard, 1-0-3 on 4 different players from EDG. Fofo, the absolute hero, and everything we've talked about so far this game is now null and void because EDG are suddenly 3,000 gold ahead.
You look at it, right? I mean, so close to the Demonic Embrace coming out for JJ. Just Nude Quiver already picked up. Lost Chapter picked up in mid lane. But key items, even the boots of Lucidity down there for Mako to be able to more consistently spam out those spells. We're going to go straight into the replay here. Finding the stun on the Valiant, forcing the flash. But this is where things go heavily in favor of Ultra Prime. It looks like they're trying to find a turn onto EDG first, but Azir can just cover so much distance, they end up getting a pincer movement onto the members of Ultra Prime. And I mean, this beautiful Emperor's Divide coming out. Really nothing Ultra Prime can do. Just not accounting for the fact of how much distance Fofo can close, and them not really having a way to utilize the fact that it was 4 members, technically turning onto 3 first.
Yeah. I mean, the fact they hit all 4 players there as well. In River, that's not an easy feat. Absolutely incredible ultimate. And now, Ultra Prime's going to be up against it. Dominus going to be used on the top side. JJ moving his way in here. Harry low on HP, goes for the dive himself, takes the tower shot, and Ala has set it up for JJ to knock it out of the park. We've got an Alcove gamer on our hands, but I don't think there's any way on this one. Twisted Advance comes on through. Harry knocked straight back into the fray, and Ala will get the kill.
Nice gank coming out from JJ. When we talked about this matchup, it's like, hey, you do have the stronger top jungle 2v2. We want to see him look for these ganks. You have the mixed damage available, and at least make sure that Ala can be fine on his own. But Realm Warp towards the bot lane.
The proactivity still here for Ultra Prime lead. Intram will Mako trying to tank up for him. This Ning is underneath the tower. Doggo tanking and walks away. 1 for 0, looking for Mako as well to turn it into 2. And Ultra Prime get themselves back onto the board. Ning's in trouble as Fofo wants to make the magic happen once again. But I don't think he can close the gap this time.
That one volley preventing him from being able to really follow up and potentially find that kill. Nice move overall from Ultra Prime, setting up the dive. And it looked a little bit dicey there in terms of juggling aggro, but they were able to manage in the end. No one went down. It will set up EDG for response play with this Drake.
Yeah, EDG should be able to just grab this Drake pretty much for free at this point. 2,000 gold lead, but I love the Ultra Prime. After that previous play, not just... there's a lot of teams that would essentially just keel over and die after that Azir play that we saw earlier on. Ultra Prime still being proactive. They see JJ up on the top side, they make a play to the bottom side.
So one of the things about this Ultra Prime roster, again, kind of outdoing expectations. People might look at 3 and 5 and be like, things aren't going well, but you kind of got to gauge teams relative to where you think, right, what kind of project this will be. Because with Ultra Prime, especially bringing in 2 young and 2 new players, and Xing and Harry from the LDL, you don't necessarily expect this to be something where it's like, hey, we're going to win the league right now. You're going to need to get the reps. You're going to need to figure out how you want to play as a team. And Ultra Prime showing that with their experienced veterans, that they're still able to find some of their own counter punches to what these top dogs are able to do.
Yeah. And I think at this point in the split, we're starting to see that EDG really are one of those top dogs, especially when you look at their match history. They have played both JDG and Top Esports already in this split, both incredibly competitive series. EDG managing to beat out JDG, but losing to Top Esports in the end, so perhaps that's a preview for what's to come later on. But regardless, definitely a team that you cannot be underestimating when it comes to, you know, talking even top 4.
No. And now we're going to see what EDG can do in response to Ultra Prime looking for this Herald. On the minimap, Jidge is already leaning down towards that bot side, but has been spotted out, clearing out vision around this Tri-Brush, trying to enable Leave and Mako to whittle down some of these plates. If they can't get anything here, it feels like Ning could potentially be set up for a topside play for free. Xing even still has the ability to move. You can see him kind of hovering up towards that top side to be able to answer and respond just in case that any play is able to come out.
And this is exactly how EDG are meant to play this bottom lane, right? Set up, not necessarily for a dive, but instead set up for plates. Ala, though, in a 1v3 here. There's a huge old wave that's pushing in. Dominus available, used immediately. Can they finish off the Croc? That's going to be the question. Nick trying to move in. Has that Rift Herald that he would love to slam onto this tower. Ala dashes under, and Xing will survive. Tanking the tower. Oh, I thought Harry was going to take another shot there.
Fofo was on his way, but Baolan shot an arrow. And I didn't see the arrow on our screens, right? I think that might have hit Fofo. I think it might have hit Fofo, stopped him in his tracks. I don't know if he would have been able to get there fast enough regardless, but...
I mean, even if he got there late, there was 2 people on like 100
true.
HP.
That arrow could have been a bit of a hero play coming out from Baolan. And
let's have a gold clap in the audience for Baolan's arrow that happened off screen.
I don't even know if... I mean, most likely not, didn't even name for Fofo, but here, Mako walking in. I mean, he has his passive stacked up. Yeah, Doggo, no real way he can look for this. He would be the one under threat, Mako even having his ulti available. Tibbers does pack quite a mean punch.
Oh,
I
yeah.
would not want Doggo to have to go against that.
And this is the value of having someone as experienced as Mako on your roster as well. It's not like this guy is new to any support. Like, he was there when this was played all those years ago.
This man's seen it all. Been around through pretty much every meta. One of the, I mean, might even be the longest standing player in the LPL, but definitely one of.
Yeah.
We still have quite a few people have been here a while. I guess even like later on the day, like Rookie coming right after his stint on KT was pretty early on, Season 5. So point is, though, experience definitely being golden for the side of EDG. And EDG been able to maintain the golden. They even have items coming online because of the earlier kills they were able to find. Demonic Embrace picked up by JJ. Landry's now for Fofo. You can see them wanting to utilize these power spikes around bot lane. Is JJ trying to clear out vision, trying to escort Fofo down here.
Trying to move down. Threatening a dive at this point, but even if the dive doesn't happen, once again, you've got that Caitlyn, so you are just going to annihilate these turret plates. And it looks like, once again, EDG not going to commit, not going to overforce anything. They don't want to risk losing lives for this one. Just making sure that Baolan steps away. Doggo actually leaving the lane entirely, going up towards the mid lane.
I like this by Ultra Prime. They're reading that they really can't do anything to reinforce the spot side anymore. The fact that Ala was left, like, EDG didn't even try to influence top lane a little bit. Like, we kind of speculated he got one gank. It makes sense. Ultra Prime all in on top side and EDG answer and bot. will be able to get first turret, so resets will come off first, give them a better position on the map to potentially even set up for their next play.
Yeah. I will say, for Ultra Prime, things do get better here, right? Because when it comes to like 1-3-1, when it comes to side lane pressure, you prefer a Ryze and a Jax or an Exen and a Azir any day of the week. Like the amount of pressure that they can put on the map definitely ramps up at this point in the game.
You're going to put a lot of pressure, going to be able to move first, again, with that Realm Warp available. And I even have like more faith when seeing a Zeri as the game goes on as compared to a Caitlyn. I mean, if you can get that ulti down, the amount of movement speed you have, and just trying to be able to play out these team fights feels very doable. I guess EDG do have a great amount of CC though, so that is something you'll have to look out for. And it does feel like Ching and Harry are going to have to be the ones really pulling Ultra Prime across the finish line with that pressure inside, with translating that into picks, so then you can use that to get objectives. Because if not, we're just going to have what we have here, which is EDG get up set up first. You have like very good ability to control an area, putting down Sand Shoulders, putting down Caitlyn traps. It makes it very hard for Ultra Prime to be able to walk in if EDG already set up there 5 members strong.
Yeah, it's like trying to walk onto an objective against an Azir and a Caitlyn. It's kind of like, you know those videos you see on YouTube of like, someone will set up a bunch of dominoes and their cat has to try and get past without knocking the dominoes over? It's exactly the same. There's just so much going on to try and avoid.
I feel like in those videos, though, the cat always knocks over the very first one.
Yeah.
Always.
Well, it depends. There's a lot of cats out there. There's a lot of cats out there. Not in League of Legends anymore, though. Let's go. Yumi nerfed it to the ground.
Woo! I love. And Ryan already trying to get her back on track. You know, the changes already posted on through. Do look interesting. I'll say that as a fellow Yumi hater like everyone else in the world. But
like literally
like
everyone,
literally everybody. But, you know, we can see what Riot can cook up.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I don't know if I want to let him cook, though. Let's be honest. After. Look, we've had enough Yumi this year. Can we just leave it? Can we just get rid again? Like, life is better without Yumi. I'm more of a dog person. Because I ban her every game. Ning and Ching up on the top side. Arrow comes through. Just misses onto Fofo.
Very close. I still love when teams do use it pretty liberally because of how short the cooldown is. We can see it on our screens right now. Only 44 seconds with where we just saw it, so we'll be up quite soon. Might have an impact on this Herald fight that we're about to see with no arrow up for Baolan. TP's up for both top laners, so both would be able to join. But EDG, once again, trying to get that set up that we talked about, looking at Leave to start getting these traps set up. And with this Ultra Prime, maybe not even looking for it. Maybe just relying on a potential steal from Ning.
Ning's trying to move in. Ching on the top side is Baolan. Tries to threaten some vision as well. The eye available. JJ gets it, but won't be able to get the eye for himself. Smoko dashes away. Harry trying to get in, but just stun locked up as Tibbers arrives on the scene. Alan threatening from the side. You have to believe Ultra Prime have got to back away, but they might have bought enough time to deny the actual Herald. JJ is just going to run at it. He just walks on in.
You even have a 6-member. You have Tibbers there right alongside him. And even had they not gotten this Herald, would be favored for EDG because Harry utilized the TP almost just from mid lane. Ala did walk all the way over, so they get the Herald. They burn an important summoner spell and even get some nice damage onto the mid lane turret.
Yeah, setting that up for a potential Herald later. I don't think they'll even need to Herald that one. You've got a Caitlyn on your team, you've got Azir on your team. You're going to be able to finish that turret. But it does mean now EDG have the tools to start snowballing this game, right? Because another Drake coming up in 2 minutes' time. They've already got 2 for themselves. They can use that Herald to set themselves up for that next Drake. And that's where things really start to speed up in pace. And quite often from our top teams, you see a fairly slow first sort of 20 minutes. And then things just ramp up like crazy.
Yeah, and for Ultra Prime, we're going to want to see that. Noting the fact that Ching has both Realm Warp and TP, this is the type of map state where I'd love to see him enable Harry. Like, make a play towards the bot side with that Realm Warp. You can run down, Realm Warp in, hopefully find a kill, and then it doesn't matter. EDG can't really easily force a cross-map play because Ching would always be able to TP in. So seeing these two guys link up, I think is one of the win cons for Ultra Prime, as is the Ashe era, which feels like whenever you have Ashe, is just always, you always have at least one thing you can play for, right? One member oversteps, you go for the Ashe arrow, you have the burst available.
Leave managing to dodge the arrow. This Battleland makes yet another attempt here, but it's going to be a 4v4 in the mid lane. As you can see, Ala down at the bottom side of the map. Harry, though, wants to get involved in the scrap that's going on towards the middle of the map. Whether or not he can is a different question. Ning going forwards, gets onto Mako here. Doesn't have the damage to finish the job, though. Gale Force comes through, but survives a heal from one of his teammates as Mako jumps in and obliterates Doggo. Chink flashing out to safety, but Leave won't let him get away. And now EDG, the snowball starts rolling. Leave under the tower as Harry tries to turn. He gets one for his trouble, but that's all he'll find. And that lethal tempo means these towers are paper.
EDG have such a good composition for breaking down these structures. Great usage of their CC going in. Ultra Prime just consistently stopped in their tracks. And look at Ala in the bot lane. Didn't have to TP, didn't have to join up.
Yeah.
Just so much pressure put across the map.
4v5 while diving from EDG. That is kind of insane when you think about it in simple terms. And the Drake up as well. Ala gets the tier 2 in the bottom side. That's 3 towers and a Drake up for a single play. That was 4v5.
Now on Soul Point, they have just over a 5k gold lead, so we're going to see them hitting even more item breakpoints on the bases. Looks like IE was just finished up for Caitlyn, and we're going to see her Ning wants to find the engage. The team a little bit far away, though, and again, EDG have so many great tools to stop in your tracks. Maokai ult comes out. Mako now having his passive stacked up after the root connects. They're just able to find that initial burst coming out onto Ning. Ching taken low from the range that Leave has available, and they're just able to consistently run these down. I love how much confidence Leave has in this play to look for this and run them down. Just again, great team fighting coming out from EDG. As we highlighted, Leave now having that IE online. IE, another item that was changed, right, was now just activating at 40% crit. So,
and it's good here. It's good to see Leave being aggressive and chasing them down, like you say. And it's crucial when you're playing a champion like, oh my god, the ult doing almost half Doggo's health already. But it's crucial that you do pressure on Caitlyn in the mid game because you don't get much stronger than your 3-item mark. This is the part in the game where Leave will be an absolute nuisance for Ultra Prime. So important that he is playing with this level of confidence. He's a player we came in talking about today, you know, the guy that's replacing Viper. So far, looking really impressive every single game we see from him.
Has spent his whole career in the EDG system, going back to 2021. So not even a player that's even been around in Tier 2 that long. But still impressing the org enough to be able to come in and get a full-time starting spot.
Oh, Doggo in trouble. But I mean, I really don't think that there would be a better team. Arrow comes in, Ning is there to try and follow up, knocked up. We've complimented Leave there, and immediately we cast a cursive. He's down. A big pick for Ultra Prime as Alec TP's behind the plate. Fofo still is a huge damage threat. And Mako has that stun available. Harry threatening going in onto JJ, but I don't think he can actually follow up as Fofo gets damage onto Battleland and finishes it off. 1-for-1 in the fight so far.
And they're still hunting for it. Fofo going forward, but he might regret this.
Yeah, Fofo a bit too deep on this one, but Harry maybe the one to go too deep instead. Alex chased out of the play. Empress defied to save the team as Doggo takes a huge chunk.
Just small, I don't even want to say missteps, but small disconnects with your team, setting up for trades to be able to come out. It looks like Fofo was even still angling there for a potential opportunity to jump onto Doggo. Realized at the end of the day that it would not be the right call. Both sides back off, ends up in a 1-for-1, but you're right. We were praising Leave. We were given the narrative, the story beats on Leave. And that might have been the first arrow that Battlelands hit, looking for a pick in this game. We see it here. Leave trying to clear out the wave. Has his team close by, so maybe feeling relative safety, but still a good amount of burst to come through. And with Doggo flashing forward, it's what enables the kill to be picked up.
I will say, Leave did get a cannon, so I'm going to call Worth on that for Leave. Every AD carry out there knows 100% you'll take a death for a cannon. Maybe not, maybe not. On the point of Leave, though, I do just want to say one last thing. And that's that if you've got an incredibly mechanically talented rookie joining your team, what better support system than JJ and Mako to set them up and to train them up? Ming, Chris, Mako, those are the 3 supports that you would want alongside a fresh rookie that has this kind of talent.
100%. Definitely a great place for him to slot into. And as we've highlighted, you know, moving from leave to mid lane, Fofo really feels like he has been stepping up in their recent performances, and once again having a good split here in the LPL. But Ala, someone who might get picked off.
Yeah, might be in trouble here. Doggo should be able to sweep this kill up.
Trouble.
It's a good bit of gold onto the Zeri. No, taken up by Ching instead. Still damage dealer, grabbing that gold though. And once again, EDG find themselves 4v5. This is becoming a theme in this game.
EDG opening themselves up for the picks to come through. Ultra Prime trying to bait a Baron to potentially get a fight with numbers advantage, but they're already being taken quite low.
Fofo's still an absolute monster. Same for Leave. This is the perfect scenario for these two champions to fight in. As Mako flash forward, Harry in trouble with Nick, gets a huge ult. The Empress Divide to protect the teammates. Leave surviving in the backside as Fofo 1v3. JJ trying to protect his mid laner. Doggo almost goes down. He does go down. The sapling finishes the job. And now Leave walking away. The red buff healing him up again. I don't think Baolan and Ching can fight this.
How does this end up a 3-for-3? Ning found such a beautiful engage. We have Dragon coming up now, but the observers don't care about Dragons. We're going to see how Ala gets picked off, which kind of feels less important than the fight. I mean, he's walking up clearing vision alone, which is just a no-no when you're going up against an Ashe. On the bottom left-hand corner, though, Ashe Hero did come out, but, I mean, no one from Ultra Prime is close to be able to answer up. As we continue on with the fight, again, keep your eyes on Ning. He's going to find an opportunity to go in. Huge knock-up to make sure, and Empress Divide doesn't even really matter. There's still CC damage able to come out from afar. Doggo has so much consistent sustain. I'm surprised he ended up going down, but that sapling, cutting through the shield bow, cutting through the fact that he's a bloodthirster, it just didn't matter.
And the thing is, he's got a shield bow, he's got a bloodthirster, but there was no one near him when the sapling hits. He's there, nothing to lifesteal off. It gets taken out. And now, crucially, we've seen so many times this game. We saw in that last fight, Leave so close to going down and didn't. Well, now he's got an Ocean Soul. It's going to be even more difficult for Ultra Prime to find opportunities. Arrow comes in, it hits onto Leave. That could be massive. Jing moves on forwards, half HP on Leave. He jumps into Ning. Leave taken down and a huge ultimate from Ning across the entire team. It's a 1-for-1 though with the jungler down. Is EDG still going strong? The health bar's so low from Ultra Prime. Fofo needs to get on the chase, needs to do the damage. As Doggo left alone by the squad, and Ala there to sweep the kill up.
EDG's key members coming in to save the day. Fofo, Mako, and JJ doing a great job in that fight to make sure they're able to find the return kills. They're going to take a Baron. Ultra Prime with a nice response towards mid lane. But now, having Soul, having a Baron, it feels like the deck is just stacked so in favor of EDG. It's just a matter of time. We're going to jump straight into the replay. Again, the setup is there for EDG. We've hit on this very hard, very brutal to have to walk into. But immediately getting caught out by the Ashe Arrow. CC comes through, and then Ning with such a sneaky position on the opposing end. But still, Mako did a good job of getting the stun and a good amount of burst onto Ching. And then, I mean, your multiple members jumping into, like, this Renekton that has dominance, all of this, and... Wait, is this really?
Oh, no. That's how he went down. I didn't even see the trap live. I mean, what a way to go. What a way to go. Look, he stepped on a domino.
Yeah.
That cat ain't so cute anymore, is it? Well,
that is actually,
no, it's still adorable.
That is absolutely tragic for Doggo.
That is, ironically, I'm calling Doggo a cat.
And I still think EDG would have been able to like win that out or maybe bait a Baron. Probably wouldn't have been able to just outright do a Baron with that much confidence with a Zeri being alive on the map. So even, you know, the devil's in the details. The small changes can make huge differences. And now, we hit on having the Baron, having the amount of siege they have available with both an Azir and a Caitlyn, which is just consistent DPS from a long range. Even the anti-autos going to factor in there with like how he can dish out this damage from a safe distance.
Yeah, absolutely. Leaf going really old school with this Caitlyn build here as well, with a Zeal and a BF sword in his inventory. It's a long time since it's been normal to buy both of those without completing an item. But two in-hit towers go down simultaneously. Harry trying to split in the bottom side of the map, trying to threaten EDG simultaneously, but Caitlyn and Azir, they're so good at dealing with these structures without you really being able to punish them for it. This will be a second one down. Baolan misses the ult this time. Good dodge from Leave. 2 inhibs taken down, and Fofo recalled to make sure Harry couldn't trade.
Fofo has TP, so he knows he doesn't necessarily need to be with the team. He could go back and answer Harry and always be able to return if any kind of shenanigans do pan out. But, I mean, only getting further and further ahead with the gold lead. Third item coming out for Lee can actually go towards that Bloodthirster. Seems like going along the thought process of hey, like, in these fights, a lot of Ultra Prime's like focus has been just bursting me out at the start. Ash Arrow into an all-in. If I can survive that immediate burst, I will be able to continuously output this DPS. And we have tools that will allow me to reposition. So does go on through with that one. Dongo does answer up with his own third item, this time with the IE. So both AD carries at similar points of power. It feels like it's the rest of the map where EDG have just gotten so much further ahead than their counterparts in Ultra Prime.
Yeah. It feels like Ching is doing absolutely no damage as well. JJ walks in there, doesn't even have that much MMR. Like, he's gone for the Demonic Embrace as second item. Still a reasonable amount of tankiness there, especially with the Ocean Soul, but Ching just barely hurts him. And now the siege can continue. These supers pushing in each other lane. Luckily for Ultra Prime, at least, they've managed to push in that top side. But again, you're trading just out of towers for inhibs.
Yeah, 3 inhibs already down, so EDG you're going to be able to start pressuring through the cohesive push of super minions coming through. Oh!
Okay, recall cancelled.
But
at what cost? Jin goes down, and that might just be game, honestly. Baolan forced onto Ning. The next target is Doggo. Desperately try to at least kill Tibbers. We'll call that a kill. It's 1 for 1.
I want to highlight Mako as well, finding the opportunity to go in and just find that outright burst. They're going to try and threaten the end. Remember, Fofo is TP. Fofo can join in at any time.
Yeah, absolutely. They might not even need him. Leave just trying to kite back and survive the play. Doggo moving forward. Ning with a knock up onto Leave, but he flashes out to safety. And Ning goes down. Doggo next on the chopping block. Manages to keep himself alive, but now though, Alalo has a stopwatch and buys himself time. Fofo playing bodyguard for the Croc in the top lane as the supers finally arrive. It's another great arrow from Baolan, but it costs him his life. Harry jumps in to try and save the day. Doggo will flash the ultimate, but it will not matter. EDG, a fairly immaculate game, it has to be said, especially when it comes down to the macro. They dominate Ultra Prime in game 1.
JJ and Mako, I think, having spectacular performances, you know, not being, well, I'm sure JJ's going to be up in the damage numbers because he's a Maokai, but not being on champions where you have those, like, flashy moments. Mako some really good stunts and, like, engages in those fights. Fofo, though, feels like he was a big one having to, not like save situations, but having to do that damage dealer when like Leave would get caught out by Ash Arrows. Ultra Prime's plan was very clearly to just catch out this Caitlyn at any opportunity they could. They did a nice job of again, finding it a few times or punishing mistakes. We saw them punish Ala when he was clearing out vision. So Ultra Prime putting up a decent fight, but it feels like that core for EDG just being so solid and having enough reliability in their carry positions, they're able to bring it across the finish line.
Yeah, and I like the EDG as well, kind of acknowledging, look, we've got a Renekton, we've got a Caitlyn, this composition doesn't last forever, and really putting their foot down on the accelerator, not allowing a Dragon to be up on the map for more than 14 seconds at a time. You know, the second Baron is available and they have an opportunity, they go straight for it. Massive pressure as soon as they have that Baron, like really just ticking the boxes of how you end a game quick. So EDG, knowing what their composition does and using it effectively.
Yeah, always staying as like this core. I think the way they play team fights, they like understood their tools very well because it'd be like, okay, Ultra Prime feeling pressured to go in to look for an engage because they're falling behind. It's like immediately Maokai ult comes out. Okay, one member's rooted. It sets up for Mako to go in with a stun. Oh, at the same time, this now buys time for like an Emperor's Divide to come out and knock him back. And oh, during this whole time, Ala's like just able to walk into the fight and just hit someone with an empowered W. They're stunned. Seriously, so many ways to lock down the members of Ultra Prime. It just felt so brutal.
There's just so much to avoid in these fights. Like, we already talked about the traps and the soldiers. There was also the saplings coming out from JJ, which Doggo found firsthand in one of those fights around Baron.
Seriously, we've seen so many times. Like, one time Doggo goes down to a Caitlyn trap, one time Doggo goes down to, you know, pretty much a sapling. It's just so many things you have to think about when EDG's composition is able to find a lead and able to use that lead to just control space. And then it just feels so hard. Ultra Prime, we're starting to get into a place where the composition was really coming online, and like you saw the threat of the Jax in the side lane, and Doggo we know would have been at a point, I mean already dealing 37% of his team's damage, but that just would have continuously increased. So like you said, great sense of urgency by EDG to be able to get a pretty clean win.
Yeah, reasonably clean win. And again, Barrowland finding a couple of picks there with the arrows onto leave, but aside from that, Ultra Prime leaving a lot to be desired. We'll see if they can figure something out and come back stronger in game number 2.
They're going to use this now as priority to push themselves forward, deal with mid lane. Rookie goes in, maybe seeing if he can catch somebody out. There's the face seal, it's a Fofo! He kills him, assassinated on the back end. Rookie does it all, and Rookie is smurfing on this Yone.
Care's coming up. He's tanking it. This is it. This is a race for the finish. The doomsday clock has come back alive. And Care, he's moving in to clean up RNG. He's stacking. That's the gargoyles, though. Fourth shot on the hacker. Gala's doing some work here. Care can't do it. Care, he's on to Gala. But Angel, he's on the Nexus. Angel, he's on Care. And Bree takes him down. RNG, they might have just pulled back from the brink of extinction. And Royal never give up.
Having that flash available, either cleanse and Konami just consistently pressuring the bottom lane of IG. I'm not too sure if they can reach that late game.
Well, Kanavi's coming through. Explosive cast sends him back in into Ruler's quiver. Kanavi and Ruler.
Yeah, no teleport on bot side, but you got to be so careful with how you want to go for the 6,000, 5,000, 4,000. There's the ultimates coming out from the junglers. Mark taking a significant chunk of his own health bar secured. Got it in there, and JJ wasn't there on time. Good Aqua Prison to try and stop Mark from really re-engaging this fight. Chain of Corruption is decent, and they take down JJ. Here we go! Fofo finds 4 men with the Sharima shuffle, and this fight is all EDG. Never mind, Jackie Love's still doing work, and Ala takes it out on the backside of it. What a turnaround fight from EDG!
He's overextending now, but still you can see how confident he is to step up like this. And he's gonna
the cocoon. TN wants to get a kill back. Wise Cam.
Oh my god! TN is taking a 1v3 and he gets a kill back on a Gideon.
Dude, you just got 1v3 this guy. It's not, it's a 1v3
Bring
again.
them all! Godzilla is in front of you as TN wants to take out On.
No
He's
way!
a hungry Croc, and he's coming for all the blood as Wink chases him down, but he can't get him. The face seal from Dove. He's able to secure it, but it leads to Dove getting locked down and Dove going down to Rookie. It is a snowball from the deepest regions of hell, and IG have no way to fight the fire.
Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left on right, we're trapped in the middle. Excuse me, please, but don't think of the past. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me. Birds fly, fill the trees like it's always spring. White clouds high above, I know just what I mean. Your smile, this love are an endless road. And I'll walk, I'll run, anywhere it goes. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me. Tell me what you're dreaming of, waiting for your fate to come. There goes another day of sacrifice. Are you never gonna try to fail? Never gonna stop the giving? Never gonna try to reach up for the stars? You gotta fight with all of your life. For the doubt change, show me your name. You gotta hit that warning light.
Game here between Ultra Prime and Edward Gaming, and a pretty solid win in game number 1, it has to be said, for EDG. I'm Munch, I'm joined by Lyric as we head towards the second one. And there's two important things to say. The first thing is that Ultra Prime, the majority of their wins have been on that red side. They're going to be on the red side now, so maybe that's a big benefit for them. The second thing is vote for his MVP and absolutely destroyed that game.
Yeah, had some really great Emperor's Divides. I mean, the very first one, like, he started, he set the tone of the game with that first Emperor's Divide where, I mean, knocks all 4 members in to the other members of EDG. They all just get whittled down. And we hit on it, that in a lot of these fights, like, Leaves being focused out, he's getting taken down, and it's leaving Fofo really as the one there to try and put out this consistent DPS to be this playmaker. And he was able to do it, I mean, spectacularly.
Yeah, I mean, stepping up to the mark. Every time that Leave was caught out, Fofo was there to finish the job. This, I think, was the MVP play, even though it was right at the very start of the game, managing to hit all 4 players. I know it looks like 5. One of those is a Wukong clone. But yeah,
it got them
really
out,
kicked it off.
Got them out to like item power spikes so early on. I think you said it set them up to like about a 3K gold lead, even just right off the bat. And yeah, just really setting the tone for the game where EDG's comp really functions off of, again, how they set up an area and how they're able to maintain that control and convert that into kills. And we saw that throughout the game. That really was the thing that would give them small picks and lead into the Barons, the Dragons for their side. So really exciting to see EDG pull this out. I also think they had like a better read of, I don't necessarily say the meta, but like the small changes coming in to the LPL now that we're on 13.3 with like the Caitlyn priority being there, the Annie being something that they're able to pull out, really just taking away the Maokai, which just feels like it should be stock and standard. But yeah, overall, I think really good read of priorities coming out from EDG, even along with their gameplay.
Yeah, kind of forcing Ultra Prime into a weird spot, right, where they went for that Ashe first pick, and it's like, do you still go for the Zeri? Like, can you really play Zeri without a Lulu here? Like, do you want to go for a different AD carry? And it felt like, I mean, Ultra Prime went with the Zeri in the end. I don't think the Zeri was necessarily the issue with the composition or anything like that, but definitely, like you say, a very premeditated draft from EDG. But as we said before, Ultra Prime, so far, like the vast majority of their wins have been on that red side, with 7 wins on the red side. Granted, still negative. They've got 9 losses on that red side as well, but over on the blue side, for context, they only have 1 win, 3 losses. So now 4 losses now, I guess. So definitely preferring that red side.
Yeah, going to see what they're able to do for Ultra Prime. A lot of their best moments have been when they get their soul laners on like stronger laning champions. Like Ching has heavily leaned into Syndra this split. He's also been the only person playing Zoe. 2 champions who are more about, like, you know, with Syndra, like the strong laning phase, early skirmishes. Zoe, a lot about those early skirmishes. In terms of like river fights, you're able to get off the setups with your bubble. And then for Harry, I think it's been about consistency, right? Renekton and Sante, these champions you can just rely on to do fine in lane and then play a bit of a role. So we're going to see if they use that to enable Ching to get a counter pick and just keep Harry on something safe. Maybe give Ning some more options. And honestly, just don't let that thing happen that happened again. Don't let the Azir come in and go to swoop and boop, and then you all get swooped and booped and you all die. You just don't. If that doesn't happen, maybe they win.
Don't get swoop and booped. It's 2023 quote there from Lyric. You know, easier said than done against Fofo. He's a pigeon and a half, I will say. But whether or not he gets the pigeon is a different question. Because I'm kind of curious what the bans are going to look like in this one. You know, game number 1, the bans were a little bit wacky, like the Draven being banned away by EDG. And I wonder, you know, even things like the Annie going through. The fact that Ultra Prime didn't ban that Annie away if they didn't want to first pick it themselves. Mako very comfortable. I mean, we saw the 3-man ultimate in the mid lane. Feel like there's plenty of room for improvement here in how Ultra Prime are approaching the game.
Yeah, and like you said, swapping sides. We're going to see bans so far. Actually, stay on track. The Sejuani taken away. You hit on it. EDG also paying respect to Doggo's Draven last time around, but it seems like the Jax, after the annoyance, like how much of an annoyance Harry was in game 1, I think seems like a pretty good pivot to them. It's a bit weird when you have all up in that top side. It's a champion he himself is very comfortable with, but it seems like for EDG, they're not necessarily looking to go with like top early on in the draft phase. We even only saw Renekton come out as a response to the Jax, so feeling confident, leave his pull to later on and taking things away that Ultra Prime are more than fine with to blind pick.
Yeah, Rise taken off as well. So EDG really just targeting Ultra Prime at this point where, you know, the Jax and the Rise, both the solo laners from game number 1 for Ultra Prime. The Sejuani, you know, just a heavy pick for Ning. Was banned in the first game as well. The Elise, the Jace banned by Ultra Prime here. And now the question is, what do you not want EDG to first pick? There's conversations for the Annie, for the Ashe. I mean, Ashe is going to be taken off the board. Now EDG, a whole world of options is open for them.
Yeah, they can go towards that. Caitlyn, which is something that we've hit on. You could even look to go for the Zarya if you have like options in terms of what you're comfortable playing with later on. But I think Caitlyn is probably the biggest standout in my mind. Maokai, I guess, being the other one. A good call.
Yeah.
At least already taken off the table. You at least have 2 to 3 options in the AD carry role, to where this, in my mind, really just is that top tier jungler.
So Caitlyn taken away here by Ultra Prime in response. And I love the little hover of the Lee Sin from EDG. I wonder if Ultra Prime will go for that one. As the Annie also taken there. Curious if that'll be Baolan or if that'll be Ching that takes it up. Again, that is a flex pick, but now over to EDG. I feel like you probably do want to look towards your bottom lane. It looks like it will be the Lucian army.
We've said this took like small hits in 13.1b, but we have seen the prio in the LPL in these few days on 13.3 really fall down the rabbit hole for the Lucian Nami. EDG's bot lane, still one of the best in the business. I would expect them to be able to maneuver this one quite well, about looking for those all-ins, getting to those power spikes quickly, to where for Ultra Prime, I feel like rounding out your first rotation much better this time. Caitlyn, Annie, incredibly strong. You already have a flex pick. Getting Vi in there, something that can very easily single out the Lucian. You even have like CC chains that can already start to come out, right? Whether it's, you know, Annie setting up a stun, buys time for Vi to get in range, look for a Q or an ult, like whatever it is. Ultra Prime might be building that same kind of annoyance of, hey, everyone can lock you down, that EDG had in game 1.
Yeah, absolutely. And the CC chain, if one person is caught, you never move it again. You never
Caitlyn
get to
trap
get away.
under that as
Yeah,
well.
exactly. It's just impossible. So, especially for Leave, who got caught out a couple of times in the previous game, like Lucian, you really do have to play on that knife's edge of, you know, in that moment of danger. So, we'll see if Ultra Prime can punish it.
As Lucian, like, you're always in range of both Annie and Vi. So, yeah, Luck's going to be up, I guess, not only to Leave, but up to his team to set up for it. Mako with his tidal waves, JJ with his ultis as well. But looking at bans now, Ultra Prime putting a lot of emphasis on the mid lane, not wanting to give Fofo his stock and standard comfort.
I mean, literally all three of his main picks this split so far have been banned, right? The Jace, the Akali, and the Azir. He's played Sylas, he's played Syndra, and he's played Victor all one time. But we'll have to see where Fofo is going to lean. I mean, again, you kind of want to see something that has a lot of power, either in that mid game or something that can scale up and use the Lucian Nami to get you to the point where Fofo could carry.
And I want to, because I would expect Ultra Prime to go with top here, but with how many mid bans there are, you might just need to. Honestly, what even is there? I guess you still have things like Victor that are relatively safe, that are still left open. You have like the Talia, which pairs really well with the Vi. I'd actually prefer that over something like a Victor when you're going with a Vi, and there it is.
Yep, you got it. The Talia comes on through. First time for Ching, and it will mean that Annie is definitely going to go to support for Baolan. Now Fofo gets to select his matchup, and Ala has to go for a blind pick. I like the Renekton, makes sense.
You have 6 mid lane bans coming through. Like, there really aren't a lot of options available. They themselves, I guess, could go with a Victor and just try to play out that 1v1 matchup, which would be fine. You have pressure in bot lane. You're going to have this Renekton, which is going to do fine, you know, pretty much into anything in that top side.
Do we see Fofo take the Zoe away from Ching? That would be something special. Oh!
You have the Maokai, so you're already set up with AP damage in your composition. A lot of squishy champions. If Fofo would be able to hit a huge ulti, feels like he'd get a lot of value. No, Fofo!
Come on, go for the Yone. We have seen some blind Yones that did not work out, I will say. But looks like he's just going to go for the Victor.
Yeah.
Classic Fofo. He does love a control mage, it has to be said.
And now for Ultra Prime, a top laner. I really think they could just go with frontline. We even saw them like hover like the Scion before, like any generic tank champion. Yeah, fits the boat, just do it. You have enough damage elsewhere. Now getting even more engaged, putting even more threat onto Leave and Fofo. I really like what Ultra Prime have. A lot of engage, a lot of ways to lock you down. Still hard for champions like Lucian and Renekton with their dashes when playing into a Talia. Just a lot of good ways to be able to answer to where for EDG, you know, you have Victor in mid lane, so you have this like solid presence that is going to scale up, but I feel like you're putting a lot on like JJ, Leave, Mako to get things done down in that bot side.
Yeah, I feel like pressure has to exist from the word go, right? Where if you let Caitlyn get to that point, I mean, Talia kind of can function in that zoning fashion in a similar way to what Azir was bringing last time around. Like, it's all about setting that Caitlyn up to just be an absolute turret and everyone protecting her. If you let Doggo get to that position, we've seen Doggo can carry. We've seen he can be the man.
I would even say that their composition, it's better in team fights than what we had from EDG in game 1 because you have the Scion in top side, you have the Vi, you have like these like other tools to be able to work with, and even right, they're gonna have range in bot lane. They need to be careful about the all-ins, but level 6, the Weaver's Wall that you now have to care about. There's a lot of things that are gonna be on EDG's mind with the amount of tools that Ultra Prime have available to them.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting game, but EDG came into game number 1 with a super solid game plan. They were very clearly drilled on how they wanted to play this one out, and we'll see if they're going to be the same here for game number 2, if they can adapt. But Ultra Prime, most of their wins have been on that red side, and it feels like a much more cohesive draft here for game number 2. So perhaps this is the moment for Ultra Prime to get themselves into this series and really show everyone what they're made of. If they could take a game against EDG, that would make a statement for who they are in the LPL.
Ultra Prime, again, they have been impressing. Might only be at 3-5 in the standings, but came in with incredibly low expectations. EDG on the opposing side maybe coming in with a bit lower expectations in past splits because of all the roster changes. And also, so both teams kind of over-delivering, I think, on where you could have placed them. EDG still expected to be a top team, but I don't know if they were expected to be as dominant as they've been, even taking down JDG as Munch highlighted earlier.
Yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to see. I think EDG you know, in the conversation of whether or not this is a top team, right? I feel like you need to be able to beat teams like Ultra Prime 2-0. I think that is a pretty fair statement based on what we've seen from Ultra Prime so far this year.
I don't know, though, because, I mean, you look at Weibo. It's like, would you consider Weibo
true.
a top team? And, you know, Weibo got
TES every other year, right?
Weibo got destroyed by TT, so...
Hey, I'd argue that TT are up there, though, honestly.
I agree.
TT
Might be a bit harder to argue after the first series.
Yeah.
But...
But in theory, at least, in theory, from what we have seen, there has been some really, really high-level play from them. It's just maybe not as consistent as we would like, as Leaf managed to dodge that pilt over Peacemaker. For the range advantage, you can see it just whittling away at the EDG health bars.
And that's the dynamic you're going to be looking at. Ultra Prime's bot lane, able to whittle them down, prevent the 2v2s from coming out. And the nice thing is you don't even have to really allocate mana to whittle them down, because when you're going up against an enchanter, it's like, hey, at least if they had to rely on spells, Mako can then just heal them both back up. But Mako's mana pool definitely going to get tested going up against the Caitlyn and the Nanny.
Yeah. Gonna try and keep Leave alive as JJ moves into the bottom side. But for how long can he pull it off? Doggo and Baolan trying to crash this wave as fast as they can. JJ wants to make a gank happen, but he knows that that's warded. It was pinged, I believe. His Leave goes to a bit of damage onto the Baolan with a stun there. Heal comes out from Doggo immediately. JJ could go for a flash, and he will be able to do so. Bramble Smash back into the play. Doggo the target. First blood for Leave. Nick on the response, trying to get into the play, but the body blocks from Mako and JJ. Two bouncers. Make sure Leave walks away.
EDG knowing exactly what they need to do to be able to play out through the strap. Set Leave and Mako up for success. 3 camp into bot side gank coming out for JJ. And already getting off to your Lucian having the first blood. So great things from EDG. Now no flash down there for Balan, no heal on Doggo. Might even set up for repeat pressure to come out. Won't be as easy, though, with JJ not having that flash himself. Maybe won't just be able to outright run over Vision Wards to make these ganks possible, but still, opportunities to punish are plentiful.
Yeah, and that's the thing, like, a lot of summoners were used there for EDG to make that play happen, but an equal amount of summoners was used to try and defend the play. So ultimately, you've still got both flashes for your EDG bottom lane. They should be relatively safe, as... I mean, just great little flash in, picks the right target, knocks him back, no way out for Doggo.
Nope, doesn't even try to use his flash, which good restraint, but yeah, huge from EDG. We can see now Serrated Dirk already in Leave's pocket, and now Ning wanting to try to find some influence in this matchup to get his bot lane going. Isn't going to be able to find it, so yeah, going to be a rough position. They still will like have opportunities to push the wave and trade, right? Whittle them down, keep them at arm's length. It's just going to mean when Leave and Mako find these all-ins, they're going to be even more damning for the side of Ultra Prime.
Yeah. Going to be tough for up. That's Serrated Dirk, like you say. A lot of damage to come out from the Lucian. But with that said, perhaps Ning can influence these lanes. Perhaps he can get someone ahead. But the thing is, when you look at the map, it's not like there's a really good gankable lane elsewhere. I mean, there's an argument for mid, but realistically, Fofo should be playing that safe enough where you can't have a significant influence. You don't really want to be ganking for Sion against a Renekton, like it's not going to come to much. It has to be this bottom lane.
Yeah, I think you can look mid, especially once 6 comes online. It looks like they want to look now, but 6 is when you can guarantee the CC into a seismic shove. But Ning going to look for a trade onto JJ.
Doesn't get the chickens, though. It will just be a bit of damage. Just CC comes back and forth between the mid laners. Fofo gets chunked out, but does return some of that after.
Now hitting level 6 on Shing, so we'll have the Weaver's Wall. We can see him starting to impact that bot lane. Already maintaining bot side vision is Harry.
Days. Ala's really low here. Has to use the Dominus. Obviously it was in response to Harry's own ultimate, but still good pressure from Harry. As Ala trying to be super aggressive, trying to put this pressure down, but Harry not letting him just get away with it for free.
I feel like Sion has just looked so solid in the LPL. Like, you just shrug off so many matchups, so many mistakes, so much damage, and then you're always able to do your job.
Oh, the trap is there as well. Leave has to cleanse. Balan walks away just about with his life. But the bubble is huge onto Doggo. Both of them 100 HP. JJ wants to move in. I don't think he can do it, but Mako can! Flashes forward. and splashes down onto Doggo.
That was just outright 2v2 kill coming out for EDG. Great from Mako. Looks so dicey for Leave. Getting stuck in the trap, stunned out, but Mako able to return with the bubble to make sure that EDG stay in the lead. And it doesn't matter that coming in we're like, hey, Ultra Prime's draft more cohesive, we saw the opportunities. EDG, after just getting one gank from JJ early on, have been showing why their bot lane is one to be feared and why they're ones that, even if other teams are starting to stray away from this Lucianami lane, that they feel confident picking it up.
Absolutely beautiful from Mako. And I love that killer instinct to flash forward as the support to get that kill. Had the Tide Caller's blessing on. And I mean, a really, really good start to this fight from Doggo and Baolan. The stun into the trap onto Leave, but then overstepping and under the tower as well. And then Mako used that Tide Caller's blessing, flashes forward, split splash, gives Doggo a bath.
Nothing he can do. I mean, it makes sense because when you think about like Lucianami, you think about even like, I guess adding in like a Felios Lulu, like that's when Viper and Mako were showing their stuff at that World Championship. This is a champion Mako does incredibly well. And even if Leave loses a huge amount of HP here, from what we've seen before, I still believe in Mako.
Yeah, and also Leave is going to be back to full HP in like 10 seconds time anyway, so who cares if he loses HP unless he dies? It doesn't seem to matter too much. Ching, though, wants to move down to this bottom side.
Now spotted, so it's just going to end up getting this honey fruit. Try and get his mana back up to full.
I wonder what honey fruit tastes like. Do you reckon it's like honeydew melon? Do you reckon that's what the...
That's what I would expect. That's what I would expect. Honeydew melon, pretty solid.
Pretty delicious.
Pretty solid. Do enjoy.
It's not quite dragon fruit, is it, though? I feel like in the melon category, dragon fruit is king for me.
I'll just say I think dragon fruit's kind of overrated. Kind of overrated hipster option.
Well, it varies dramatically. Like some dragon fruit sucks, but when you get really fresh, delicious dragon fruit, oh my god, there's nothing better. It's incredible.
Okay, we need to find out what kind of dragon fruit Ning is, because he's trying to wrap around, but he already got locked out by the Maokai.
It's a dragon grasping roots instead as the CC chain is insane onto Baolan, trying to trade it back for Leaf, surviving somehow. 1 HP and Ning has sacrificed his life to make that pick happen.
It's just really strange coming out from Ultra, especially Ning to answer back. It just seemed like, well, screw it, I'm already here. Might as well go in and finish off this kill because Ching wasn't coming. Ends up pushing in mid, does get a fair bit of play, so Ultra Prime kind of respond, but still, ultimately, it's EDG who feel like they came up heads up in the play.
Well, Thomas the Tank Engine re-enters the top lane. But it will just be to farm.
That was unfortunate bot side though, because, you know, assuming my eyes were correct, I believe Ning gets caught by the Maokai ultimate from over the wall, and even is just kind of like, yeah, what's going on here? We're gonna get a replay. So Ning looking for the opportunity. Yeah.
Oh yeah, he did.
Gets screwed up. Decides to run all the way around when he notices multiple members coming on through, and then I mean, again, just great chain, great ultimate coming out from Mako to set it all up. And then here, Ning completely commits, but look at the mini-map. Ching doesn't even opt into electing to come, which just means Ning will die. He will go down.
Yeah. At least he did get that one kill onto Leave, but doesn't feel like enough at this point. Mako trying to find Baolan.
I guess I don't know how much of a shutdown there was on the Lucian.
It can't have been a ton.
Yeah.
But, yeah, either way. I love your use of phrase there when you were talking about whether or not Ning got rooted. Like, if my eyes were correct, if Ning didn't get rooted, it wasn't that, it was that your eyes literally were incorrect. You saw it regardless. Like, your eyes are just giving you misinformation in that scenario.
I already know I need glasses, Munch. You don't need to hammer home the point even more.
Look, I'm just here on behalf of all opticians. Should have got Specsavers, not a sponsor. Or are
but, you know.
But hey, Specsavers, if you're listening, we can do with the cash.
And like, look at this. JJ down here in bot lane once again. You know, they are giving up Herald for this. Like, this does set Ning up for the opportunity. Baolan.
Oh no. Uh-oh. A little Red Riding Hood going through the woods. And it ain't a wolf in there, it's a tree, which you would expect in the woods. But this tree's vicious. And Leave the one to grab the kill in the end. A bit of trade back though. Nice little combo coming out. The culling blocked mostly by the minions. Leave goes underneath the tower, and Doggo goes down. It's immaculate from EDG.
How do they pull that one off? Weaver's wall?
No way! Oh, even Mako gets out! You just can't punish them.
EDG are just styling on Ultra Prime. It's kind of awesome. It's kind of sad. I guess it depends on which perspective you're looking at it from, but 3-1-3 on the Lucian, 2-0-4 on the Nami. This bot lane is spectacular.
I mean, game one was fairly one-sided. EDG just straight up smurfing in game number 2.
Well, man, I mean, was up towards that mid lane because Herald was going down, walks back to 650 caught out, Leave incredibly aggressive with the follow-up. Nice damage to come out from Doggo. It looks like Leave was an incredible, and had one misstep happen with this dive, right? Lucian could have gone down, Nami could have gone down, but that's the incredible thing. There wasn't a misstep in the dive. Mako still gets away. Everything's awesome.
I will say, Doggo played that incredibly well. He was just a millimeter away from that net landing, which would have been a kill onto Leave, probably with the headshot. And then also flashing away from the piercing light, like trying his best to survive long enough that the turret would turn a kill around. Like, fair effort to him.
Yeah. But
there's only so much you can do.
I was going to say, your effort means nothing when you're now looking across the screen and seeing, you know, Gale Force mandate picked up, Demonic Embrace not over. The 3 members who have lived in the bot side for EDG, which it's the 2 normal members and the jungler, now just going to be able to take out Doggo and Balan whenever they want.
I mean, we always talk about the Gale Force mandate spike for Lucian Army, right? It's talked about every single game. Well, it's not usually hit in 12 minutes, and there isn't usually a bonus serrated Dirk alongside it.
And a bonus Demonic Embrace in there as well.
Yeah, why not?
They have 3 bot lanes.
Why not have some saplings in there too? Tibbers baited out there. Leaf barely even took damage. As Fofo going to try and defend in this mid lane. Herald dropped down by Ning to try and get some gold out of these plates. But I don't think Ching will get any value on this one. It'll just go exclusively to Ning there. I feel like they need to pick up Ming for this roster. And then we need to find an AD carry and a top laner who have a 4-letter ING.
We have Ching.
Ching.
You know, WE, I think W's Academy team right now. And yeah, then you're just looking at top.
Maybe someone just has to rename. Harry, get on the page, man. I feel like that's the only way that Ultra Prime can bring this split back at this point. I don't know how that'll bring the split back, but for me, emotionally, it will. I will support Ultra Prime if they pull that off.
I'll get
a tattoo of Ultra Prime if they pull that
I
off.
know people listening out there like, oh, these guys are crazy. Ultra Prime, you know, they're not good. Like, again, Ultra Prime have outdone my expectations. They put up a fight in game 1. This game has been tragic. This is not the game to say this. But overall, looking at the split holistically so far, they have done better than I thought they would. And they're going to try and do better than they've done in this game by fighting this pick.
Here we go, the Weaver's wall denied, and there's a little gap for Leave to leave through, although there's a nice CC chain, and Ching will get a shutdown. That was 600 gold into his pocket.
Ultra Prime deliver with positive reinforcement.
Yeah, the comeback starts now.
They are not, you know, the whole carrot and stick thing. You just need to actually give them many carrots, and they will do well.
Well.
Come on, Ultra Prime. You can do it.
You can do it,
little buddies.
Let's see if they can get this Drake in 15 seconds. Probably not, because everyone's resetting. So I feel like EDG will get a second there. I'm not sure there's any amount of carrots that can save this game. But then again, like, if you get to the late game, you've got a Scion. Maybe that's enough.
Yeah, you have a Scion. Like, you have a solid front line. You have a Talia, which is great damage. You're gonna have CC. Should they get there? Probably not. Again, we're in huge spikes for EDG. I mean, now even a Caulfield's Warhammer and a pickaxe for Leave on top of it. Leandri's already finished for your Victor, so he's accelerating a little bit faster than he probably should have. Like, he's just had a fine and easy time in game and lane with how much attention's been pulled elsewhere. So EDG, now we're gonna see what they're able to do is Leave.
Oh no, Balan!
Oh, that's what they can do!
Leave destroys him! What? He has a family! Leave! You can't do that to the man!
Oh, God.
I mean, there's nothing more that can be done. Here comes Nick to try and punish, but he's totally alone. Leave will be able to walk out of this one on the top side of the plate. Still has his whole squad with him. His Fofo forces everyone else out of the fight. And EDG, I mean, this is just gorgeous. And Lee, you know, getting caught out a few times in the previous game, he is making up for that tenfold.
He is. Last game, there was the Ashe. Ashe does feel a little bit of like cheat codes in terms of it just becomes so much easier to find those opportunities. Still, did end up getting caught out a few times. This time around isn't as Mako 7,500 of something.
It's got to be assists,
I was going to say
right?
assists is where my mind would go.
If that is, that's an insane amount of assists. 7,500? Good lord. That's probably more than I've got in my whole league play career of just normal games.
I think you put it like in a great way earlier. If you are a young AD carry coming up who's like touted to be a mechanical prospect or great at your role, being put alongside Mako is something you want. And that's something that stat reflects very well.
Yeah. Lee, speaking of mechanical prospects, 2.5 items at 17 minutes. If he wasn't one-shotting Baolan before, he certainly is now. JJ wants to try and find Ning, which was available but not needed in the end. As Ching has stepped a little too far forwards here. Weaver's wall going to be forced out defensively. Dragon's not even up. This looked like everyone's posturing for a Dragon fight. It's not up for another 3 minutes. Alan's going to do the Herald in the meantime.
Doing it solo, just posturing on that bot side, 4 picks to be able to come through. But ultimately, I mean, you get a free Herald, you're getting Shing's ulti, and now you're going to be able to get so much damage on this mid lane. They are spot. Oh!
Balls from Shing. And low on HP, gets a heal though. So Lee will walk out with his life. That was dicey at very best.
I think he was very lucky to not go down there. Like, okay, Ultra Prime, ult comes out.
An attempt on to leave here, but Ning just goes so deep and leaves one-shots him in the meantime. This is a 3v5 and EDG are winning it. This Fofo comes as reinforcements. Baolan falls, Harry has to flash. I mean, look, Ultra Prime, they ain't giving up, but it ain't getting any better.
Shades of the last game. Ala, not there for that fight, just like in game 1, pushing out a side lane. Knows he can rely on his teammates to take over. It's great. It's great when you just get to see Ala, like a side lane, like winning out. The rest of EDG dominating these fights. The Lucian damage at this point with how far ahead he is, absolutely disgusting.
Yeah. I mean, what more can you say? A second other look is, I think what might have happened there is perhaps he didn't realize his Chemtech Soul, thought it was a normal blast mode, and then realized that he's just put himself in melee range of Lucian.
Yeah.
Why else would you, why?
I don't know. Like, unless, if it's not a mistake, it is like a huge underestimation of how much damage Leave is able to dish out. Ning just found that out oneself firsthand. You know, to be fair to Ultra Prime in this circumstance, they're far behind. They feel themselves getting choked out. Like, did that look like a desperate play? Yes, because that was a desperate play, and Ultra Prime are in a desperate situation.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've got to praise EDG on like how they've approached this game as well, right? The Caitlyn went over, the Annie went over early on in the draft. Oh my days, Leave again, almost one-shots Doggo. But against Ultra Prime, Doggo really has been the shining light for this squad. And EDG's entire game plan here in Game 2 has been camp the bottom lane, destroy Doggo and Baolan, don't let them play League of Legends.
No. Great strategy against Ultra Prime. Also kind of needed for their draft, but still putting those together, executing beautifully is Ala. Angling around the turret, they might skip this.
Yeah, Harry trying to defend it. Lee dashes out to safety. Ning tries to get onto him, but he's got a stopwatch. Dashes and keeps himself alive. And now Ching on the wrong side of the play, taken down as Fofo grabs one for himself. Tibbers next on the chopping block. The poor rabbit bear cut to pieces. And now EDG can continue to plow through the base.
I'm surprised you're going to send multiple members down to Dragon. I feel like they could have just once. They are. Yeah, I was going to say, you're so far ahead, you push them back, you got mid lane turret, you can get some nice resets. You can just commit the Maokai, maybe throw one more member if you want, but you're going to be able to get this without any resistance.
Yeah.
And this game is really just about when EDG wants to end it, it feels like, rather than anything else. Going for the siege in mid here. Ultra Prime, once again, hoping they can turn this into an opportunity to get the flank coming off. But there it is, the stopwatch, making it so it just wasn't meant to be. Nick isn't very tanky whatsoever. He's only sitting on the black cleaver, and I believe maybe some components. So yeah, some more HP components on top of it, like the Kindle Gem.
Yeah.
Very easily, but Munch, you said it earlier, they don't give up.
No, they do not. Mako the target this time. Hey, they get a flash. Honestly, we'll absolutely take that for Ultra Prime. You got to flash out the support. That can turn into a pick later. Weaver's Wall comes on through, but Leave is fired, and Ching oh my days, the culling damage. Have they got him? Leave healed? He's down! Raid Boss eliminated!
Now the other members of EDG are coming through. What can they make work?
4v3 at this point. How do EDG have a numbers advantage? How is that even possible? Stun onto Harry as well. Fobo has more than enough damage to take this Scion down. That was the pick for Ultra Prime. How are they outnumbered?
So Shing got chunked incredibly low by Lee. So him being out of the fight makes sense, right? He walks away. I'm not sure why Bao Lan was so far from the action. But I have to wait for the replay to see that one. Now you're going to try and turn this into a Baron. It's going to be up to Bao Lan to just, I guess, go in there with the Tibbers and maybe throw over, I was going to say throw a Tilt over Beastmaker out, but that is now been used. Like, I don't know. We're going to see what they can get done.
It's time for a miracle play. Ning only just leaving the base. Smite available. There it is. Baron taken by EDG. And that is probably the beginning of the end. I say the beginning of the end. They were already 10,000 gold behind, but...
Oh! So Bao Lan was never anywhere close to even begin with. So, okay. This makes a lot more sense now. They're able to find the initial pick on the lead. Great job to seeing him down. Mako trying to throw out the heal, trying to use his, blessing himself to make sure this go down. But then it's like, okay, Talia has to lead the fight. You saw a Victor and a ton of damage able to enable against Ning and Harry, who are kind of left in no man's land.
Yeah.
And right call by Doggo to just get the hell out of there.
Yeah. All right, so the resets have come on through, which then does bring up the question of coordination here for Ultra Prime, right? Because they started that fight. They were the ones that went for that pick, and granted, they did get the pick on to leave, but...
I think it's hard to criticize coordination where they're at a point where they just have to go for a pick when it's, available, right?
Speaking of, out of the target this time. The Ace and Hole comes on through. No way. Surely not. Surely not. Okay, flash from Ching to make
but
sure
that
yeah, make sure the kill goes through. Culling here onto Ching, but Leaf can't really get in. Talia ruining his day at the minute as Doggo flashes out to safety, gets him trapped to keep himself alive. JJ tanking on the front line. Ching dishing some damage out, but here comes Fofo onto Bao Lan. He just wants to kill the support as Leaf now dashes on in. The minefield down, and it gives him space to move around the fight. EDG, 2 for 1.
Ultra Prime took down the Renekton, who... again, this is no criticism to Allah, hasn't had to do anything this game. Find a kill, but at the cost of almost your whole team. Again, they're in a position where they really have to take whatever they can get, but now it's going to lead EDG to using that Baron buff. It's probably even, maybe even break down the full inhibitor. They're definitely going to get this inhib turret. I don't know how much confidence you're going to have sticking around beyond this with a Vi still alive.
I just want to see, before this game is out at this point, I want to see Allah get an opportunity to get onto Bao Lan or Doggo with his Prowler's Claw build. I want to see that juicy lethality reduction one shot onto a squishy. I need to see it.
So assuming I'm reading this right, I think Leave having a 4,600, he's 4,600 gold above Doggo,
not bad.
Not bad. And we see it, right? Committing everything to take down Allah, has a lot of ways to just burn time. Initially, it's Prowler's Claw, which means he still has his place available. Dominance was used, but so much committed. And now that tidal wave splitting Doggo up from the rest of the fight. JJ's ultimate also making sure that he really can't be involved at all. And it just puts us in a situation where, sure, it is a little bit scrappier as Leave can't put himself in too worrying of a situation, but giving him enough time to whittle in and out. Fofo, the whole time, just Bao Lan leading him around that cove was honestly the best part. At the end of the day, though, they do get the kills, and they're keeping this siege going strong.
Interesting use of the Maokai ult there, just to zone everybody away. That's half the tower damage done. That's one thing I will say, this composition from EDG, not the greatest at sieging. They don't have that Baron buff anymore. And there's a reasonable amount of wave clear with Caitlyn there with the Talia. you can just about clear these waves before they get underneath the turret. But just the lack of range is the issue for EDG.
Yeah, they have like burst plays they can make around turrets, obviously Malkyle and then the calling, able to come out and potentially force them off, but not really able to look for that consistently. And Talia, at this point, 2.5 items, will be offering really solid wave clear, but still, now Chemtech Soul picked up for EDG.
Well,
you know, I was like, where do I go with this next?
I mean, I feel like the only next here is go next.
The match of the week, baby!
Yeah, JDG Top Esports. That's what I'm talking about. And for Ultra Prime, it's talking about what can happen in their next matchup, what they can learn from this one, because EDG just giving us a bit of a masterclass today. I think the thing for EDG as well, that's like really great to watch, is that when they get a lead, they make so few mistakes. Like their gameplay is just so clean. That's the combo you were talking about before with the Lucian and Maokai ultimates, just to try and force people away. But Harry he's a beefy boy at this point.
I mean, we've already seen, right? Fights have gotten like closer and closer as time has gone on, just because of how much now they are able to tank up. Still shouldn't really be able enough to halt the assault coming out from EDG, but you're right, EDG might not be able to really finish off this game until that Baron respawns in 55 seconds.
JJ moves in to try and make it happen. Tidal Wave is there, and Ning has been baited and outsmarted. Taken down. And just as you're saying, Baron's coming in 40 seconds, the jungler is dead for Ultra Prime.
You know, I don't think EDG should have been allowed to break the base open, but the fact that Ultra Prime looks for an engage, this actually might be the thing that allows for the base to be broken open.
It's very on brand for Ultra Prime for Nick to just jump in. I respect it. At this point, it's who they are. It's in their blood. They go in. Nobody will tell them otherwise.
Recalls coming out. Baron going to be up in less than 20 seconds now, so you know EDG, that's just theirs. Lord Doms picked up by Leave, so now sitting 4 items strong, and we get to see, yeah, he's, what is that, about almost 6K gold above Doggo? Almost 6K up?
Yeah, it's not bad.
3K in top, 2K in jungle. I mean, there's leads. The closest is actually mid lane, where it looked like Xing was only about 1K gold behind Fofo.
Which is kind of mind-blowing, really, when you look at the score difference.
7 turrets to 0.
Yeah. As Ning has found Doggo, the culling! Oh, Doggo just about walks away. Tidal Wave will be shy as well. Harry using the ultimate to try and survive, and look at that from Ala. Blocking it forces the flash out. And they may not get a kill, but it gets them away into their base. JJ doing a Ning as he's flashed towards the backside of the play. But this time, there's reinforcements from the team. That'll be the base broken open. Honestly, that might actually just be the game.
EDG, they're looking for it. They'll have a wave coming in bot soon.
They're going to go for the dive on the next towers. We get to see him on a squishy, but Doggo survives on 1 HP. It's 1 for 1 here. As EDG continue the siege, Tippers goes down. They've run out of minions though, just a single caster minion under that Nexus turret. They have to destroy the inhibitor just so these minions will get involved.
They still have a ton to work with here, which is why we see them sticking around. They want to get more damage onto this turret. It's all up to Doggo, it's all up to Baoland.
Leave is still full HP and Doggo isn't. Oh my days. How many times has Doggo survived on 1 HP this game? I have no idea, but it's a lot. Leave finishes Harry off. Here comes Jing to finish the job onto the EDG AD carry, but no, just goes onto JJ instead. And EDG have overdone it here. Nexus survives, and Ultra Prime with a pick onto JJ. Could they go for Baron?
Like, whether they can or not, I don't know. But should they potentially just gamble it all? Yeah.
Absolutely.
I mean, your Nexus is open. 2 inhibs are down. Like, what else can you do? I guess the question is, can they even get there in time before people are up when they have to worry about the supers in mid? We got to see exactly what we wanted much. Prowler's caught into the engage on the Doggo. That is so unfortunate that he survives on like 50 HP to be able to get out of there.
And honestly, he goes down there, EDG win the game. Without Doggo there to clear the minions, 100% EDG finished the game right there. And then, Leave makes an attempt onto Doggo as well, and he walks away on 100 HP as well. See you later, Balan. That's a Prowler's Claw right there, and that's what it does.
One pick down. Leave also just finished up his collector, so he is now officially full build to where Doggo hasn't even finished his third item yet. This will be Baron, and you would expect after this should be the look for the ending push.
Yep. Ale fully prowling at this point, and his claws are out, that's for sure. As now EDG can move towards the base. And with an open Nexus and 2 lanes of super minions coming in, surely there's no way for Ultra Prime to defend against this push. As they just need a couple of autos in, and the game will end. Last ditch effort for Ultra Prime.
Malkael comes out.
Stun onto Harry, he's trying to block on the front line. Ching though, almost one shot by Fofo, taken down by the solo laners. And in the meantime, Harry taken apart, Baolan's down, Doggo won't survive this time. A double comes through for Leave. And Harry, he's doing his best to survive, but I don't think Ala's gonna let him get away with that one, or maybe he doesn't have a choice. As the game ends, 26-8 EDG, to make it look easy.
EDG were immaculate. JJ paying a lot of attention down towards his bottom lane, knowing that's kind of the win condition they need to hammer home on. They need to make sure that this Annie and Caitlyn aren't able to bully out the solution Nami, or it feels like they're just going to have so many ways to snowball the game with like bot lane pressure, with Weaver's Wall mid. They have a cohesive front line of the Suns, so their team budget means saying later on. So I love that they just make sure that that's never even allowed to happen. Huge kudos to Lee, but in my mind, like Mako really being the one to set himself apart in this game. Beautiful bubbles, beautiful ultimates, like so many things that Mako was able to do where it feels like, we talk about this all the time, it's why supports don't get as many MVPs, right? It's harder to like look flashy or set yourself apart or have these huge performances, but definitely feel like Mako was able to achieve that in this game.
Oh yeah, Mako looked fantastic, and especially in the early game when we were still within touching distance of gold. Like, Mako individually looked phenomenal in that 2v2. Like you say, the picks coming out, like really, really great stuff.
They almost took Leaf down, if you remember, but it was the bubble that prevented them from moving forward to make sure that it couldn't happen again.
And then that set up for the tower shot to Doggo, that then set up for Mako to flash against the like really, really phenomenal sequence of play, and it was all Mako making that happen.
And then you have Ala. He's probably like talking to him right now, guys. I don't know. Did we play a match today? Like, what's going on?
And that's nice for EDG, because this is their only match this week. They get to put their feet up now. They don't have to play until next week. Like, it's already been a chill week for them. We're fairly late in the week.
I was going to say the week ends after tomorrow.
On Monday, so I guess they don't get time off. I guess they had their time off in hindsight. But yeah, I mean, either way, chill. This felt like a day off for EDG, honestly.
Yeah. Again, this game too, doesn't feel like there's really much to say. Again, JJ put attention to bot lane. Bot lane smashed. They rotated that around the map. Ultra Prime kind of quickened their defeat, which, again, to be fair, they were in a desperate situation. They felt pressure. They were hoping to find these huge Hail Mary plays, which just put them even further behind. But just throughout the series, I feel like we saw EDG are like becoming more disciplined than I think a lot of people thought they'd be at the start of the split. Like you see people like Ala staying in his own lane, JJ not making the same mistakes he was making at points in last year. Mako, I mean, again, just doing a great job in moving Lee forward. Fofo bringing us back to that 2021 sort of timeline where he was just a powerhouse. So we were talking about like top 3 mid of that, what was it, 2021 summer. Coming just destroying everyone in lane. Like, seriously, it was so great to see. And now seeing it all come together and work cohesively and make EDG look even better than they did towards like last year is crazy.
They look insane right now. And one of the crazy things I think about Fofo's improvement specifically is when you think back to that split in 2021 where he was absolutely insane individually, there was still that criticism of, okay, Fofo isn't necessarily roaming enough,
the
isn't
game
necessarily
needs
playing
to be played
with
around
his team
him.
enough. Yeah, like it was like mid lane is king and anything else can go to the wayside.
That was the way that RA team played, right? It was like, go to late game, we out team fight them, and we're all strong enough laners to where it's fine.
Whereas now, I feel like Fofo is playing to leave, right? Fofo's consistently moving around to the bottom side, consistently moving to these skirmishes, and it feels like he's more a piece of this EDG team as opposed to EDG's team having to be a piece for him.
Which I feel like is a huge statement to the system, to Kenju, to JJ, to Mako, to the pieces that were already here, to be able to integrate 3 new players so well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, we talked about it. That was one of our opening statements today, right? Is that JJ and Mako and this new squad, can they make it happen? So far, they have been looking absolutely incredible. And I feel like each series that we see from EDG, they're building up more and more, right?
I believe more with every
series.
series.
They beat JDG 2-0. They lost to Top Esports, but it was 2-1, and it was damn close of a series as well. And, you know, speaking of that mid laner, we just talked about him at length. We're going to have an interview with Fofo.
Hello there, welcome to Post-Game Interview. I'm Christina. We're joined by Fofo, the mid laner for EDG. Congratulations on your 2-0 victory. First question, I really want to touch on the Annie, this champion, because we have seen so many Annie support, which is really popular in this new meta. But we're also seeing a lot of mid players in LPL or in LCK also used mid Annie. So as a mid laner, what's your take on Annie mid? Do you think it will get popular in this new meta? 欢迎 Fofo 来到我们的赛后采访，也恭喜 EDG 今天2-0非常干净利落的拿下了比赛。第一个，我们想聊一下安妮这个英雄，都知道他在这个版本就是还是比较火热嘛。但我们今天比赛中看到了辅助安妮。前2天呢 ，LPL 和 LCK 的一些中单选手都拿出来了安妮走中作为一个摇摆。所以作为一个中路选手，你觉得安妮走中在这个版本的可行性高不高？适用性还强吗？
首先的话，我觉得安妮这个英雄在 BP 上就是占优势的，然后他在中路的话，前期的战斗力以及跟打野的配合都是还不错的，所以这个英雄我也玩了几把吧，就是还算挺不错的。
Actually, I do think that Annie really get advantages in Bampi's strategies, and I also played Annie for so many times, and I think she is really aggressive and is really strong in early game, and he can get a really combination with jungler. Maybe I will be pick Annie mid in the next matchup or in future. And the second question, I really want to touch on your very flashy mechanics in game number 1. What was your team's communication been like when you engaged 4 opponents in level 6? And are you satisfied with your own performance today? 那么第二个问题想要问一下 Fofo 今天在第一局那一波下路沙皇1推4的精彩表现，当时这一波对内的决策和沟通是怎么做的？你觉得今天的表现自己还满意吗？
我觉得第一把的话，因为我算是那把的核心吧，然后队友觉得可以打，我也觉得可以打，然后就是其实那个对我来说应该看习惯了，也就正常吧。对。
Actually, I think that I am a core member of or because I pick Azure. This is a core championship in the draft in our game number 1. But in terms of my mechanics, maybe my teammates are get used to it. Maybe this is just a normal mechanics for me and for my teammates. Next question, I really want to touch on the game number 2, which is really solid game. What was your team's key point, or what was the focus point in game number 2? Maybe you just pay more attention to bowling or another mutual objective team fights and the other things. 那么第二局是一个 EDG 这边非常快速的一个平推局，然后也打得非常稳健嘛。所以在第二局你们整个一个核心或者重点是放在哪里的？因为看到对面 UP 其实是毫无还手之力。
首先第二局的话，我们 BP 的首要任务就是保证下路的发育以及优势，然后我的任务的话就是不死，所以那把我就乖乖的发育，然后勾引对面，然后让我们下路 C 就行了。
Actually, in Bampi's strategies, because of our draft, we just want to protect and make sure our bowling get leads. And my task is only don't die and don't be punished. Maybe in mid laner, just farming and the other thing. Final question for you: 6 victories for EDG right now. It is week 6 for LPL regular season. Are you satisfied with your performance as a whole team as EDG? And can we expect more from EDG in regular season? 那么最后一个问题，拿下这场胜利之后 ，EDG 已经来到了6个大的胜场。现在我们 LPL 常规赛赛程已经过半嘛？Fofo 选手觉得队伍现在展现出来的一个状态和表现，你们自己还满意吗？我们能不能再期待下一步 EDG 会有更精彩的表现？
我觉得大家可以期待一下吧。然后我们的状态的话，其实就是还可以，但是其实对我来说还有进步的空间。我觉得我们就是一起努力。
Actually, we are in a decent form from my perspective. Maybe it's not the best form for us, and we still have a lot of room for improvement. Please looking forward to our performance in future. Thank you so much for joining me. 谢谢Fo 来到我们赛后采访，跟大家说再见吧。Back to you guys. Bye bye.
Thanks very much, Christina, and Fofo, of course, for giving us a bit of info there and saying, hey, he's willing to bring Annie to the mid lane so long as it's in the right situation.
That'd be great to hear. A lot of good things from Fofo in that interview. Talked a lot about like draft and like my job in that game. Don't die. Don't make mistakes. It's all about bot lane. And now EDG actually sitting tied 6-2. So they're tied with JDG technically in third, but 13-5. They're even at the same game score as TES, who are right ahead of them. So it's been great. It's all been led by this man. I'm so happy he gets MVP. Mako picking it up. Great performance in the Nami, like we said. I mean, again, Leave might have been the one starting himself, and also like S-tier performance, but it was allowed by this guy.
2-2-2-2. What a scoreline. Yeah, absolutely. Player of the game. Incredible performance coming out from Mako. We talked about the bottom lane. I'm sure that we'll get a replay of that early play in the bottom side. But the tidal waves across these team fights as well did so much to deny entry. Like Ching multiple times on the Weaver's Wall just being completely ruined.
There's one around bot side as well, you know, when Ala got picked off, where the Weaver's Wall denies Doggo from being allowed in. So yeah, just a lot of great moments from Mako in this game. It really just felt like he could do no wrong.
Yeah, certainly did. And I mean, just great follow-up here, able to set up for the rest of the team to make the play and set up for Leaf to just completely take over this game.
And right, EDG are one of the teams who do release like videos, you can hear their comms and like all this behind the scenes stuff. And it isn't one of those cases of where you speculate, okay, he's this old veteran, so he probably is the cards. Like, no, you get to hear that like he is the big voice on the team. He really is the one pushing the squad forward, kind of being the big brother role on their side and kind of the strategic mind in the server. So yeah, just it's kind of great to be able to see the performance match up with what is expected of him.
Yeah, and with all of that said, that puts EDG now in tied third position alongside JD Gaming. They are 13-5 in game score, and both Top Esports and JD Gaming are tied with them for game score. And guess what? We're about to break that tie. Match of the week is coming your way right after the break. It's JDG versus Top Esports, the 2020 rivalry reignited once more.
The mojo.
我们将对一位其他赛区的选手进行描述，然后你可以猜猜他是谁。
其他赛区所有赛区都有是吧？
是 LEC 或者 LCS 的选手。
所有特征都是一个选手。
然后我们会一条一条的互动描述。
OK。
他是一位来自瑞典的 AD 选手。
继续说吧。
LEC 的吗？
瑞典是哪个赛区啊？
不知道。瑞典，不太知道。
在成为电竞选手前，他的梦想是成为一名足球运动员。
有这种人哦？
我猜错没问题。
足球运动员。
他的队伍曾在世界赛小组赛0-4的情况下最终出现。
继续。
0-4 Cloud Night 吗 ？TES 那个 Double Lift 是吧
？FBI 吗？
他的外号和国内一位 AD 选手有关。
Sneaky，跟 AD 有关，不知道。
跟谁？跟 U 太有关吗？
不是 U 太，是另外一位比 U 太
还要老的一位选手，微笑，欧晨。
Reckless，
跟不是我说他外号跟我们有关的那个，是不是退役很久的 AD？ 那个什么欧晨
？Reckless 吗？反正有0-4过吗？好像有。C9 好像是只有0-3，然后出现了。我想起来了，
是那个 Reckless，
欧晨
Reckless，
Fnatic 的 AD 是吗？他是欧晨吗？
对。他是一位来自北美的选手，他曾8次进入世界赛，打过1次 MSI 决赛。
Impact，
BFN G2 的杨狗什么或者 Cavs，
我不是，没事。
TES TES
央口什么？
第二分。
北美的 MSI 的决赛，不知道。
他曾7次止步世界赛小组赛。
C9的 AD Sneaky 吗？
说实话，我是就是18年才关注世界赛那些的。
123，是银派克吗？他的经典言论，在座的各位都是垃圾。
在座的贵是垃圾这么狂吗？是谁啊？
还有第三。
我不知道。
8次进入世界赛，大师兄。
Double lift。
Double lift。
我已经知道了 ，Double lift 吗？是 Double lift 吗？
是那个喜欢说垃圾话的吗？我知道他长什么样，大师兄。
那个 double left。double
left。哦，大师兄啊。
double left。
哦，大师兄。
他是一位来自 LEC 赛区的辅助选手。
好，继续。Mickey 或者 JJ。
那个咋拼 ？M 什么 Mickey 什么？
所以欧洲辅助我不是知道很多，我只知道 Mickey 嘛，那个叫 Mickey， 还有海里桑，我只知道这2个辅助选手。
辅助选手，不知道。
下一条，这个有点难。扣 JJ。
他的绝活英雄是泰克。
还是不错，就这样。
他的生涯死亡数位居赛区第1。
辅助选手。
还有一些的那种。想不上。
了。没了。
那这一定大家都知道，对啊，就那个嘛 ，Healer
还有吗？提示还有？
没有了，但他曾可以给到你，他之前在荷兰几个待过。
我大概知道是谁，那是希利桑吗？哦
，LEC 的辅助选手，我想一下，那个就是马派克那个，对，海里桑，
海里桑，海勒颂，哦不对，海勒颂，
海勒颂嘛。
哦，我知道了，海勒颂。
那个海勒颂。
我前段时间还看到，就是海里桑好像在欧洲的助攻榜是第1，所以我想，应该死亡数也是他。
绝活派克，海里桑吗？
海勒颂啊，
海里桑，海里桑，
海里桑，我还跟他交换过队服呢。
他来自克罗地亚。
下一条。
还有吗？
克罗地亚。下一条。
形容他的关键词是亚索1v1。
Caps。
不知道，我盲猜哦。那个 Wonder 1v1，我记得是他说的，我有记得跟德萨1v1什么什么的。
他曾在 LEC 和 LCS 都获得过联赛冠军。
LCS 是哪里
？G2 的那个有印象，但是忘了名字。
AD 吗？
他曾在 AD 和中单位置都打过世界赛。
有很多答案吗？有别的提示吗？
我知道那个人，但我忘记他叫什么了。我记得他跟优哉打过。
P 开头那个。
AD 和中单的打世界赛，你记得？
他的招牌英雄是妖姬和霞。
他跟 Cap 是一个队伍。
我知道，这个我知道。Perks 我应该比较了解，是克罗地亚的。
那就是 Perks 呗。Perks。
亚索1v1 Perks。
Perks。
啊，他是克罗地亚的 Perks。
应该是 RP 了。
对，他的全称是
什么 Perks？
Perks 这个太简单了呀。我想一下他的 ID 叫什么，我知道他的
Perks
吧。
哦，那个世界赛那个 Perks， 那个真的是最搞笑的，而且感觉他演挺好的，也很强。对，
克罗地亚应该只有1个选手吧？他跟我同一年来，然后又回去了。那个 Perks，
答案是 Perks。
啊？不是 Wonder 吗？哦。
just as boring as it has ever been. But I will still adore you. It's what you mean to me. Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? I'm here waiting for you. I'm lay across our bed. I'm still spinning out all your words in my head. I don't wanna fight tonight. 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 I don't wanna fight.
It's in my blood to lift it up and hang my halo on a miracle. And you don't see the scars in me. I defeated the demons of recovery. Every inch I was resting in the rubble. Never gave up, I weathered every trouble. I'm a hero, I'm dying in my own mind. Every inch I was resting in the rubble. Never gave up, I weathered every trouble. I'm a hero, a diamond in my own mind. Empire, welcome to my empire. Rising up from the hellfire, I take it down to the wire.
alone, lying here in the dark. I'm stranded on an island.
Well, there's arrows. What? What? That was an assumption. That was just blind. Dub's gonna get away. No, he's not.
The LPL are kings again.
Oh, yeah. Finally, it's the match we've been waiting for. The super team built to do one thing versus the top tier, top esports at the very top of the league. The producers wanted me to hype up the match, to promote the series, and to make sure you tune in this weekend. But when it's a match like this, all I need to say is play the damn footage.
Kanavi just consistently pressuring the bottom lane of IG. I'm not too sure if they can reach that late game.
Well, Kanavi's coming through. Explosive cast sends him back in into Ruler's quiver. Kanavi and Ruler get sniped down by Ruler. He walked forward into a Gragas, and he feels the might of the belly. As Dub now the 1 versus 9, level 6, remember, has been picked up, and the ulti gives him a benefit of a solo kill for Knight.
They're going to use this now as priority to push themselves forward, deal with mid lane. Rookie goes in. Maybe seeing if he can catch somebody out. There's the face seal. It's a Fofo. He kills him. Assassinated on the back end. TP coming in. It's going to be Rookie coming in. His fate seal's going to be back very, very shortly. Has the Randuin's open for a little bit of extra survivability. There's the curtain call. And now Leave is in trouble. He gets himself out just for the moment, only to be killed off again. Rookie.
And 8 times in a row will top esports fell EDG in the regular season. They're going for the end. They haven't won since 2019 summer over top esports have EDG, and they will not today either.
What a series and what a landmark here for top esports, really solidifying themselves as top contenders atop the LPL. They will take down EDG in 2-1 fashion, but they were made to work for it in this series.
It may be the match of the week, but to some of you, this again might just be a preview of our grand finals.
Oh, we're live. We're here. Welcome to the match of the week, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I'm going to try my lyric as we head into top esports versus JDG. If the hype video didn't do it for you already, this one is an unbelievable matchup. It's a 2020 derby between our two champions of that year. And I mean, top esports and JDG, aside from maybe RNG and EDG, these two, it's the most storied rivalry in the LPL.
Yeah, and you know, funnily enough, it even goes back to these teams joining in the same split. JDG coming 2017 summer. What would turn into top esports? Stan Gaming joining that same split. They did become top sports the next split. But then you hit on it, right? A few years of both orgs trying to figure it out. JDG building with the same core. Top esports making some changes, some like name rebrands in there as well. 2020, they come head-to-head. They trade splits. We make it to last year as well, where both teams are going head-to-head. I think it was summer where they ended up playing 10 games within that same summer playoffs, and JDG able to come out on top. But yeah, these two teams know each other well. The Modern Classic, I feel like, is a solid way to just brand it.
And it's worth mentioning as well, like, I think we have to just take a second here and kind of pull one out for our boy Yagao, who has been a part of this rivalry for literally years and years at this point, now replaced by Rookie. And if there's any mid laner that could replace Yagao and maybe even make this an even more exciting matchup, it's Rookie.
Yeah, I mean, this was always the Ping Shang brawl, right? Knight and Yagao from the same city now has the same flair of excitement, just in a different way, of two of the best damn mid laners to ever do it. And I mean, statistically, these teams have been absolute behemoths. They've just been so good. A stat they actually don't have up here is one I was looking at yesterday, which is gold difference 15. I expected these two teams to be 1 and 2. When I saw it, I was a bit surprised. Top esports, you know, on average, about 1,000 gold up at the 15-minute mark. JDG, on average, 3,000 gold up at the 15-minute mark. Just wild.
Absurd. It's absurd. On average, 3K lead at 15 on average. That is just mind-blowing. And the thing is, both of these teams are teams that will accelerate a game at lightning pace. The second they get ahead, they will just crush you.
Yeah, the one disparity in this is like JG, they can just absolutely stomp you. Was that win rate went ahead at the 15-minute mark, which for TES is 90%. For JDG, a bit more suspect, 77, because they have those players that, again, they're gonna look to accelerate the game, but that also sets you up to where you could potentially throw and lose out.
And you can see here the total assists for missing. He's getting close to that 4K mark. We saw Mako on 7,500 earlier on today.
And he's someone who's going to benefit a lot from the upcoming patches, right? We look at like 13.4, look at champions like Thresh, the rumblings of that really coming in, and just as we gear closer and closer to these engaged supports, I think Missing really going to love that.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Like, when he came into the league, we all knew him as like the hook champion guy, right? Like, we even saw a bit of his blitzcrank early on. Like, he was just on it with the hook champs. They could be coming back. They could be coming back. Could be an avenue for him. But let's talk a little bit about the actual matchups that are coming onto the stage here today, because for JDG, this is the team that everyone is heralding as the super team, right? Everyone's heralding as one of the teams that, on paper, absolutely should be at Worlds for LPL, and whether or not that comes to pass, there's plenty more months until that occurs. But for top esports, I feel like bringing Rookie in is one of the biggest players you could bring into any team in the whole LPL. But having Mark there and having Qingtian there kind of puts them an echelon below, like, on paper compared to JDG in terms of, like, just sheer name value.
Exactly.
But then having a roster that already has had multiple years together, like, that adds value in themselves. So the scales are constantly going up and down depending what you personally value.
And I think it's also like what the players individually like are known for can enable, right? Because one thing I'd always give Rookie over someone like Knight on the opposite side is just the fact that, like, Rookie to me has always been that mid laner who, if you just had a mid laner, you'd plug and play in any team. No matter if there were mid laners and splits who are better or worse, it's like Rookie showed on IG, like, he's putting out fires. He's band-aiding. He's playing however he can, like however he needs to, and still winning lane in the process. So sure, we have Qingtian on the top side who is way more volatile, like has the Darius performances where he's like crazily taking over games, can end up losing out, and you have Mark who, is, I think, like, has shown he's been an above average support in the LPL, but never really hitting that upper echelon. But hey, when you have Rookie in the mid lane, when you have Tien in jungle, these guys can really band-aid it and just bring everything together.
Yeah, I feel like Rookie's split where Shun first came into the LPL and Rookie and Shun kind of became that, like, duo. It was like Rookie and his son Shun.
Yeah.
I feel like that was the year where it really cemented that Rookie is like the ultimate supportive mid laner that will slot into any system.
But still carry. It's like when you hear supportive, right? People, I think, will think of like, oh, like just following your jungle, giving it. It's like, no, he's helping his jungle while dominating.
Supportive as a play style, as opposed to as like he ain't picking Seraphine. He's like he's still there to dominate and get kills. But hey, Rookie versus Knight, while it's an incredibly exciting matchup between the mid laners, these two don't actually have that much dramatic history between each other. It's one of the weird things in the LPL that I think a lot of people think Rookie versus Knight, and because it's an exciting matchup, they think, oh, this is one of the big rivalries, but they haven't really shared that many really important games. But I feel like now they're on these two teams, they will.
Yeah, so they've played a lot of matches against each other, but like you said, it comes down to the details of like how important are those matches, right? We've had like semifinals, we've had like regional qualifiers, even going all the way back to 2019, but like haven't met in internationals, haven't met in an LPL finals. They've played against each other 40 times. Rookie has come out ahead 23 of those, Knight 17, so very close, even if it is inched in favor of Rookie historically.
It's kind of crazy to think about that number as well. 40 times that they've played against.
And that's only LPL. It's not kind of like the Masia Cup or NESD or any of those. Yeah.
Like, if you include scrims, it's thousands. It's thousands. JDG stepping out onto the stage, though, and you just saw the superstar name flash up onto the screen. Ruler, really a player that you just cannot ignore on this roster. But 369 and Knight now, both on this JDG squad, and I said it earlier in the split, and I'll say it again. JDG, they lost that summer finals back in 2020 to Top Esports, and now this year and last year, they've slowly but surely been becoming 2020 Top Esports at a rate of 1 player per year. Last year it was 369, this year it's 9.
Who's next? Is it Jackie Love, or do they end up getting Karsa? Because Karsa was obviously the juggler on that roster.
I feel like Karsa's more likely in terms of like availability.
Yu Yanja?
Oh no. JDG, don't do it. Don't do it. Let's not.
I do gotta say as well, just to like build off that to a serious point, right? This will be Knight's first time playing against his former org on stage, an org that was built around him. So Top Esports now coming out, again, going to go up against their former mid laner for the first time. They got the absolute best replacement for him that you can find. Again, like, I think you could even argue a better replacement in terms of that Rookie showed up on the highest stage of them all. That is something that has eluded Knight throughout his career. He's made it to Worlds twice and still hasn't been able to perform. That, I know a lot of people.
That's just giggling away.
I know a lot of people miss Wayward, fairly so. I do love Chingtian.
Yeah. He's look, he had big shoes to fill, and he is filling them. He's filling them at a half. Oh, what is he wearing?
I wish we understood the references.
No idea what that chicken is referencing. I'm assuming it's relevant to Konami, though.
Chinese fans, give us the meme knowledge, please.
Yeah, somebody DM me immediately. What is going on with all these chickens? Hey, look, it's exciting. I'm here for it. And the bot lane comes out together.
The boys coming out together.
Oh, it's a ruler.
There's a 3, a 6, and a 9.
Were they trying to break the ruler?
They
can't break it! Oh no!
Is that a bad omen for the match? Oh no!
Oh god, they've not even got to the rift yet and Ruler's already beating them. He didn't even have to do anything!
Oh. I love it. I love the swagger that TES decided to come out with. And again, like on paper, JDG might look like the slightly more impressive team pound for pound, but Top Esports have actually been the ones who they're sitting above them in the standings. Game score might be the exact same, but TES have lost one less series. They also played one less series, but what?
I don't know. There's been some wacky stuff today.
Here we are trying to be on point, bring up the history, bring up the significance of this matchup. Though Hysteric's put it in the thing. You don't need to hype up this matchup. This matchup does speak for itself.
And I will say, speaking of that hype video, one thing that I'm keeping a weather eye out for in the mid lane is that Yone. Like, both Rookie and Knight, all of the clips in that video were pretty much Yone. Now, I'll give fair warning. I don't expect necessarily Yone to come out today. Like, Rookie's only played it once. Knight has played it twice. Both insane KDAs on the pick, but realistically, we're probably looking more towards things like the Jace in the mid lane, which in of itself is still an incredibly exciting pick.
Yeah, it's actually like insane to me that it's Rookie's most played this split. Rookie's most played is the Jace, 5 games. Knight, it's also tied for his most played, sitting at 3. He's played Akali and Sus the same amount. I believe both are 100% win rate. And yeah, both having insane performances on the pick so far. So, you know, when we're looking at what could be the importance of lane dominance in this matchup, which it will be because both sitting on averages of about plus 12 CSD at the 15-minute mark above their opposing laner. So almost even in that aspect. I'm really interested to see how these, again, how these like more dominant champions can impact this. If we're gonna end up finding out solo kills coming on through. I know solo kills are always the thing that you love looking at much because Chingtian can kind of pivot a little bit, actually sitting as a solo kill leader. Knight isn't too far behind him. Chingtian's at 12, Knight's at 10. 369 also at that 10 mark as well.
Which quite surprising, really, considering that we've got, like, You Should Know Me, we've got the Shy in the league, these guys that are known to be these flashy top laners. I mean, the Shy is always known for battling for most solo kills.
He was up there as well, like he is quite high on that list. Yeah. But you're right, Chingtian and Yukao actually being the ones to top that table. So, and that's what Chingtian's looking for, right? He came out today, had a bit of swagger with punching whatever it was.
I'm assuming it was a dice with 3 on it.
But it wasn't really a dice. It wasn't.
It was like one of those, it was like one of those like foam dice that they have in kids' play areas and that kind of thing. So I think he probably, Karsa had one as well on a previous series, and he'd written 3s on it.
But it was an actual like cube. Chingtian's was like shaped like a cylinder.
Yeah, it did look a bit like a toilet roll, didn't it? Yeah. I don't know. I'm just assuming that it was probably a dice and we just couldn't see properly. It was your eyes deceiving us again.
Yeah. I do want to kind of hone in, even though we are going to get all the funny fan signs, to looking at this draft. because I think this draft's going to be very important because I feel like it actually might, with the changes on 13.1b and 13.3, I think the meta slightly favors towards JDG when we're looking at, okay, again, teams have more been ignoring like Lucian Nami. It has been JackeyLove's most played. We saw it work to great success last game. Like, it can still be played, but falling off a little bit. And Caitlyn really rising in priority. JackeyLove hasn't played Caitlyn in quite a while. His last match of it was 2021 Demacia Cup. Before that, it's 2020 Worlds. To where Ruler's already been playing it this split. So, like, I'm sure JackeyLove can play it, but how comfortable is he bringing it here today?
I mean, honestly, outside of just the draft as well, like the 2v2 in the bottom side, like how comfortable are JackeyLove and Mark? This is a bottom lane that has been maturing with time, and it does feel like they've become better as a duo. But are they ready to take on Ruler and Missing? Because it feels like Ruler and Missing are practically flawless. The Jace we talked about earlier, though, banned away. JackeyLove's Draven taken off the board as well. Maokai and Ashe, both great first picks, denied by Top Esports.
And there it is.
There's the Caitlyn.
Yep, Caitlyn needs to come off the table. It does leave open the Varus. Zeri still there as well. As we hit on Zeri, Lulu, still a very potent combination. For JDG, they haven't played the Lucian even once this split, so that's not something I really expect to go on through. It is going to be an AD carry. It's going to come down to preference, but I think the Varus lock-in would be nice if, like we said, a lot of this is going to come down to having strong laning phases, really being what's dictated success for both these teams. Varus is going to give you that in spades.
Yeah, absolutely. And also control for dragons in the early game, right? Varus being able to just chunk people out before the dragon fight ever starts and can often net you those early objectives. But it looks like could be a Lucian Nami as the response here from Top Esports. But you could also go for a jungler here. You know that your Lucian won't be contested. But it looks like they might just go for the duo.
With both Maokai and Sejuani off the table, we're moving into, Elise, still a very contested pick if you want to look at those more AD solo lane options, things like the Yone that you were highlighting earlier, Jace. So I don't know if JDG would consider an Elise Jace rotation. It is something I believe they've done once so far this split and going towards that on like a blue side 2-3. But no, Top Esports, I think, realizing that that's a possibility, they just want to deny the Elise altogether.
Yeah, taking the Elise for Tien, so very aggressive early game jungler there, and setting up for a very aggressive early game bottom side as well. So this could be a very high-paced composition from the side of Top Esports, whereas for JDG, looking to fulfill their bottom lane, could go for a jungler themselves as well for Kanavi. There's still a reasonable amount of high-priority junglers on the table. Things like the Wukong, for example, still very much on the
I know it was only a hover, but like Blabber did play the Rengar into this matchup, having that empowered W available to that. So, realizing something like that is possible. But maybe even just looking, this will be a flex if this is locked in. Like, it being JDG, you'd expect it to go up towards 369, but we've been seeing it played more in jungle across the world. Of course, after Faker playing it a couple games in mid lane in the LCK, it's something you've been seeing a lot more people play in mid and solo queue. So, got to keep in mind, Gragas is a flex, but with 369 on the roster, it really, in my mind, it just feels like it is such a 369 champion that it always most likely will end up there.
Yeah, JackeyLove and Mark having flashbacks to 369 and Carson quarreling about the Gragas. I will say as well, if there's any mid laner that would be willing to bring a flex like that out, Knight would be the guy. I mean, I think the first 8 or 9 games this split, he played a different champion every single game. Absolutely insane stuff from him. But looking towards that mid lane, we do have a Yone ban coming out, so we don't get to see that flashy champion that I was
And so that to me shows they're also theorizing of like, they're putting respect on the fact that Gragas can go into the jungle. Kanavi's played it twice this split, denying some of these like insane AD heavy mid laners. With Jace and Yone gone, those really are the two that stand out. Knight has also played a game of Lee Sin. Lee Sin, we hit on early in the day, has received some buffs, so we've been seeing it more heavily in the jungle in the last few days of LPL, but is something that can come out in mid. You, again, like Munchables' highlight, you really can't just count anything out when it comes to Knight. So Top Esports may be looking towards mid next rotation, though.
Also, just on the note of Lee Sin as well, I mean, Kanavi's Lee Sin is insane. Like, nobody thinks about Kanavi for his Lee Sin, but I remember that one split. Dagda was a huge proponent that Kanavi at the time was the best Lee Sin in the world.
He was insane.
His mechanics were just off the charts.
Well,
so
it was crazy because 2020 didn't, wasn't meta. It didn't really touch it even when other LPL junglers would. Then 2021, which I believe was the slow split for JDG, They would only win when Kanavi would get his hands on a Lee Sin.
Yeah, it was something to behold. So very flexible squad for JDG as the Tristana banned away in the end.
I will say a bit rougher, I think, into the Elise to go for that one, but Sion going to come out now for Qingtian, so realizing, hey, we want to have him on something stable with, honestly, just how well of a split 369 has had so far, but this is where we're going to find out where this Gragas is going.
We keep forgetting about Annie. Annie keeps on sneaking through these drafts. That could be mid. I mean, it can't be support, right? We've got a Nautilus.
It is one of the things, though, where we've been on 13.1 so long, just being thrown into the depths.
Yeah.
On 13.3. Yeah, these things happen. Gets locked in. You know this is already going to end up going towards the mid lane, which means it's 369's Gragas top side, and you need an AD jungler. Right now, they are looking at the Lee Sin. Vi was another thing that was highlighted, which also I think would be work well into the Lucian. I like more of them, again, bringing this kind of chain CC, bringing the lockdown to make sure that Jackie Love can't take over. But it's fine. We get to see if the carry performances can still live on.
I love it. This is the first Lee Sin we see from Kanavi this split, but we all know that it is something magnificent to see. They are hovering the ASOL. I'm pretty sure ASOL's still currently disabled in the LPL.
Almost, and if it wasn't, we've been misled.
Yeah, as far as I know, ASOL can't be locked in right now. It's the Azir comes out for Rookie in the end to try and neutralize this mid lane. Play at range against this Annie, because the second you're in range of a flash Tibbers, you might just die.
And I'm really interested to see how this one goes. I've been trying to figure out and follow what teams are going to start playing into Annie. I think it was FlyQuest who played the Swain into it, and that worked out pretty well. So I'm kind of curious to see how counters develop. Of course, Azir is just an all-around kind of champion that feels like you can land into pretty much anything. You're going to do fine. You have a lot of range to play with. You have the ability to push with your soldiers. And for TS, their game plan is just laid out for all of us, right? Play around bot side with your jungle, snowball the Lucian Nami. You have the Azir there to make sure they have prio in mid to enable that play, while Qingtian just survives any pressure that's put up in top side.
Yeah, over on the other side, though, I feel like it's a bit more of a interesting composition, right? Where you've got a lot of damage coming out from pretty much every single lane. How does this composition function? How do they attack the map here?
I find it interesting because you technically have set up in all three lanes. You don't expect too much top, maybe early on when San isn't too tanky, you go there, but you have CC set up in both mid and bot. I think it's still going to be mostly about bot lane. You have a Nautilus into a Nami. You don't want to get chunked too low. You want to look for all-in engage opportunities because you should be able to win out in 3v3s. So Kanavi matching the bot side pressure, linking up with Knight, and trying to use that numbers advantage, and the fact that Annie also brings a lot to those early skirmishes.
Well, Lyric, it's about time to find out how it's all going to pan out in this early game. It's Top Esports versus JD Gaming. It's the modern classic of the LPL, the 2020 derby. These two teams, best of fives, go the distance every single time. And we'll see how they're going to do here in the 2023 spring regular season. It's time to get this one underway. And straight off the bat, JDG with level 1 action. Jackie Love in trouble. The anchor comes out. And here's Knight with a stun as well. The Pyromania buffs are there. And JD Gaming kick it off in style.
What a disastrous start for Top Esports. Jackie Love not even considering it a possibility. In the kill, also going over to one of the worst people, going over to Knight to make sure you can try and find an advantage in the mid lane. Huge for JDG.
Knight in his first game against his old organization, the organization that built their entire team around him, gets first blood within the first 60 seconds of the game.
And now we get to see how he uses this into this mid lane matchup. Azir versus Annie, one I'm not all too familiar with, but you'd assume, right? Azir should have some pressure early on with the soldiers. Again, Annie's auto attack range is pretty high, so trading shouldn't be too bad, but it's really that level 6 mark when Tibbers comes out, and there is a lot of just burst potential there for Knight that I'm interested to see, because two of the best mid laners to have ever played in the LPL going toe-to-toe.
Yeah.
Something that will have dramatic effects on the rest of the map.
Yeah, a bit of early trading in the bottom side there as well. I do want to talk about the jungle matchup as well, especially in this early game, because it's Lee Sin versus Elise. Both big, high-powered junglers in the early game. But you said earlier during the draft that Lee Sin not necessarily the pick that you wanted to.
Well, it's like you have the Spiderlings, right? So you always could use the Spiderlings to dodge out on the Sonic Wave coming in, which is a large part of where Lee Sin's damage, pretty much the largest part of where his damage is when you're looking for those early, like, all-in opportunities, is we need to pause.
Oh no, not again. JackeyLove solo ignited for target for the time being is missing, backs away again, and this is what we were talking about. The 2v2 from Ruler and Missing is just maybe the best in the entire league.
Yes, so their CSD 15 average is plus 19. By far the highest in the league. JackeyLove's is pretty much neutral at 0. Like, on average, you're dominating people by 20 CS, but Tien knows how aggressively they play, and he wants to punish.
Don't lose the 2v2 if you never play the 2v2. That's top esports motto as Tien walks in, gets hooked up by the anchor, Missing the target, flashes away. Oh, JackeyLove clicked on the wrong target. Missing, might just walk, but no. Tien grabs it. Ruler wants to trade it back, but he won't be able to.
We're gonna see a lot of attention put towards bot side from both junglers. Tien finds it first, knowing they have a bot lane that wants to get ahead, and kind of stemming some of the bleeding, because Ruler was coming out to starting to find a pretty nice CS advantage and slowly whittling JackeyLove down as he got that wave in. But now Tien finding something back.
And you can see the Chinese side focusing on exactly what we were focusing on earlier. 12 solo kills for Tien, 10 solo kills for 369 up in that top side. I will say, Gragas vs Sion, probably not a solo kill matchup.
No, and we're going to see here what happens on the opposite side of the map. His pulse does come through, they follow up with the Ignite, and yeah, JackeyLove going under Ruler instead of Missing. They're luckily still able to get it through the end with one nice auto from Tien. And now, I mean, we're all tied up in terms of kills. Can't pick that one up, so at least we'll have more of a, like...
Oh, Mark's in big trouble. He'll use preemptively there. JackeyLove jumps straight onto Ruler. Try and force a flash out. Very nicely done there. What looked like a great 2v2 for JDG, but it's actually top esports to get the summoner advantage.
I love this. I love that we're getting this both bot lanes trying to one-up the other. Constant action happening, but Tien doesn't want to be outdone by the bot lanes.
No.
He's trying to keep up the same amount of pressure himself, looking for it. Again, he's on the Elise, something that has a lot of tools to close space, to have CC your cocoon, to look for these early ganks and early dives.
Was spotted as he went for the control ward. A million pings went down, so he didn't find a way into that mid lane for the time being. But I'm loving the pace of this game. I'm loving that both junglers on these early aggressive picks trying to be proactive. And it's so much focus on that bottom lane. Worth mentioning as well that Ruler going for that lethality Varus. So this is not a build for the late game and go on him. This is, he wants to do damage early. He wants to be a part of these scraps.
I think it makes sense. JDG's composition is very burst oriented, and it seems they're just gonna live and die by that route. You're also going up against the Sphere, which could be more annoying to try to DPS later on. Even Sion, like buying space, going that on hit round. So I like what JDG are thinking about if they're able to execute, because now they're looking for Dragon, but it looks like TS don't want to give this one up for free.
Tien is here, but I don't know if they can really contest. Both mid laners still in the mid lane at night with heavy priority there. Looks like Tien going to be too late to try and contest this one. They might be able to stop JD Gaming getting back into this bottom lane though, and perhaps deny a lot of CS this way. Are we just going to get a 3v3 for the sake of a 3v3? Infinite posturing. But JDG decide they have to back away. JackeyLove just denying as much CS.
I mean, you look at Tien's jungle camps, there's really none up other than Krug, so this isn't even a huge waste of time for him. Not much else to do on the map. Just help deny CS in that bot side to build a lead for JackeyLove. Great use of their time by Top Esports.
And it's a hell of a lead that he's got for himself. 10 CS at the moment. Obviously, there are a few there for Ruler to sweep up. And it's a similar lead up on the top side in favor of 369.
I believe I counted about 7, so it will still be relatively equal. But again, from when Ruler was the one starting to manifest the lead earlier on, any kind of small leads you can find yourself will be quite nice. You did hit on, though, lead top side, but...
Tien does not want to leave this jungle. He wants to make something happen. Knight getting close, but Tien... I don't know if he was actually spotted there or not.
And remember, there's an opportunity cost to everything Tien's doing. Like, Navi about to hit level 5. There's been a lot of criticism for jungle over this split, and over the past few years, I think barely so, about how it just feels like you gain so much more from ganking than you do from farming. As you can see from that one crab, Actually, TS is not that far behind his experience.
Ruler's in trouble, the flash forwards in a cocoon, followed by a bubble onto missing here, the damage is there, no misclicks this time, Jagular with a kill.
We said the names on paper don't stack up to the opposite side, but Mark, the one to get that one going with the flash bubble.
Oh, here we go, Knight with the all into the mid lane, Rookie's in trouble, but will walk under his tower. Knight just forces him home, but TP on cooldown, so Knight should be able to deny a good amount of CS here.
Going to be able to hopefully start finding an advantage for himself. One thing we need to keep an eye out for, though, is Rift Herald will be up in 30 seconds. JDG having the team able to maintain pressure on top side, which theoretically maybe opens him up for a bit of an easier time looking for that one. But if TS can keep the flow of their bot lane, you know, having the push, maybe leaning Tien down there again, and be able to bring Mark up, that could be the difference maker.
Tibbers just vibing.
Tibbers
just vibing. Rookie trying to get some vision here, and
again,
Knight just holding this wave, denying as much CS as possible.
I just want to highlight Tibbers, I mean, having a great time. Tibbers gained buffs on this patch.
Yeah.
Like, one of the reasons Annie's coming in, like, again, Annie received multiple buffs. Her passive now being recharged at the start of the game, and anytime you come up from base, your shield is gaining, like, more damage, better cooldown.
Crucially as well, spells now proc on the shield as well.
Yes.
So I think one of the most important buffs for specifically mid lane Annie is the fact that you essentially have magic thornmail, I guess is one way to say it.
I think, you know, a good way to describe it is we actually do get to see the Rift Herald coming out. It is going to come down to the fact that JDG had that top side pressure, and TS not even looking to contest. It looks like they're actually trying to set up a pick around mid lane right now.
Missing has been spotted. Mark not afraid of him, and the dredge line does go through, but here's Rookie to set up a play. Missing fumbles his flash. Still a lot of HP to work with. There ain't much damage here, but Missing finally goes down. Tien to finish the job once again. 2-0-1. As Knight wants to respond, but not a whole lot he can do about it. Top esports. I'm loving the pacing here from them.
Nice response. Utilizing the time where JDG are going for the Herald to at least make something happen. Is it going to manifest into any type of huge lead anywhere on the map? Will make it a little bit risky for Ruler right now to be able to walk up to that wave, which maybe could increment into a few more CS for the side of Jackie Love. But yeah, Top Esports, they're really trying to just slam their foot on the gas pedal from how much we've seen Tien looking for.
Yeah, and rightly so. Is Missing almost getting out of this one as well. Had his flash been better, perhaps he could have escaped. But great chain there to stop him flashing over into the red buff.
Yeah, I don't even, you know, like where else do you even flash that would be better? He tries to flash his way so Knight can buy some space. And his Q had just come up on cooldown, off cooldown, but sadly, again, had he been a little bit more healthy, maybe he could have managed to get out of there.
Yeah, perhaps. Oh, 369 knocks Tien away from his tower here. That is a Scion, though. And, well, I mean, that's about as exciting as this matchup gets in the top lane.
And luckily for 369, I mean, you know, teleports still aren't unleashed yet, so you're not really going to be involved in a fight elsewhere. Your ultimate isn't something you necessarily need to be thinking, oh my god, I need to keep this off cooldown because this fight's going to happen. You're just going to be locked in this 1v1, trying to get these plays. But Dragon is coming up right now.
Yeah, 369 struggling from the anti-synergy of Barmy, Cinder, and Demolish. As he wants to try and proc the Demolish, but doesn't want to tank the tower. Did manage to get one play for himself there. His health comes down to the mid lane. Knight should be able to just walk this one in.
But here's what I'm keeping my eyes on. How much can Jackie Love chunk Ruler out? Because he's doing a nice bit of damage. Because this might be the difference maker in turning this into a Drake. Kanavi's already started it up, and Knight's moving down.
Ruler low on HP. Rookie is not here. Rookie's still in the mid lane for the time being. And he is going to start to move over. Missing in a bubble once again. Jagular, big damage. Tien with his hat trick already in this game. Kanavi tanking the Cloud Drake this whole time means he's low on HP, but Rookie's got no mana to talk about whatsoever. Kanavi with a kick, but everybody's here from Top Esports. Knight stuck in the back of the pit, has his flash available. This Tien trying to burn him down, but he's kind of been abandoned by his team. Now the rest of Top re-engage the fight. Kanavi in the pit, taken down by Rookie. 369 will have to flash surely to keep himself alive. Drake taken, and another fight for Top Esports.
Huge by Top Esports, starting off with Mark. They're able to turn that into a few kills. They're able to cement themselves a Dragon. And JDG, I mean, look at that fight they were trying to play off they were trying to play off outplays. They were trying to play off these small margins, which against a lot of teams, that will work. Against a team that is similar skill to you, like TS, it's going to lead us to a point where TS are the ones finding all the kills. Gale Force already picked up by the Lucian. Keep that in mind, but it's here. Waiting in the brush, knowing Missing has to be the one to come to clear out this vision. Bubble into the cocoon. He has nowhere left to go. And then it's sad. JDG clearly still want to fight this. A lot of abilities used up. Rookie goes in. He has no mana. Isn't really in much harm though, with like how low some of the members of JDG are and like what champions they still have left open. But you can see them still opting into wanting to get this fight or at least hope for a steal. But so many healthy members. Ruler can't safely even walk around the pit. So yeah, it feels a little bit overzealous.
And this time, Rookie's got the mana for his ultimate, and Knight will be the receiving end of that. TS, 4 kills on this Elise in the early game. That is terrifying.
Huge on the Elise. Gold still very even because of the 40 CS. Oh, Kanavi?
He's okay, he's okay. Or is he okay? The Cullen comes out with the Gale Force for the kick through the enemy team. TS!
So close.
Wide on the cocoon.
Continuing to try to force action. Just to highlight real quick again, 369, huge TS lead is kind of offsetting what should be a bigger gold lead for TS off of the kills they found, but I love it. Isn't stopping their momentum. They're still constantly looking for it and even maintaining a lot of vision in the bot side river because they know that's where all the action is. They even just got some deep wards placed around Raptor Pit to potentially even set up 4 more ganks around bot side after TN takes his red buff and starts making his way down.
Yeah, and worth mentioning that a lot of people, I think, coming into today believing JDG are the on-paper favorite, right? But one thing that maybe has heralded a different result is when you look at EDG's match history. I'm going to hold that thought as Qingtian does get knocked back again. He's signed, he's going to be fine. Or is he? Knight and Kanavi moving up to the top side here. Tib is available. But there we go. He's going to scream cowards as he runs in the other direction.
Hey, Qingtian, he knows he's doing his job. You can see now with where Tien is. It's all about the bot lane for the side of TS. But 369 actually having the most gold in the game. But, I mean, right, he's on an island for the side of JDG. Like, everyone else is under their counterparts coming out from TS.
Rookie's looking for a chance here, but spotted on a ward. Mark has the sweeper to be able to clear that. But I want to quickly mention the EDG point. EDG 2-0ing JDG in the previous week of LPL, whereas Top Esports managed to beat them 2-1. Perhaps a herald of recency here for the two teams, as Top Esports do feel like the ones that are approaching this one best. And that Scion certainly will help them as we get later on into the game as well. Kanavi's caught. It's a huge pickup here, but actually turn around onto Jackie Love. Low on HP, Ruler finishes it off with a beautiful little Q. The Rookie's here to try and find a little bit more. Mark alongside him, and Tien certainly has the damage to finish a kill. It's not going to happen for now, but perhaps a chance to siege onto this mid lane tower.
They're sieging mid, but look at the side lanes. JDG have full control over top and bot. I think they'll be able to get top lane turret off this push. So even though it ends up being a 1-for-1 and Top Esports pushing waves mid, it seems like JDG are actually the ones who come up slightly ahead in terms of this isolated play.
Yeah, and I mean, the macro has been one of the things that has set JDG apart.
Not here.
That said, 369 not aware of the situation, not realizing that he's stepped way too far out of position. A great cocoon from Tien, and now should be able to repel wherever 369 goes. Dodges away from the ultimate. Beautifully done. Forced to flash now. 369 will walk away with his life. He is a tanky boy.
He's just too tanky with Tien. I think Tien should be sitting on a little bit of gold as well. He hasn't even finished off his first item just yet. And I mean, the fact that JDG are the ones who can turn this into a herald is a little bit perplexing. Look at mid lane. Mark and Jackie Love are here. They would need to stall the buy time for Rookie, but Knight's nowhere close either.
Yeah, I feel like both mid laners a long way away from the play currently, but Qingtian not here either. But it looks like JDG conceding this one, realizing that in terms of carries, they're not on the same page.
This makes more sense to me. You're the ones who just forced the play, Tom. Like, you should be the ones getting the herald, not the opposite way around. So they're going to be able to get this. Will make it easier to, if they want to look for another like potential push down mid or start trying to break open these side lanes themselves. Because mid might actually be the easiest one to break down without having to commit that herald. But now we're going to be looking at Dragon. Both teams already stacked up in this mid lane. 369 has TP, Qingtian doesn't, which is why we start to see him move down first.
Drake is up onto the map. Qingtian moving on over. Rookie looking for a pickup tonight, but won't find it. And I love these two compositions because it means these fights are so much down to execution. Elise and Lee Sin, both opportunities to make plays. If you can make it happen, both mid laners, massive team fight turning ultimates if they can find their moments. Top Esports, though, uncontested here, will get themselves a second Drake. That's a Matt Drake. And remember, there's a Sion in that top lane. Every Matt Drake counts.
I want to point out why JDG didn't feel comfortable. Because we've seen multiple times where they've tried to walk in and contest vision, and they're walking into Annie Bubble plus Elise Kun. You look at Botside River, it is all Top Esports. So JDG, that's why they didn't go for the play. Doesn't mean Knight won't go for the play under Rookie here.
The 1v1 is a level down, though. Not quite stacked up on that Rod of Ages. And decides now is not the moment to try and find the play. Doesn't have the damage to just 100 to 0 the guy. It's Ruler trying to pressure in the mid lane. And this is the point where Jagular has to dodge everything. Ruler, a fair bit of lethality now, but a flank with a TP coming on through. JDG have got to back away, surely. Here comes Qingtian, forcing the flashes. The tidal wave will protect the top laner.
Gets flash from missing. That was the only one that had to go down. Ruler popping his Ghost Blade to try to get out of there. They do manage to escape. And it's just so tense, Munch. It is so close between these two teams. Gold! Exactly even. Still have Herald in pocket for TN. Curious to see where he wants to use it because Top Esports haven't been able to generate pressure on sides, which means they actually might even just be forced to use it mid. Looks like TN is going to come bot now, which I do like more. I hit on earlier, mid should be the easiest one to break down because of how low it is, but if you want to break down sides, you do need to commit multiple members to be able to do so.
And especially with the fact that you've already got 2 Drakes for yourselves, getting this bottom lane tower will help continue to stack those Drakes up as well. So, could be the decision, but TN moves back to the mid lane. We'll just drop it there, looking for Ruler here. Culling doing a good bit of damage, but just going to have to back away. Herald will finish this tower, but the tower, as you say, was so low anyway, it doesn't feel that valuable.
Yeah, I guess just the amount of pressure that JDG are keeping up at mid at all times, making it hard to do so without. And now both teams, once again, 5 members postured around the mid lane. Both AD carries and mid laners have flash.
This is literally just an A-Ram at this point, as JDG managed to pressure on to finish the tower.
Personal much.
Yeah.
We got Knight and 369 going up against former teammates.
And, you know, this is just one of those matchups that is never not good.
No.
Like, even though Top Esports have had a tremendous early game, they've had so much pressure, they're actually behind in gold, almost 1,000 in favor of JDG currently. And Rookie and TN now receiving pressure towards the bottom side. It feels like everywhere a player goes, there's an alternate member marking them. It feels like when you're watching football, you've got pairs of players as they're marking each other. That's exactly how this map feels.
Yeah, I think so far JDG have been doing a good job of like keeping pressure up in the side lane with 369, but consistently roaming him over and trying to use those long intervals to force aggression or look for potential plays with how long it takes for Qingtian to, you know, try and answer their wave in sides. Top Esports have been doing nice of keeping their core unit together, but with JDG just constantly rotating between sides, you can see 369 doing it now, it's meaning there isn't as many opportunities for TN to find those picks as there were before, which is why we're seeing kills kind of slow down for TES.
Yeah, feels difficult for them to... I mean, the thing about Elise as well is extended laning phases are really nice because you're so good at ganking people in the lanes. When everyone's clustered up like this, you can't just find those picks, but perhaps Rookie can 369. What a belly bomb! And here comes Kanavi! The mechanics are insane for Kanavi's in a 1v3 on the backside. He's taken down. I don't know how Top won that one, but here comes Qingtian to turn it into more. Ruler the target as the knockup denies Qingtian finding the Barris.
That's 2 flashes from JDG down. Kanavi also dead. And now, are they going to look for it? We can see pings going up towards the Baron. No jungle. Flash is down. You still have some CC to work with, even though you don't have any more heals.
This feels really dangerous for Top Esports. JDG, not a team to be underestimated. Knight has Tibbers available, has that stun available, moves into the pit, gets the stun down. 2K on the Baron right now. This is Tien looking for the smite here. Baron taken, but at what cost? Knight in the back of the pit taken down himself. Then Top Esports, they trade evenly and they get the Baron.
I think Tien ended up dodging the anti-stun with the repel, so he's able to come back down and secure for TES. That is huge. JDG might have been able to get a kill, but 1-for-1, Baron, like, you're taking that every day of the week for Top Esports.
Kanavi thinks he's alone. Tien is waiting in that brush. I don't think Kanavi's going to walk into him, though. And there we go. Sonic Wave spots out the enemy player. Dragon is on the map at Top Esports. They would love to grab this one, but JDG don't want to let it go.
JDG, I mean, you got to use the fact that you have Baron, right? You're able to Baron up your minions and get that push going. They're still waiting for Jackalip. On the opposite side, Knight still not here, but Knight does have TP. So if any action breaks out, he will be able to get involved in the fray. Also, now having Stopwatch.
369 trying to get himself into a flank position in advance of a play, but Top Esports, they call the bluff of JDG. They just say, you know what? We're not too worried about the Dragon. And TP from 369 flanking on the other side now. And Top Esports go, okay, you're over there. We'll go over to the Dragon instead.
Kanavi gonna try and find it, but Rookie having a ton of mobility on these here. Keep your eyes on 80 carries. No flashes, pretty much no flashes across the board. This could mean more for people like Ruler on the Baron.
It's so tense. Qingtian pulled in, but he's so tanky on that front line. Jackalip knocked up. Knight there behind enemy lines. Jackalip taken down. Assassination as Rookie locked up by missing as well. Dashes to his teammate, but Kanavi onto the backside himself trying to finish off Mark. Tien there to protect his mid laner and support. And it's absolute carnage on the rift here, but Top Esports have found two, and Qingtian wants another. Knight survives, barely. It's absolute chaos.
2-for-1, Knight taken extremely low, but remember, Knight has the TP. So Knight can recall, he can join back in the fight, and this should turn into a Dragon for JDG. JDG still trying to threaten with the amount of range they have available with the Zero and Elise, but there it is, TP comes out. Top Esports realize they really can't even look to threaten this possibility, and it will turn into a Dragon from the side of JD Gaming.
These fights are so insanely close. Everything down to tiny little mechanical plays.
Yeah, and like, look at Jackalip going so aggressively forward with the calling. It opens him up to missing, being able to land the ultimate. Chained into Timbers coming out on top of him. Chained into the Emperor's Divide. Like, everything got thrown at Jackalip in that exchange. And then with 369 being so far ahead, so tanky, he's able to absorb all this damage from Rookie, separating and leaving Qingtian with the backline of JDG, who have more than enough damage to take down this Scion. So close, but sadly not able to do it. But Jackalip a little too far forward with the culling, trying to play on that knife's edge with Lucian, like we've highlighted so many times you have to, and it just set up for the Nautilus ult to come out and really just lead to the downfall of Top Esports in that fight.
Yeah. But these fights are so exceptionally close, and it's like you say, that tiny mistake from Jackalip leading to a fight win for JDG, leading to them getting a second Drake as well.
Yeah, but Top Esports still up in gold. Like, it is really just insane how much it's coming down to. Even looking at items, pretty even, like 2.5 coming out for both AD carries. Jackalip, you know, paying a little bit more of a premium for those mid lane items also being even. We're actually just even in terms of items across the board.
Yeah. So I feel like there's a conversation of potentially scaling that maybe we need to talk about, where neither of these compositions, I would say, are necessarily scaling compositions, right? Like Lucian and Lethality Varus are not known for their insane late games. But with a Varus there, with an Azir there, and with a Scion there on the side of Top Esports, perhaps in the very late stages, they have an advantage.
It does feel like they should be able to do a little bit more in terms of a front to back. JDG, it isn't going to come down to that, right? It's going to be about, like, profiles, to where JDG are way more heavily indexed into burst. We saw in the last fight, you have so much burst, so much CC, you can take out one member instantly. So maybe you will be looking more for picks, or you have to be the one starting off the fight. For TES, it is going to be about the DPS that Rookie can put out. So fights happening right in front of you, being able to prevent the engages with Mark or Rookie's ultimate are going to be key.
And I love how this entire game, we came in saying Knight versus Rookie, Knight versus Rookie. There has not been a single moment where it's been 1v1. This has been a team game through and through. Every single player on both squads getting in the midst of this absolute scrap, and I'm loving every second. We were hyped up coming into this series. It's Top Esports JDG, and it is living up to the hype.
Absolutely delivering. Again, the amount of rivalry between these two teams, the organizations, the players themselves. Former friends, former teammates, just historic rivalries like Knight and Rookie, just for how good and how insane they've been over the years. We've said have met 40 times in the league, and it's 23 in favor of Rookie, 17 in favor of Knight.
Yeah, but so close between them.
Yeah.
And hey, a 2-0 today could basically even that matchup up if Knight was able to win them both. Let's take a look at the gold though. It's about 1,000 in favor of Rookie. Even between the AD carries, there's a sizable lead in that top side though for 369.
Yeah, but it's kind of made up for in jungle and support, which is where Top Esports were kind of outdoing. So and that's why the gold is kind of so close, right?
Oh.
Just being matched in different areas. Now we see both teams competing for vision for Baron. Top Esports doing a nice job of controlling mid, but they can control mid because JDG had already opted into getting push inside. You can see Knight down there now. 369 had already pushed out top wave, and they just want to bait this once again.
TN going to start it off. Rookie DPSing from over the wall here. Top Esports fully grouped. Knight has that teleport from the bottom side, but Top Esports will back away, not going to overforce the issue. They realize everyone's here.
Top Esports have two like options. You either just commit to forcing this play, or you go and you have to answer your side waves to get those back in order, but JDG might not even give them an option.
Knight TP'd into the bottom river here to be around for the potential mid lane play. As Qingtian tries to force that wave in, will be able to walk away with his life. Complete vision control of the Baron area for Top Esports, but JDG have the inside track on that mid lane, so they could just threaten that instead.
They're going to do that. Again, I kind of like how JDG been playing this. You have control of sides, so look at those minion waves. Push out mid as well. TS are giving so much up if they can't actually turn this into a fight or Baron.
Fight might have been found though. Kanavi comes in. It's going to be the Nautilus used onto Jackie Love. There's Knight diving onto the backside. Oh, Jackie Love assassinated a range, and Rookie has to flash over the wall as well. Knight surviving, and Top Esports picked apart by JT Gaming. Absolutely flawless fight.
That was so insane to see the coordination coming out from JDG. They have a wave in mid. They're going to look to push this one down. I don't think this should turn into an end, but at least open up an inhibitor turret. Maybe they can pivot back to a Baron.
And man, you know, 9369, they've got plenty of synergy that they built up while they were on Top Esports, and now they use that synergy against Top Esports.
Do they really go for this? They have 8 seconds until Jackie Love's up.
They might be able to do it fast enough. TN trying to buy time, repels into the back line just to distract, but everyone's ignoring him. Ignore the spider and it can't hurt you. On to the Nexus they go. JDG are going to end the game. Jackie Love doing his damnedest, but it ain't enough. 10-10. And JDG put their foot down.
That stun from Knight into the barrel from 369. That was gorgeous. Like, my goodness, TES, we said it. Just the way they were playing that situation leading up. You pushed out your sides. You didn't care about mid. Like, it now puts you in a position where you either have to force this Baron right away, or you have to go answer your sides. They do neither. It gives time for JDG to push out mid as well, and it just led to everything being in favor. That whole, like, setup was just in favor of JDG, and the engage was just, like, the cherry on top.
I mean, it was magnificent.
It was
absolutely magnificent. Missing, goes for his ultimate first. Jackie Love survives that, and then gets this feeling of safety because he survived the Nautilus ult, and then boom, nice there, 369 is there. And Rookie has to flash out of the fight as well. Like, Rookie almost died too, so then at that point, the fight was already over. But it's not even the fact that they won the fight, right? It's the fact that JDG then just flicked the switch and end the game immediately. There are not many teams in the world that have that much killer instinct to know that they could just end the game right there.
I mean, right, like, had death timers been even, like, 3 seconds shorter on, like, across the board, like Lucian up 3 seconds, Nami up, that game probably could have gone on. So the decisiveness coming out from them, but I mean, banger game coming out from both sides. We saw strengths from both. I think with the pressure in sides, it did set JDG up for being able to better utilize, like, their macro play and how they were doing that, to where I think for TES, a little bit, I think, too aggro on things like the Barons. Like we highlighted, you have the Azir, you have the Sion, you do have tools to be able to fight later on, but it seemed like they felt so pressured, maybe because of things like the Elise, which you're going to find very hard to like find value later on, and the Lucian as well. I mean, being able to get in range. We saw Jackie Love, like, what is in range for Jackie Love in that game? He even had rapid fire cannon everything, and there was no way you can even get within like a screen of the composition that JDG have brought forward.
Every time he got close, Missing was there with the Nautilus. You'd have Knight's ultimates, 369's ultimates, and even if all that fails, you've still got Ruler's ultimate.
Yeah.
Like, there is just no way to play these fights. To be honest, I'm a little surprised that we didn't get a QSS. I suppose there's Mikhail's, though, on Mark.
Yeah, it felt like a very tough game to play for Jackie Love, and again, overall, this is a well-played game for both sides. This was neck and neck. This is not a game you look at and you're like, oh my God, Top East, what are you doing? No, this is close. Came down to like some of the finer details, and at least in game one, JDG's finer details were better.
Yeah, absolutely. And one thing I will say, Elise versus Lee Sin, give me more of that. Like, that's the kind of League of Legends. Forget Sichuani, forget Maokai.
I'm done.
Get them out of my games. Elise versus Lee Sin every single game, please, because that early game was so much fun.
We've seen the light.
So back and forth.
It was. And again, we had kills going over to the side of TS, but CS leads going over the side of JDG, and it was really just so back and forth. And I'm just excited to see what differences we have coming into game two. And yeah. Oh.
Well, we'll have to
Game
see.
two.
We'll have to wait and see. We're going to jump into a break, and we'll find out if Top Esports can get back in this series. I talked about EDG results. Apparently, they didn't prophesize anything because JDG start off strong. It's 1-0, and we'll see what Top Esports have in the tank after this.
Well, there's arrows. What? What? That was an assumption. That was just blind. Dub's going to get away. No, he's not.
The LPL are kings again.
Oh, yeah. Finally, it's the match we've been waiting for. The super team built to do one thing versus the top tier, top esports at the very top of the league. The producers wanted me to hype up the match, to promote the series, and to make sure you tune in this weekend. But when it's a match like this, all I need to say is play the damn footage.
Kanavi just consistently pressuring the bottom lane of IG. I'm not too sure if they can reach that late game.
Well, Kanavi's coming through. Explosive cast sends him back in.
bounced
Into
everywhere.
Ruler's quiver! Kanavi and Ruler get sniped down by Ruler. He walked forward into a Gragas, and he feels the might of the belly. As Dub now, 1 versus 9, level 6, remember, has been picked up, and the ulti gives him a benefit of a solo kill for Knight.
They're going to use this now as priority to push themselves forward, deal with mid lane. Rookie goes in, maybe seeing if he can catch somebody out. There's the face seal, it's Bobo! He kills him, assassinated on the back end. TP coming in, it's going to be Rookie coming in. His face seal's going to be back very, very shortly. Has the Randuin's open for a little bit of extra survivability. There's the curtain call, and now Leave is in trouble. He gets himself out just for the moment, only to be killed off again. Rookie.
And 8 times in a row will Top Esports fell EDG in the regular season. They're going for the end. They haven't won since 2019 summer over Top Esports have EDG, and they will not today either.
What a series and what a landmark here for Top Esports, really solidifying themselves as top contenders atop the LPL. They will take down EDG in 2-1 fashion, but they were made to work for it in this series.
It may be the match of the week, but to some of you, this again might just be a preview of our grand finals.
I met you at some party. You were talking about your band. You bored me with your stories about your tour in Amsterdam, but you spoke so politely, drinking gin out of a can. I knew Always looking, always praying. Now heaven's waiting on us to believe. Spread our wings, meteorite. We can be stars for them to see. It's like we waited our whole lives, we waited our whole lives. It's only you and me tonight, yeah, you and me tonight. You're only you and me can decide, yeah, you and me can decide. It's time for us to open our eyes and look down at the sky. Now we're blazing, so high there ain't no stopping. First stars like that, and now we got them saying, ay, ay, ay. Now we're blazing, take off the subs and watch us fly. You know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly. Take off the subs and watch us fly. You know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly. Take off the subs and watch us. Now we're floating, forever winning. Now heaven's watching as we join into eternity. Feel the rhythm as it pulls us in, trust the beat. It's like we waited our whole lives, we waited our whole lives. It's only you and me tonight, yeah, you and me tonight. You're only you and me can decide, yeah, you and me can decide. It's time for us to open our eyes and look down at the sky. Now we're blazing, so high there ain't no stopping. And now we got them saying, ay, ay, ay. Now we're blazing, take off the subs and watch us fly. You know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly. Take off the subs and watch us fly. You know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly. Take off the subs and watch us fly.
下场打淘宝战队，以往比较了解他们吧，就注意的是他们前期的攻势吧，就进攻非常凶。新版本感觉就中单可能花样更多了吧，就还是有挺多中单加强的，比如安妮、龙丸这种都后面可以看情况用的。对淘宝老队友，就希望我们在比赛上都打出好的发挥吧，就成绩都一起变得更好。
Well, he's hoping he can perform well against this old team. He certainly did that in game
Yeah.
number one. I'm joined by Lyric as we head towards game number two between Top Esports and JDG. And Knight, we just heard from him. He's our MVP for game number one, bringing out Annie in the mid lane and making it look good.
I mean, insane, right? The stunts he was able to find, his coordination with 369 and like 2 or 3 fights in a row, beautiful. And he was just putting so much threat on his former AD carry on the opposite side. It felt like there wasn't a damn thing Jackie Love can do. And yeah, it's great to see from Knight. We were highlighting in the matchup how close it has been historically in terms of like win-loss between these two mid laners, and Knight bringing it even closer with this performance because yeah, he honestly completely outperformed Rookie in terms of like what you were bringing to what your team needed to win.
Yeah, I mean, that first blood was sort of the cherry on the cake. Didn't necessarily influence the bottom lane too much, but these fights were so chaotic. But Knight manages to get into the back, Zhonya's to buy time, and then this was the one where Jackie Love comes into the fray. Knight is immediately there. Tibbers at 369 to finish it off with a cask.
Great to see. I mean, Knight and 369 reunited this year after 369 being the one to leave and come to JDG first. And I guess looking over Knight saying, hey, buddy, come along. And it just worked out so well like we saw in that game. Again, you could see from the side of JDG that, like, the synergy's there. You can see, like the interview, Knight said, we got to respect Top Esports early game. They're very aggressive. They were incredibly aggressive. Tien was doing so much to make plays, but it felt like in terms of how they were playing the map and like how their soul laners were playing, they were always a step ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that early game was so much fun to watch. Just like from an entertainment perspective alone, like Elise and Lee Sin both trying to influence this bottom lane specifically, just the sparring back and forth.
I gotta say, Kanavi didn't actually end up finding much influence at all.
No,
and a lot of his like flashy plays that look sick almost always ended up kind of being his downfall. Flash, ward hop.
But look, I said from an entertainment perspective,
Those
not
were
necessarily from a
Yep,
great play
yep,
perspective.
those were entertaining. I'll give you that.
But yeah, like exciting regardless. And we'll see what Top Esports have up their sleeves to go into the next game. As I feel like there's a lot of pressure here. And we discovered during the break, the chicken is for rookie, not the rookie is for chicken. Apparently rookie in Chinese sounds like chicken.
Which, you know, you were talking about this, but makes a lot of sense now why, while his LPL portrait over the years, he's had the one with the chicken hat, which we just assumed was just like
2020.
Was like, he's rookie, he's wearing a chicken hat.
Loves chickens. Yeah, so in the intros, when TN came out, he pointed to
a chicken.
Pointed to rookie saying he's a chicken, and pointed to a left hand saying it was because the left hand's knight.
I was saying rookie is better than knight.
Yeah.
Now, you know,
I'm not sure I did a great job of trying to redo that. But, well,
you know,
here we are.
In game one, again, didn't get to see that. Still, we know what both of these mid laners are capable of, and both teams in general. Again, just how star-studded and how well they've been playing throughout the split. And now looking into this next game, they do end up swapping sides. Top Esports on blue, JDG go to red, and immediately change up of the bans. Top Esports having to adapt, having to take away the Annie. Gragas off the table as well. I'm kind of sad. Now pointing this out doesn't matter, but we had TN practicing Gragas and Xingtian playing Yasuo in solo queue. I was really hoping we would get that combo coming out today, but looks like that was just for solo queue and not for this match. So, you know, hopefully we get something else spicy. Darius, maybe?
Top Esports. For them, there's always game 3. They're really hoping there'll be a game 3.
Yes.
So, never say never. The Ashe being banned away here with the Jace that we talked about gone, the Maokai and Sejuani taken off the board. It does mean both Lee Sin and Elise are still available. But like you said, the Varus there. Worth mentioning, Draven is also open.
Yeah, Caitlyn as well, I think, is a big one because JDG are a team who, in their last years, because JDG have actually already played on this patch. They played the first day we changed before we went to break. They first picked Caitlyn on blue side, ended up playing the Caitlyn Lux combo, so wouldn't be something that'd be too surprising to see come out from JDG if they have that same high priority on the Caitlyn pick. But Top Esports at least looking at game 1 and saying, hey, the Elise wasn't a problem. We were able to get ahead on it. Let's try and do the same thing once again.
Yep. Caitlyn Lux would be available. That Varus also a priority for a lot of teams, and it looks like JDG will lean towards that themselves. And you could go for a support here, you could go for a jungle. I don't feel like either one will be dramatically contested because it's very likely that Lucian Nami again on the other side.
That also might be a reason why they don't feel pressured to go towards the Caitlyn and they instead take the Varus, being like, hey, we don't think Jackie Love plays it, so let's take away this other, what we consider like the S tier AD carry, so he can't play it because we don't think that he will go for the other option. And again, they might just default to that same Lucian, but Kanavi wanting to find more impact on Lee Sin than he did in game 1. He tried. Wasn't exactly successful, but had some beautiful kicks. And there it is. Jackie Love on the Draven.
I mean, as soon as it wasn't banned, we knew this was coming. Jackie Love loves that Draven, and you can be so aggressive in that bottom side. A Renata is something that we have not really seen much in the LPL this year. It's not been in the meta, but it certainly does well into the Nautilus.
I was going to say, because how the support meta has panned out, not going to want to pick Renata into a lot of these enchanter supports that will just bully her out in the laning phase, and they do end up going with it. So already getting a different flavor coming out from both sides. I guess the Draven not really too different of a flavor because that is just Jackie Love's flavor.
Yeah.
But yeah, going to be able to offer some protection as well. Of course, going to be able to have that potential revive there with W and maybe be able to turn around the kill, knock him over stacks to Jackie Love. Also, the ultimate just great against champions that do want to run into you, which obviously both Nautilus and Draven want.
Yeah, and Elise as well. Yeah. Although Elise can obviously dodge it with the repel. Cassante banned away though by JDG as we look towards the solo lanes for either side. This time, no flexes in the first half. This time we know exactly where everything's going, at least for the time being. And it's tanks being taken off the board. With Gragas already gone, we saw that as a tank in the previous game. Feels like we could end up just defaulting into a carry matchup.
I'm interested to see like Renekton going into this phase, right? Because you have the Elise already, now taking this away. So things that kind of jump out to me is one, Actually, no, Jace is off the board as well. Jace, Tristana, so your mid lane AD options are gone. Yone is still theoretically there, and then Renekton being the other big thing you set up topside with the Elise. One thing we need to be conscious of is still that Darius, though. I just want to point out, because it is Xingtian, and he has picked it into pretty much anything throughout his career.
Darius also, Knight has played Lee Sin mid this split.
Yeah.
That Kanavi Lee Sin could be a mid laner instead. Seems like that's not going to be the case. I will say, Knight Syndra, it's an absolute treat. And against specifically JDG with some of Knight's biggest Syndra moments over the years. And he will be locked in now on the side of JDG.
Scat of the week, through the wall, 2020 Summer Finals was pretty much the defining play that won it for TES in that series. And now we're going to get to see, I assume this will probably get locked in for Rookie, just going to be able to go back to stock and standard, which means your Elise already know they're setting up for a bot side play, but there it is. I would love to see it. Give you something, another aggressive avenue to play around with the Elise. And hey, 369 just got to show his stuff on his pocket pick. It's your time, Xingtian.
I love it. I would love to see the Darius locked in here. And with a Victor in the mid lane as well, it means you've got your aggressive side lanes and you're chilling in the mid lane.
It won't happen. I was gonna, even theoretically, right? How is Darius gonna run into a Scat of the Week, a Renata ultimate, like Vart, like Shades of Corruption coming out? But it would have been hype, people, and that's what we want here. Doesn't end up going for the Gnar in the end. So very very bot lane centric draft. You have like an Elise Draven that want this aggression, more stability coming out from your soul lanes. Looks a little bit disconnected in my mind in terms of how it wants to play out, to where for JDG, once again, just setting up for a strong all-around draft. They do great into compositions that run into you. Like, seriously, all of their champions across the board, Renata, Gangplank Barrels, Shades of Corruption, Scout of the Week, they have lots of range to play with. They have lots of damage. Once again, kind of liking what JDG are putting together.
Yeah. The Gangplank as well coming out. We've not really seen much of this year at all, where certainly 369 hasn't played it. Did actually get a minor nerf, I believe, in 13.3, or it might have been 13.1b. Those two patches are together for me because we went from 13.1 to 13.3, but ever so slight nerf to Gangplank there, but still just an incredibly strong champion with the way that Navori Quick Blades is right now. Like, you can have your barrels up just permanently, basically.
369 on a champion. He is historically been pretty solid at. We've had some nice 369 moments on the Gangplank. I think especially was at Worlds where he did show up. But like I said, for the side of JDG, a lot of early pressure to play around, especially with their mid lane option. Kanavi and work together. Can look to shut down Jackie Love and Mark on the side of Top Esports. And for Top Esports, it has to be Tien looking for similar things as last game, being very aggressive, being up in rule or missing space, and taking over this game.
Let's see if they can do it. Let's see if they can take over. They found kills in the early game last time around, but it didn't net them enough of a goal lead. JDG, with CS advantages, kept things in touching distance. Then when it came to the later game fights, JDG coming out on top. Let's see if Top Esports, with an even more aggressive draft, can rinse and repeat that early game, but this time roll to victory.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他。
Ruler is watching us. I love how you get the gyos, and then it just turns into shouting.
I was just kind of wondering, like, huh? But I love that the gyos for both teams are at pretty much even levels, which is what you would expect coming out for a JDG versus TES matchup. Both teams, again, game one showed very closely matched, historically very closely matched. Players across the board have done well, but Rookie needs to be careful.
Okay, spots are moving in. It's a late invade, but will be denied. And just going to be Vision onto the chickens there. And Rookie will be able to get himself 5 gold for pinging the ward. Missing!
Nice sidestep.
Just about gets away with that one. And lives up to his name, but on behalf of Mark, it's 369. Xingtian already trading very heavily.
I mean, for Gangplank in matchups like this, it's being able to, like, kind of find your way. I guess we don't know if it started, whether it was in a brush or him just walking up, but get on top of him right away, try and find that health trade, and make sure you can abuse them like this. I mean, your Q is such a low cooldown as well. It's about 5 seconds. You can be able to constantly look to harass out the Gnar until he is able to play that Mega Form in 369. He's just looking to bully Jingtian.
Yeah, and the Corrupting Potion means that he can keep this up, at least for the time being, but out of stacks, has a biscuit in his pocket. The Doran's Shield doing a lot for Jingtian to keep him alive there. Is Kanavi up on this top side? Jingtian will have to be careful now that 369 is level 2.
Kanavi being afforded a lot more opportunities in my mind in terms of where their draft can play out right. Mini Gnar, very easy champion to take down if you can land the gank. It's not really having great CC, so a lot of it will just be on Kanavi able to hit these skills. But you have CC set up in mid, you have a bit of setup in bot, but that's going to be more about once level 6s really come online, but could be about punishing counter ganks. But look at the beautiful vision that JDG have kept up. They had the ward on Raptors, they had the sword here, and they know Tien is the one who has to push the game forward for Top Esports. If they know where he is at all times, what can they do?
Top Esports, JDG, making like a mirage in the desert, because that's a beautiful vision. And an attempt in the mid lane from Kanavi, but won't be able to find his man. Tien moves up to this top side once again, this time no ward, 369. Alone there, gets a little bit of movement speed, has his flash available. I assume he has oranges at this stage. The cocoon is there, there's the orange, keep himself alive, but it ain't gonna be enough. Tien gets first blood.
Yeah, a bit rough for 369, right? His wave was already in a bit of an awkward position. Kanavi has his camps up on bot side, so it's like, okay, either Kanavi's kind of delaying his clear, you're helping 369 push that one in, or you're kind of set up in a situation like that where, I don't know, we weren't panned over top lane if 369 could have gotten that one pushed in faster, so it wasn't in threat of the ganks. Since, of course, they did know that Tien was around that top half of the map, but Top Esports already off to another strong start from their jungler.
Yep, and Mark will be able to hold this wave as well. Missing can't really do enough about that one. And also Jackulov managing to finish his recall off. So Ruler unfortunately wasn't able to deny that one. Does give a small advantage to Top Esports. As Kanavi and Tien sparring, but Missing is moving on over here. This is going to be advantage for Kanavi. Repel comes through. Knight in the wings, Ignite burning away. Oh, but the Sonic Wave goes wide from Kanavi. And the handshake misses as well. JDG so close to the yet so far.
Tragic skill shots going down once again, but not able to come on through. And Kanavi, making us question of again, if this Lee Sin pick can really come to fruition and work out for him.
We'll see if it's going to work. But so far, not able to make it happen. But the 10 CS lead is certainly going to be an advantage for him. Jingtian really struggling in this top lane individual matchup. Bit of a CS lead for 369. And that is going to extend now, because look at the position of the wave. 369 can hold this here all day long.
Yeah, we'll be able to catch back up since Jingtian at least having a slight lead after that last gank. But in terms of the 1v1 and the trades able to come through, it's one of the reasons why Gangplank has always been such an interesting champion to me. Because you have a lot of matchups where you bully out, and of course you're obviously known as someone who does scale and gets stronger as the game goes on. So it's always about finding those perfect times to be able to bring him out onto the Rift. But speaking of perfect timing, it seems like Top Esports might have found the perfect timing to go for this Dragon. Bot wave is pushed in. Kanavi was on a reset. And Rookie has his wave at least in a neutral enough position to be able to hover over, get this ward down, and make sure that Knight isn't making his way through.
Yeah, JDG not going to be here quick enough to be able to contest. Don't even need to smite this one. Sten will just auto that down. First Drake taken by Top Esports, but a much slower pace of game here in game number 2. And I think a lot of that is that Top Esports actually drafting a little bit more aggression, at least in that bottom side, but JDG putting a lot of respect on it.
Now, we saw JDG pretty much going toe-to-toe in terms of like those 2v2 trades, or trying to in game 1 because of how the matchup panned out. This time around, they do need to respect Nautilus, Draven, and engage. But when they're bringing Kanavi down, they can look for these plays.
Oh, the cleanse is instant from Jackulov. Calling Captain Jackulov there. I thought that was pretty good.
You know, and I just love that one of his big takeaways from game 1 was like, why didn't I have cleanse? Why didn't I have cleanse in game 1?
I mean, I agree. Why didn't he have cleanse?
Still, there was so much CC, like, it could have ultimately surmounts into nothing, but yeah, he was definitely feeling that one, and this time not going to go down to such easy plays, but 369.
Oh, TN not being aware of the fact that there was a ward there. Had he blast coned upwards, maybe there's a play available for him. The sweeper is still going to be there to try and get the ward. 369 desperate to defend it, but won't be able to do so.
No, so not going to have that same safety we've seen him have for quite a while. Does have one control ward in inventory, so that doesn't immediately go down, and we'll be able to continue to keep him safe. But after the bounce back that we had before, right, 369's wave in a bit of a precarious position. If it sets up for TN to even potentially look for just a repeat gank through River, that is something that is possible. But JDG going back to what I feel like was one of the strengths they showed in the last game. Both teams honestly showed it, which is kind of the play around mid with jungle support.
TN wants 369 so badly. He's just constantly in this top lane. 369 has a ward and try rush. He knows something's up though. He knows something's going on.
He's also just so close to having his flash back to being available.
Yeah.
It would feel so bad to throw all that away right now. He even has, you know, mid level 6 for a little bit. Looks like had used Cannon Barrage previously, but that one shouldn't be too far from coming back up. We might already end up getting a skirmish over this Herald.
We certainly could. It's 369 trying to clear this wave and trying to get a bit of damage onto Tien. In the meantime, that's half of Mini Nar's HP right there. Tien starts moving on up. Kanavi's in the wings as well. That is a big barrel. That was a bonus 30 gold from his barrel right there. As now Herald started up in the meantime. Ruler, oh no, missing, pulled underneath the tower. Jagulov's there on the Draven, and surely will cash in. Oh, thanks for both now! Ruler turns it around, and now underneath the tower as well. In the meantime, Herald, absolute battle in the top side. TN to get it, and maybe a little bit more as well. 369 cleanses with the oranges, and will walk away. Jing Tian just about dodges Sonic Wave.
I mean, Kanavi didn't want to give this one up because he is level 6. Tian wasn't. You have your ult online, but Knight still coming back from base meant that TS have numbers advantage. All the while on the bot side, ends up 1 for 1. I will say, getting that kill onto Draven and being able to cash out some amount of gold is going to feel quite nice for TS. Beautiful hook from Mark. Even in game 1, Mark having a lot of the great CC setup, as we see there. What was that, like plus 300?
Yeah, something like that.
It was like under his name tag, which made it look a bit...
I think considering the CS deficit, plus the plate that Ruler just got, we're probably about dead even in gold right now. It's probably very similar between the two AD carries. So, exciting stuff at the start of game number 2. Now JDG answering back. I think crucial that Ruler was able to actually turn a kill around there, because this is the kind of lane that really gets out of control if Draven gets rolling.
And now, like the level 6 mark is where, I mean, theoretically, you have more engage opportunities from Mark, but you have that huge disengage ultimate from missing to prevent those types of plays from being able to go down. So I think JDG should be feeling a bit more comfortable. Chains of Corruption will be up soon as well. So these are a lot of tools to keep top eastward spot lane at arm's length and not allow those same plays to happen. And, you know, when we look at this game holistically, Tian has been doing like a nice job of putting pressure and looking for ganks, but he has not found anywhere the same amount of like success as he did in game 1. Just Draven not getting ahead. Sure, you're gonna have things like the Victor to fall back on.
Yeah.
But that's still not giving me a whole lot of confidence.
Game number 1, at this point, he had like 4 kills.
Yeah.
Tian was on a roll in the early game, in the first game of the series. So like you say, still a decent start for him, having that kill early, but not able to have the same success as he did previously. Has that Herald, though, halfway through the timer on that one. I'm curious to see where he will put that. I feel like you'd love to see it at the bottom lane, right? Feed that into Jaculov, but whether or not you can actually find that opportunity is a different question.
Tian and Kanavi, the two junglers, a lot of people herald as the best junglers in summer of last year.
Rookie forced to flash here. Drops a stun underneath himself as Tien. He's got a stun onto Kanavi, but nobody in range to follow up immediately. Vision will be cleared though. The top esports feels like wrestling control of the river, but with Missing moving over as well. They're a bit nervous to fully commit to this one.
Look though,
3 for now.
Ruler's able to move over first. Jackula forced in trying to catch the wave, so it will lead into JDG having control over river first. But Tien has flash. Looks like he's still angling for a potential like flash cocoon or something along those lines to come out.
Knight moving over, and here we go. Mark flashes to start it off, and then cocoon comes through as well. Knight eradicated, eviscerated in the mid lane, and that surely should open up a second Drake for Top Esports.
We saw the same thing in last game. It was all down to Mark and Tien, right? Game 1, it was the Nami Elise. This time, the Nautilus Elise. But JDG, they don't want to give this one out for free, it looks like. Cannon Barrage is online.
We go, Kanavi gets a great kick onto Tien, he can't even repel! And Kanavi survives, the healing comes through. Look at this, the re-engage. Kanavi still going strong with the Conqueror. And one more Q will finish the job of Mark. Dodges it, throws the thumbs up, and turns it around. Mark so close and yet so far. Kanavi with the double.
I mean, JDG end up getting so low they can't even turn that into a dragon right away. But they are going to be happy with 3 kills in their pocket. Most of those going over to the side of Kanavi. Now resets are gonna have to come back out much, and we're probably gonna get the same posturing again. The same posturing over the same dragon that didn't go down.
And I'm very much okay with that. If we can get this every dragon, then we're in for an absolute banger. As you can see, wards from both teams absolutely littering that area of the map.
I will say, I feel like JDG's comp may be a bit more reliant on their ultis, right? The Renata, the Gangplank. As we're going to see here how much they do, so maybe it makes them not opt into it. Kanavi looking for the opportunity, gets on the Drake, ward hops to find the kick onto the Elise. You look at the Cannon Barrage on the backside, really preventing like Rookie or Mark from being able to do too much. They're slowed instantly into the Renata ulti coming on through, and just so much set up so well, like the placement of their ultis, how they were used, really felt like what led JDG to so easily be able to take that fight.
Kanavi playing that beautifully, and also had that Renata on him as well, so if he had been knocked down into lethal damage, would still be able to follow up and try and finish off one of those kills, and everyone was so low that you got the confidence to go forwards with that one. 4v3 here. This Knight not a part of the picture just yet. He's waiting in the wings, but Mark would look to punish him for that. Jackie down to half HP at this point. Does make it dangerous for Top Esports, as Ruler can just poke away all day long in these kind of skirmishes. Chintian moving over. 2000 on the Dragon. Ruler whips the ultimate though, and the Dragon resets. This is tense. Chintian finally here now, and he's about to turn Mega Knight as well. That should be enough to secure the Dragon. Top Esports walk away with the objective.
Will end up losing Chintian's TP, but I don't really know how much that will end up mattering because, I mean, even with it now being a point where we're getting to with like the Unleashed teleports, we don't see all too many TP plays, especially when you are on that Gangplank. It will be more about the Cannon Barrage for Kanavi.
Oh, Kanavi tries to find the kick, but just denied by Jaculum. Instant flash comes on through.
Looks just like game 1. He keeps trying to find the plays, but instantly gets bursted out before he's able to connect with anything.
And I think Lee Sin is so difficult to play into Nautilus specifically, right? The second you are seen, just locks you down forever, and Lee Sin without mobility isn't really a champion. Rookie now will be able to just clear these waves in the mid lane. And I want to just acknowledge the goal difference at 15 minutes is 100 in favor of Top Esports. They've got the 2 Drakes to work with, but once again, game 2 of this series looking just like game number 1, where we are neck and neck as we enter the mid game.
Gonna get to see a replay of this play on bot side. Missing clearing out a ward, making their way over as a team. And Kanavi trying to find it on Jackulov, goes in, but great flash from Jackulov, and then Mark, so decisive on the follow-up to make sure that the play's in board.
And no matter what the play is, no matter if it works, Mark will drop a thumbs up. Mark is always there ready to drop a thumbs up. Now that Wayward's not playing on the team regularly, he's got to take up the emotion. Someone's got to be doing it.
You know, you did point it out to me the other day that the second, you know, sadly, Ox not being part of the LPL, second Ox is gone, Wayward dips.
All I'm saying is, Orcs love Wayward, well, Wayward loves Orcs too. You know, they're in the LPL together, or they're not in the LPL together.
I'm just saying, haven't seen them in the same place. They're both gone.
Are we suggesting that Wayward is currently in Newcastle? Just vibing.
Could be. But JDG gonna use this opportunity, pick up a Rift Herald. Gonna be pretty much uncontested from the side of TES. And again, the gold lead hasn't really grown too big, is slightly in favor of JDG, but they're gonna try and start accruing that now with this push in mid lane. Need to pay attention to Mark though. Has the Hex Flash available.
You can't not pay attention to Mark. He demands attention on this Nautilus. But no opportunity found. Top Esports will clear the Herald. It is a mid lane tower taken by JDG. 369 able to clear the waves and keep his tower alive. And he did take 9. Oh, hang on a second. The stun is going to be there. Has oranges. Tries to turn it around onto Rookie. I'm surprised at how unexplosive that was.
I also think there was like a slight timing where it looked like Tien had started to back off, or they probably could have chained that to a kill. We're gonna see them still look for it.
Yeah, they might anyway. Flash forced. Kanavi is here, so 369 will walk away with his life. But hey, he'll take a summoner.
Yeah, very little like effort put into a play like that. You aren't really losing out too much. You have your Krugs and your Raptors up, so you're gonna be able to go for those. You have a minute 40 until the next trade. So for now, it seems like we're in the state where you really are just looking to ping pong waves. JDG theoretically, like you could look for a pick around Knights half the map. You have Panda Barrage as well if you send Kanavi up there.
Yeah.
But that would mean Chingtian would have to play a little bit far forward. And for TES, they can just look for this. You're playing around your Victor, you're making sure he isn't too exploitable. And it looks like that might be happening again with pings actually coming out on the bot side of the map from JDG.
Jagular finishing his boost and getting a BS sword on that recall. He's on 250 stacks at the moment, so if he can cash in, then Draven is going to get out of control very fast. There are big spikes across the board on both teams. Ruler not doing so hot on the Varus ultimates this game. Chain of Corruption goes wide once again. 45 seconds on the Drake here. Top Esports trying to find their way into some semblance of control, but without those tier 1 towers, it's difficult for them to move in.
And now that JDG have really started maneuvering around the map and breaking structures, we're starting to see an actual gold lead cement, right? 2,500 gold.
Am I mistaken, or did Mark just get baited by a recall animation there? I feel like his hook went wide because he threw it just beyond into River, but the person was recalled at the other side of that rock. I think just the recall animation had the champion way higher up on the screen, and Mark kind of got baited by it.
Mark getting baited, still no Mythic online, missing does. So, you know, those are the opportunity costs of whatever it is Munch is saying right now. Dragon coming up through.
He missed that hook, therefore he doesn't have Mythic.
2 items on 369. I think that is a critical thing.
Oh yeah.
Because the barrels will be hitting like a truck right now. And Cannon Barrage, and then Renata's ultimate, which I'll be honest, it's been so long since we've seen Renata, I've already forgot what it's called. Both online, and that is
Hostile
the real
takeover.
hot there. The hostile the big combo being available for the boys on the side of JDG.
Jagular behind enemy lines, but JDG are just looking towards this mid lane tower here, or at least threatening the idea of it. Is the whole of Top Esports commit to the Drake? A TP to return to the plate from Knight. He's still quite far away from this one.
Getting orbs ready.
Yeah, getting orbs ready. He's on the flank as Kanavi gets a great kick across the whole team, but he's knocked up himself and should be taken down here, surviving for so long. Kanavi walks away. How the hell did he survive that? And in the meantime, the whole of Top Esports have been obliterated. JDG just keep making the magic happen.
2 games in a row. The coordination on this squad is insane. Scatter the week from Knight. I mean, you're taking down Jackula, ults galore across the whole fight. And now for JDG, they not only get a dragon, they not only absolutely fist Top Esports in that fight, they get a Baron on top of it.
And you know, that 20-minute Baron, that was Top Esports' signature move. And JDG are Top Esports Top Esports right now as they dominate the... Oh! Oh my god, it was 200 damage away from a kill and the Baron!
That was so close from Jackie Love. Able to find a kill on Kanavi. Doesn't manage to secure that Baron. So at least TS making moves while all that was happening.
You know, we hadn't even considered the Draven ult. Neither at JDG, by the looks of things.
We're going to see here Kanavi starting off really nice damage to Ruler as well to set this up. Goes for the kick onto the Draven. Cannon Barrage flying across the fight. Knight is going to walk in, scatter the weak, and press ultimate onto Jackie Love. So instantly, the Draven's down. Rookie is left in such an awkward position where I didn't see if his flash got used or not, but I don't really know where you're even supposed to go from there as the victor, then able to run the rest of the members of TES down. It was a beautiful.
Yeah. I mean, the individual skill on this JDG roster is just mind-blowing. I mean, like, Kanavi with an insane kick, Knight, pressed R on JackieLove, like, just magnificent stuff across the team there.
Hey, he did force out the cleanse as well.
He did force out the cleanse, I am, of course, joking. But, man, JDG looking absolutely fantastic today. 4,000, 5,000 gold lead in their favor, obviously getting the most recent Drake as well. And you don't really mind if Draven gets cash-ins at this point, because Draven's never getting anywhere near a carry on the side of JDG, because both Knight and Ruler and 369 all have such range on their damage. Draven never gets a look in.
No, it feels like a very similar problem to Game 1. This time around they do have more engaged, but...
Well, nice little sidestep from Knight there. Trying to turn it around. TN comes back down from the repel, but he's okay.
It still just feels very awkward of like what TES put together in terms of like when each individual champion is spiking on their team. And JDG didn't really give them over any early opportunities. They played much more reserved in the bot lane this time around. And without that, TES couldn't find anything to go with. And JDG, again, their team fight coordination, the ultis they have available in 5v5s, it has been immaculate to see.
It really has. 369 could be in trouble here, but a scatter the weak from Knight is heroic. Completely deters the play. 369 with counter barrage as well. And what looked like an opportunity for top esports is actually just Ruler wailing on the mid lane tower. Everything top do, JDG pick it apart.
JDG right now just looking so indomitable, able to push forward, keep up this consistent pressure. Are going to be a bit respectful of Rookie's damage, considering he does have that blue buff. But 369 keeping pressure here in the side lane with the GP barrels as well. They're just going to be able to rotate easily out of this.
Another scatter. TN! I think that repel saved his life, because I'm assuming that was a blighted quiver along with the piercing arrow there to try and finish off the spider. But now the resets come on through from the side of JDG. The siege is over.
Shadow Flame now picked up. Ruler not able to finish on his next item yet, but getting incredibly close. You have blue buff up, you have red buff up. This is gonna be the housekeeping time for JDG. Pick up the buff, pick up the standing gold in your jungle, like get Scuttlecrafts, get closer to those breakpoints. Now, 3 crit blows.
Oh my god.
Coming out for 369.
You thought his cooldowns were short before? With Navori quick blades and a million crit. Yeah, he's going to be able to get some barrels out in these fights. My goodness, this is terrifying. Especially if you're Rookie or JackieLove 2, incredibly immobile carries.
It's going to be rough. I mean, we're at a point now where it is a 6K gold lead. JDG are just heavily favored to be able to finish off this game. They're doing a nice job of consistently looking for picks. You have a lot of single targets to see, right? Scout of the week. You have like the ultimate coming out of Varus. Leeson can obviously get on anyone with his Q and be able to try to get that kick from behind.
Yeah, there's a two-man play happening on the top side here from TN and Rookie. Rookie will be able to TP to the bottom side. Draven will use try and clear the way, but the cannon didn't die. They've traded a top lane tier 1 potentially for an inhibitor here. This JDG continue to layer the pressure down. 369 moving forwards, getting damage across the team, although did miss, but the threat of damage across the team. But JDG can keep this up all day long. Halfway through the inhib, and the supers are starting to pressure in the mid lane at the same time. Drake now onto the map, they can move over to that if they like. Feels like complete control for JDG.
Yeah, JDG, I mean, they're the ones forcing the plays. 4TS going for that play on top side for the turret. I mean, top esports realize they can't fight JDG right now, so they're just trying to find gold anywhere they could. They get back in time, even if they end up losing inhibitors. Rookie does have a solid amount of wave clear to at least clear that out. But JDG not feeling pressed, pick up the Drake. Baron coming up in 50 seconds. And it feels like that will be the time to do or die for top esports. You're gonna need to find, you know, a hook on a Knight, a hook on a Ruler, try and take them down. But when they have so many defensive tools, when they're the ones on the front foot in terms of gold, which means they're starting the fights, how do you do that? Maybe this is the answer.
Oh, a classic little death push. Kanavi knows it's there, he goes for the Sonic Wave, but he's gone. It's a kill for TN, and that's a pick onto the enemy jungler. It's huge for top esports.
It's sad that Baron's not up yet. They still have to wait another 15 seconds. by that point, there'll only be like 15 seconds on Kanavi's death timer. Might give them some space to play with because they know they need to force this opportunity.
They have to. They absolutely have to. They're so far behind in gold, though, that maybe JDG can still fight this one. Even a man down. Ruler only just making his way over, but look at the damage out from Knight. Tien almost dies his jungle effort. Ruler with the snipe from downtown, and here comes down the top side of the plate. Ching Tien over the wall. Jackila forced out as well. The stunts are there, and Ruler gets another. Call him Robin Hood at this point because he just don't miss.
And now JDG can turn to the Barons. They're going to pick this one up themselves. This was where Top Esports needed to find their big play. Nice setup on the pitch, but JDG were just too strong and able to turn it around with some nice individual heroics.
Ruler stepping up, Knight stepping up. I mean, the damage that Knight did onto Tien to set Ruler up for that pick in the first place
Press Q, baby.
Hey,
It does a lot.
Hey, he pressed E as well. He pressed E as well. We'll give him that one. But absolutely insane stuff from JDG. And if they weren't ahead before, they sure are now. I don't know what that was. I can't read that.
Yeah, and even like the logos were kind of behind the layout of yeah, which I guess I don't know if our audience saw that or if that was just for the Chinese audience. You know,
I don't know.
We'll never know. I mean, now we're at a point. Gold lead has stacked even further. More items coming out. Mirror Mana online for Ruler. We have double stopwatch in mid jungle. We said for Top Esports, they're like, you know, get CC down, burst you out type of composition. It's gonna be hard. It was already hard with the ults and the abilities JDG have online. Now with things like stopwatches coming to fruition, it's only gonna get even worse.
Moving up to the top side here. Just 369 getting the work done. Ruler arriving to finish the job. Rookie wants to defend this, but I'm not sure there's much defending to be done. Still a minute and a half of Baron as well, so JDG have all the time in the world to make this happen.
369 got rid of one of his crit cloaks and replaced with the serrated dirt. What happened?
I think you'll say that.
What happened?
I think you'll say that. Bit of bonus damage. There's no point in critting if you don't do damage in the first place. It's Knight and Kanavi threatening the inhib on the bottom side, pulling Top Esports around their base. But the cannon will finish that inhib off.
They might need to go right now. Because look at Ruler. Ruler's pushing mid. Like, I get this would still not be a favorable engage for TES, but when you're so far behind your back against the wall, you really got to, like...
There will never be a favorable engage.
Exactly.
Yeah.
There will be nothing more favorable than saying, hey, Ruler's kind of like in the middle of mid lane pushing up this wave. Hell, let's just throw it all out and hope for the best.
Last-ditch effort. So far, we're not seeing it. Top Esports, Jackila, Rookie, Tien, all chunked out. And that's exactly what this comp JDG will do. They will continue to just chunk you out in these long, extended stare downs that we're seeing. And using this Baron to full effect, looking for a third inhibitor. Mark wide on the hook as he attempts an engage. It's not going to happen. And again, I've said it before and I'll say it again, JDG's macro is immaculate, and so is Kanavi's mechanics. That is something else. The rest of Top Esports into the meat grinder as Kanavi goes in for more once again. Double kill for Ruler. Tien surviving, but barely. And Top Esports sent packing in our match of the week. JDG putting down their name as absolutely the best.
Knight 369 taking down their former organization. I mean, just great performance overall. I feel like Knight 369 specifically like really had a great day. Not maybe a little bit shaky in game one, came online and like the big playmaker here. Bot lane, it felt like was just the better bot lane in both games. This one specifically, I really want to highlight missing because that was the big thing for JDG with me. The coordination in these fights. Like, communication just looks literally flawless with the timing of like when a play is happening and when abilities are really going through. We even highlighted coming into the mid lane matchup, which in an isolated bubble didn't really end up meaning too much. You know, it was very close statistically between these two historically, 23-17, slightly in favor of Rookie. Now even closer with Knight just getting a 2-0 over Rookie here today. And yeah, I feel like this matchup delivered in a lot of ways. The game might have been a 2-0, But the games, for a large part of these games, were like close back and forth. But the JDG, one cohesion and two macro just felt like that step above.
Absolutely. And honestly, like, mechanically speaking, Kanavi had a phenomenal day. Kanavi's Lee Sin was such a pleasure to watch in these team fights. Like, the early games, not necessarily as great as we would have wanted, but once it came to the 5v5s, he was always in the right spot, always finding that kick and always just taking them apart. It felt like TN was the early game jungler here, and then Kanavi was winning the late game each time.
I also feel like to kind of turn that to TN, I don't really know what you even do, like, when you have the Elise in these compositions. At least game one, I kind of get it, where, like, you can all try and snowball as a, like, cohesive unit. It just wasn't really happening. Like, you weren't finding those opportunities. You were kind of making some misreads on the map, and I feel like felt overforced. Also, like, things like the Elise plus Victor as your mid lanes, and, like, very... It just feels weird. So where when you look at, like, top JDG's comps, they very, like, all in on what they want to do, right? Game one, it was all about the burst and all about getting on top of someone and all about this. And it's like, for TS, they're, like, mixing and matching to, I think, give, like, a bit of wiggle room or keep up pressure in mid lane, but not in the same way. And it just felt a bit disconnected in my mind.
Feels a little bit more like top esports are kind of drafting for what the players want to play, as opposed to drafting a cohesive five-man composition, you know? Like, they want it to be aggressive, so they go for an Elise and a Jackulov, and then it's like, okay, well, I guess we'll chill in the other lanes, you know? But then that doesn't actually lead to a cohesive fight.
It's like looking at them and being like, okay, well, how can we have pressure in mid? It's like, well, Azir can have pressure in mid, but it's like, okay, what about once we get past just isolated laning, and, like, once we evolve into, hey, plays need to come out, which, I mean, Rookie, solid amount of damage, but sadly, this game, it feels hard to even talk about any TS player in any way, because JDG felt in control of this game pretty much. Even when top esports were getting the dragons early on, it still always felt like JDG were fine with not getting dragons. They were doing things elsewhere to stay out.
Felt like they were opting out of contesting those dragons, right, as opposed to top esports taking control of the dragons.
Yeah.
Ruler having an amazing game on the Varus. 2 games in a row there on the Varus as well, and making it work for his team. And interestingly, going for the lethal tempo and then going lethality anyway.
Yeah. Still having that read that, you know, kind of playing from a range, not allowing Jackulov to walk up, able to throw out these arrows, and you kind of all the other pieces deal with the dirty work. I kind of like it. I kind of like it coming out from Ruler.
Yeah. Well, we're ready to head over to Christina once again. 369 is standing by to let us know how he feels about beating his own organization, his old organization.
Hello there, welcome to Postgame Interview. I'm Christina. We are joined by 369, the top laner for JDG. Congratulations on your 2-0 victory. First question for you. How did you guys prepare for this matchup against the top esports who ranked higher on standings than JDG? And did you guys expect a 2-0 victory to take down your opponent? Because a lot of people predicted it have to be 3 games in this best of 3. 欢迎369来到我们的赛后采访，恭喜京东今天2-0拿下了对手。那么此前对阵到此前在积分榜是排名略高于你们的滔博，你们有做什么特殊的准备吗？以及很多解说啊，观众可能都会以为是一场非常焦灼拉满 BO3 的对局，你们有没有觉得能够2-0拿下他们？
调整的话就是对他们上单英雄池，我做出了一定调整吧。然后，因为就是我和奈特都是滔博，之前滔博的队员嘛，然后就心里面就特别想赢这种。
Actually, in terms of our adjustment or preparation, I just target to their top laners champion pool. And both I and Knight were the old teammates for Top Esports, so we are eager for this victory to take down them. We really want to take down Top Esports. And second question, I think that Top Esports performed much better than JDG in game number 1, especially in early to mid game. But how did you guys manage to turn the tide through the last Baron team fight? And what was your team's communication been like to close your opponent? 那么今天在第一局，可以说滔博在前中期也是他们的打野带动了节奏，可以说是拿下了一些优势嘛。不管是从经济上啊，还是从局面上，京东这边是如何做到在最后一波大龙团的时候一波掉了对面？
就对手有优势的话，我们要做的就是防守反击嘛，就等待机会，就这样。是的，是，就可能机会抓的比较好吧。
when our opponent get leads, the only thing we need to do is just to holding on and trying to get opportunities to counter back, just to defining ourselves and find some good opportunities to turn the tide. And the next question, I'm curious about the top laner's role in this new meta. What's your take on top laner's role, or maybe what kind of champions will get priority in this new meta？ 那么终于我们这边 LPL 来到了13.3，369觉得在这个版本上路的角色有哪些变化吗？尤其是跟上一个版本相比，哪些英雄还会拿出来，哪些英雄还能用？
这个版本的话，上路好像没怎么改吧，就可能之前太强的英雄、太 OP 的英雄，像奎桑提亚这种英雄，可能稍微削弱了一点，就可能更平衡了上路，就这样。
I don't think top laner's role really changed a lot compared with the last matchup. Like Cassandra is kind of so to overpower champions, maybe just a little bit nerfed. And I think that top laner's role in this meta is really balanced compared with the last meta. Next question for you. I know that you guys really want to eager for this victory, like you just said, but how did you guys manage to close your opponent in game number 2? What was your focus point? Maybe like their mid jungle synergy or their bowling or other things. 那么君超369选手说的，你们也是，尤其是你和 Knight 都是以前 top 的选手嘛，你们很想拿下这场胜利。在你们已经获得一局比赛的胜利的时候，第二局你们会觉得把重心放在哪里比较稳健，能够确保自己2-0他们？
我们的重心的话，可能就是对待对面下路的英雄池，就这样。对面预测到对面可能会选出德莱文这样的比较激进的英雄，然后做出一些调整。
Actually, we have predicted that the Jackie Love maybe pick Draven, this kind of so aggressive champions. We just targeted on the bot laner's champion from our opponent. Thank you so much for joining me. 谢谢369来到赛后采访，跟大家说再见吧，拜拜。A9
Thanks very much, guys. Good to hear from 369 as always, and good to see him on the Rift again as always. Because what a day he has had. Like the Gragas especially, I think was premium today.
I love 369. 369's been my favorite LPL top laner since 2020 when he showed he can both play like the generic LPL, I'm gonna sprint my lane down and die, but he can also play tanks and just chill. And that has been something when you think back. We had like the Shy and Zoom, like the opposite ends. The fact that we have 369 who's always been able to be a bit of a middle ground, maybe more slighted towards playing aggressively, still nice.
I'm a bit of a bin aficionado myself. Love
you were a Suning guy.
I mean, what can I say? That whole gang.
2020 V5 didn't really have a top laner, so there's nothing for me to talk about.
That's true. Hey, Mole did occasionally. Let's take a look at our MVP. It was Kanavi, of course, on the Lee Sin. Some absolutely insane plays from him. The scoreline wasn't that insane. The goal difference wasn't that insane. But just roll the clips because that's where the magic happened.
Yeah, again, I think much better game 2 than game 1. Game 1, again, the ideals were there, the playmaking was there. It just wasn't always in sync with where his team was positioned. This game, I mean, it was the complete opposite. Like, it felt like the timing of the kicks it felt too perfect now that I think about it. The fact that he always survived on that, that 1 HP, it's like, my God, my man's seeing the future out here with what he's going in.
Yeah, you have to wonder, was the Resilient involved somewhere behind the scenes? As just magnificent game from Kanavi. Obviously surviving this one. Then Mark almost turns it around
I'm
and
just
again.
saying, 13 HP, suspicious as well. We're going to see here again.
I mean, this kick was beautiful because he jumps onto TN but then kicks Jackie Love and his rookie as well. Like, both carries completely CC'd up. And then once again, he survives.
It makes no sense. It makes absolutely no sense. But that one has to be even less. That one might be even dipping into the single digit of CC.
Absolutely insane.
Yeah, I mean, JDG, I think it would be wrong for anyone. I know a lot of people, watching out there are going to come away with big takeaways that JDG are just by far the best team in the league, which they might end up being as, again, their roster on paper suggests in my mind that they should. Even a team like Weibo, who I've already said I think Weibo are going to win the split. I think JDG have a higher skill ceiling, more reliable players, all this stuff. But JDG have also shown faults. They also have lost to Weibo. They have lost to EDG. And it's like, yeah, going to be interesting to see them go up against the LNGs of the world and these other top teams. And as we get into playoffs, like seeing top team series more and more just makes me realize, like, I don't know who's going to win. I know the teams that are in the running to win, but that's it.
I feel like there are 5 solid teams that could win the split at this point. And worth mentioning as well, both JDG and Top Esports both play LNG in week number 8. So I feel like week 8 could be a huge deciding moment for how that top of the table is going to shuffle out.
I didn't say 3 dark horses.
Yeah. Honestly, it's a mental split. Let's take a look at our results for today as we start to wind things down, and then we can take a look at the standings and dig a little deeper into that one. We started off with a 2-0 in favor of RNG. Very, very clean games there against TT. Then EDG, a similar performance up against Ultra Prime, and then JDG, a similar performance up against Top Esports. It's been a rather quick day.
It has. Again, such one-sided series. Surprising as well, because TT, you expected more of a fight against RNG. Again, TT, like, have beaten Weibo. They've beaten the top team. JDG as well, you expected TS to put up a bit more of a fight. Early games were close, but that was about it. And yeah, it's been a weird day. We can bring this to the standings and see LNG still sitting pretty up there at the top. Week 8, as Munch said, is when we get to see them against both JDG and Top Esports. Like, my God, that week 8 can really change the standings.
Yeah, especially up at the top. And I feel like the 5 teams in 1 to 5 are the 5 teams in my mind that are most likely to be in the top 4. I realize that doesn't sound